Chapter 805. It's nothing, Klein said with a warm smile. He didn't seem to notice anything, but his mind raced as he considered what the instantaneous change meant. Previously, the keepers would head upstairs along the nearby staircase, so I can roughly determine that they live there. It matches the spot where the change happened. The keepers aren't in the right state, so the chances of them losing control are higher than ordinary beyonders. Why would they suddenly display malice and evil thoughts? And this is forcefully suppressed or calmed down by the seal core behind Cheney's gate deep underground. If that's the case, there are two possibilities. First, the seal core behind Cheney's gate can sense all the abnormal changes happening in St. Samuel Cathedral, and from there, it can react instinctively. Second, the keepers are constantly being corroded by the seal core's powers over the years. To a certain extent, they have become a part of it, or they bear the corresponding uniqueness. Once there's an anomaly, it will immediately result in the interference of the main body. If it's the former, it means that when I knock out the keeper to replace him, it'll be easily detected by the seal core behind Cheney's gate. It'll cause a change like before, causing the matter to fail right at the beginning. If it's the latter, my disguise as a keeper will definitely be ostracized when I enter Cheney's gate. I have to figure out the root of the problem before I can think of a targeted solution. It's really difficult to steal sealed artifact from the various churches. It's no wonder almost no one is willing to do it. Amidst his thoughts, Klein listened attentively to Bishop Electra's recount of St. Samuel's experiences and the letter he left behind. Only when it was about time did he politely bid farewell. After returning to 160 Buckland Street, just as he handed his hat and cane to Richardson, he saw his butler come over. "Sir, do you plan on holding a ball or a banquet next weekend and invite the neighbors?" Walter didn't use a suggestion tone as though he was simply asking. However, Klein knew very well that since the butler had raised the matter, it indicated that it was time to do it. He nodded slightly. "Saturday night. A ball. I'll have to trouble you and Tanaja to make some preparations ahead of time. Do we have enough money at home?" When he said the last sentence, Klein turned to look at the housekeeper. Tanaja nodded solemnly. "It's enough. The variety of alcoholic beverages in your wine cellar is enough for several banquets." Back when they moved to 160 Buckland Street, Klein had given her £1,000 for household expenses. From the looks of it, even if she wanted to replenish herself with fine wine, tea leaves, and coffee beans, it was impossible for her to finish it in a month. The gold pound is still very strong. Klein nodded and smiled. "Don't open a wine that's too expensive the first time. Ruan's habit is to be reserved." "Yes, sir." Although Walter knew how to organize a ball, he still listened to his employer's instructions very seriously. He paused for a moment, then said, "You only need to do two things. The first is to draft a guest list with our help. Think of a greeting for each person that suits their identity and experience. The second is to order a formal dress for the ball. How troublesome. When I greet Hazel, can I tell her that the sewers here are cleaner than the ones in the southern continent?" As Klein lamented and cursed inwardly, he nodded slightly. "No problem." In the dead of the night, the crimson moon hung high in the sky. The smog in Bakeland, which had thinned significantly, presented a tranquil beauty. In Don Dantes' master bedroom, Klein set up a ritual and summoned himself. He wanted to enter the sewers that night to confirm if Trissy had left. Then, he would head for the fork she had described and explore the so-called hidden passageway to see if he could discover anything. Klein didn't have any extravagant hopes of obtaining any additional rewards. He was only worried that the secret hidden in the sewers was a latent danger that would one day explode. This would easily implicate Don Dantes, who lived nearby, and it would ruin his plans to steal the Antigonus family's notebook. "I can't be an ostrich when it comes to such matters, burying my head in the sand and pretending that I didn't see anything. I have to discover the problem as soon as possible before it completely explodes. I have to destroy what needs to be destroyed and report what needs to be reported. That's the most effective method. Of course, I have to be careful. I can't let my explorations become the fuse." Klein's spirit body emerged from the candle flame. With the enhancement of Aztec's copper whistle, he possessed Don Dantes' body and controlled him to walk to the edge of the wall of spirituality before sitting on a reclining chair. From an outsider's point of view, this was equivalent to a tycoon falling asleep while reading the newspaper and forgetting to go to bed. Having a summoned soul possess my body is indeed different from directly returning to my body. There's a clear sense of estrangement. Klein compared the experience and floated back to his desk. He tidied up most of the items on the altar, leaving only the candle that maintained the summoning to burn silently. After doing all of this, Klein wore creeping hunger, fused with Aztec's copper whistle, death knell, and senior gold coin, and flew out of the master bedroom. He left 160 Baclun Street in Madère and entered the sewers. Just as Klein found himself in the damp and dirty environment, he immediately released Wraith Seigneur and controlled the marionette to open up a distance from him. He then turned into the hidden fork where Trissy had previously recuperated. This time, he saw that the area that didn't look like a sewer was stained with dirt and rats. From the looks of it, Trissy has really left. Klein, who was following far behind, silently heaved a sigh of relief. As a spirit body, he didn't need to breathe, nor did he need to walk on the ground. Therefore, he didn't mind how terrible the sewer's environment was. Wraith Seigneur walked out of the area and continued forward. He found a sixth fork that led to the left, and Klein maintained a distance of more than 50 meters from him, fully playing the role of the mastermind behind the scenes. At the end of the fork was a moss-covered wall with obvious corrosion. At a glance, there was nothing abnormal. If Trissy hadn't mentioned it, Klein wouldn't have gotten his marionette to search every inch of the area in detail. A few minutes later, Seigneur, who was wearing a dark red coat, suddenly straightened his body and took a step forward, walking into the wall. After passing through the relatively thick obstacle, Klein's vision suddenly opened up. With his marionette's vision, he saw a half-natural, half-artificial cave. It was less than 8 meters tall and 3 meters wide. There were shovels and other tools wrapped in tarpaulin on the ground. There was a large amount of soil and gravel, and in front of him were 2 secret passageways that extended diagonally downwards. The one on the left was 5 to 6 meters deep, while the one on the right was nearly 10 meters deep. However, there wasn't anything there, as though it was still being excavated. Was this Hazel's doing? In the day, she's a proud lady of high society, but at night, she's a sewer excavator. Furthermore, she has to move buckets of soil and gravel. Her wandering is to find the exact spot, and the excavation is the subsequent step. There should be a secret door in that wall. Klein leaned against a hidden spot outside the fork as he controlled Seigneur to carefully survey the area. Following that, he made the Wraith enter the secret passageway on the left and walked all the way to the end of the impenetrable mud and gravel. Seigneur's figure gradually faded as he no longer had any corporeal presence. In this form, he traversed the mud ahead and explored deeper. However, he didn't discover anything noteworthy even when he was close to 100 meters away. All he saw were some ordinary insects. Klein then made his marionette change directions and swim in the sea of mud, but he still didn't find anything. Wraith Seigneur quickly returned to the cave from before and entered the secret passageway on the right without being affected by any obstacles. There's still nothing abnormal. It's not unreasonable for Trissy to determine that one needs a specific pathway or item. She must have used the invisible threads of a demoness of pleasure to explore. Unfortunately, I've already lost Tinder. I wonder if the gray fog aura on me will work. It seems to attract beyonders of the Marauder pathway. Klein silently muttered to himself. He wished to take advantage of his spirit body state to personally explore the 2 secret passageways that Hazel had dug up. However, he resisted this urge because he was now a marionettist. Unless absolutely necessary, it was against the rules of acting to use his true body. It's fine even if I don't rely on a gray fog aura. When I'm on the tarot tomorrow afternoon, I'll just buy a mystical item from the Marauder pathway. It doesn't need to be too expensive. Just one that corresponds to a sequence 9 or 8 will do. Lenivis's badge is only a signal receiver. It doesn't belong to this pathway. Without understanding what's hidden deep in the passageway, rashly using my spirit body to explore might attract some high-sequence Beyonder monsters. Being careful and cautious is always a self-requirement. Klein slowly sighed as he unsummoned Senor. He wasn't worried that Hazel would continue coming over in the near future. Before finding a way to deal with the situation from the previous time, any normal human wouldn't continue coming. Ignoring the fact that Hazel hasn't come into contact with Beyonder circles, even if she did, it wouldn't be a simple matter to obtain an item from the Sun Domain. After all, Bakeland is the territory of the Church of the Storm. I do have something I don't use often. Heh. Should I find an opportunity to sell it to her and use it to harm my marionette? Klein teased himself and shook his head with a smile. He then ended the summoning and returned above the gray fog, disappearing into the sewers. On Monday morning, the bright sunlight penetrated the thin clouds, illuminating every corner of Bakeland. Emlyn White pulled down his silk top hat. As he left the carriage and walked towards the Harvest Church, he mumbled with his eyes half closed. That's right. The weather sure sucks. Bakeland's worst season is about to arrive. Just as he was about to step onto the steps, he suddenly saw a paperboy approach him and hand him a copy of the Tussock Times. Sir, this morning's newspaper. Emlyn was about to reject it, but he realized that there was a small slip of paper in the paper. Without batting an eyelid, Emlyn took out a penny and handed it to him before receiving the Tussock Times and the slip of paper. Before entering the Harvest Church, he quickly unfolded the latter and browsed through it. There are clues to the person you're looking for. Please come to the Brave. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period. Chapter 806. Because I was under general anesthesia and woke up very early, I'm still a little dizzy now. It's really not suitable for me to write. I'll take a day off and resume at noon tomorrow. Everyone, don't forget to vote for recommendations and monthly votes on Monday. Lord of the Mysteries has just finished gastroscopy and has taken a day off. Currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 807. 9:30 a.m. Bakeland Bridge area, Iron Gate Street, the Brave. After Emlyn White got off the carriage, he stood rooted to the ground in a daze. He looked ahead in a daze, almost forgetting to avoid the sunlight. At this moment, the main door of the bar was firmly shut, with no signs of opening. As a sanguine who didn't have much activity and had only entered bars a few times at night, Emlyn never expected that the bar wouldn't be open in the morning. The moment he finished reading the note, he turned around and left the Harvest Church in excitement. He took public transportation and rushed over, hoping to obtain the information as soon as possible. In order to save time, he even endured the cramped environment and unpleasant smell of the steam subway. At that moment, Emlyn was a little infuriated, but he knew that he was in the wrong. All he could do was walk around Iron Gate Street with a straight face, indicating that he hadn't come for nothing. Just as he was about to approach a rental carriage parked on the street, he suddenly saw a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. The other party was wearing a brown round hat, an old coat, and a worn-out satchel. It was the Black Market Arms and Intelligence merchant, Ian. My intuition is quite accurate. I knew he would appear so early. Emlyn's anger turned to delight as he stuffed his hands into his pockets and leisurely walked over. He stood in front of Ian and chuckled. Good morning. Ian raised his head to glance at the handsome man in front of him and replied with some surprise. That's right. Good morning, Mr. White. You should be here in the evening. Now seems to be a good time. Emlyn smiled in a good mood. Ian, why do you always wear the same clothes and look the same every time I see you? Ian didn't seem to mind at all. This makes me look more mature and low-key. Of course, the main reason is that I don't have money. His last remark was added in a playful tone. I'm looking forward to you wearing this in the summer. Emlyn scoffed. Then I'll take off my coat. As Ian spoke, he took out 2 pieces of paper from his worn-out bag. They were the bounty notice that Emlyn had previously given him. Someone saw this person in East Borough. He handed one of the pieces of paper to Emlyn. It was labeled as Argos. Seeing that there were clues to the primordial moon believers, Emlyn asked in delight, Is there a primordial moon? Where is he? Ian didn't reply. He just looked at him and smiled. Emlyn was already experienced. He immediately took out his wallet and counted 150 pounds before handing it to the man. "This is your reward." Ian smiled. "There's still half left. There's still half left." Emlyn nearly wanted to let the black market arms and intelligence merchant in front of him know how powerful the sanguine was. This was because the agreement was 20 pounds for effective clues and 150 pounds for pinpointing the location. However, he quickly understood the hidden meaning behind the other party's words. "You found another one?" "Yes." Ian handed over the remaining piece of paper in his hand. "When my friend was observing Argos and confirming his residence, he discovered that he had met this Mr. Gallus Kevin. Therefore, we simultaneously know the residences of two targets." "Very good." Emlyn emptied his wallet and gave another 150 pounds to Ian. He was in an abnormally good mood, feeling that the ancestor and Mr. Fool were protecting him. This was because there were only 5 targets in this batch. He had already hunted one, and now he had obtained clues to the other 2. As long as he succeeded, regardless of what the other sanguine did, he could declare himself the final victor. Ian seriously counted and checked the notes before suppressing his voice. He suppressed his voice and said, "Argos is on the 3rd floor of the apartment at 6 Limestone Street in East Borough, opposite the public washroom. Gallus Kevin is also in East Borough. He lives in a room near the stairs on the 1st floor of 19 Beluga Street. I'll confirm your information. I believe you won't give up your business here for a mere 300 pounds. Emlyn nodded gently as he warned and reminded him. Following that, he chuckled. How'd they get found so easily? Ian's red eyes darted around as he looked around. First, many bounty hunters are my friends. They have a wide network of informants in East Borough. Second, the disguises of those 2 gentlemen aren't good enough. Despite being in East Borough, they're clearly different from the people around them. If they were willing to change into tattered clothes and do hard labor for more than 12 hours a day, I believe it would be very difficult for them to be discovered in the chaotic East Borough. Is that so? I have to pay attention to the environment when hiding myself." Emlyn silently muttered to himself, feeling that he had learned something new. He didn't plan on heading to East Borough now. This was because even if he succeeded in taking action during the day, it would be very difficult to leave without causing a commotion. This was a rather dangerous act in Bakeland. It meant that he might be found by the mandated punishers or Nighthawks the moment he sneaked home. Emlyn planned on coming over from 8 to 9 in the evening after the tarot gathering. He would decide when to take action based on the situation. The primordial moon believer from before is pretty strong. These 2 shouldn't be too bad either. Although I'm confident, I don't think it's safe to do it alone. As Emlyn pondered, he waved his hand and bade Ian farewell. He took a rental carriage and headed south of the bridge. Eastchester County's capital, Stone City. Audrey stood behind the railing and watched as the servants placed the items they had brought from the family castle in suitable spots. The scene was lively but orderly, without any chaos. I'll send someone to associate Professor Michelle later and tell her that I'll be visiting the Relic Search and Preservation Foundation tomorrow. I hope they've already obtained some items that are related to Beyonders. Audrey's thoughts wandered for a moment as she couldn't help but smile. She was proud of her decision to donate money to establish the foundation. Her beautiful emerald green eyes darted around and saw the time on the wall clock. She hurriedly reined in her thoughts and turned to walk back to her bedroom. In a corner of the bedroom, the golden retriever, Susie, was sprawled on the ground with her front legs crossed, giving her an elegant charm. An open book was placed in front of it, and the book was densely packed with lines of words. From time to time, Susie would raise one of her front legs and fiddle with it, flipping the pages of the book. She was reading very seriously. Every time I see Susie like this, I feel a little ashamed. Audrey, you can't slack off on your studies. Audrey encouraged herself as she slowly walked over, prepared to get Susie to guard the door. Susie raised her head, glanced at Audrey, and swiftly stood up. She then quickly stood up and said, "I understand." With that said, she ran out of the bedroom with light footsteps, not forgetting to close the door. "I haven't said anything yet." Audrey blinked and muttered to herself. She had already given similar instructions many times. To prevent Susie from noticing, She would stay alone in her room from 3 in the afternoon to 3:30 in the afternoon every Monday, preventing humans and dog from approaching her. She deliberately did similar things at other times, pretending to have a gathering and pretending to be alone, as well as maintaining a regular and chaotic routine. I have to say that Susie's existence has effectively increased my motivation to study, efficiency, and the strictness with which I handle matters. I can't let myself be inferior to a dog. However, being better than a dog doesn't seem like a compliment. Audrey puffed up her cheeks in a self-deprecating manner, sat by the bed, and waited for the tarot gathering to begin. 3 in the afternoon, above the gray fog. Dark red figures leaped up from both sides of the long bronze table at the same time, immediately solidifying into a blurry state. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey said briskly as she stood up and bowed. The other members also greeted one after another, and the existence at the end of the long, mottled table nodded in response. As she sat down, Magician's Furs couldn't help but glance at Mr. World, thinking about how she should speak. Apart from conveying her teacher's answer to Hermit, she planned on doing a few things. First, she told Mr. World that due to the difficulty of the mission, she could add a sum of money, but she needed to wait for a period of time. This was because the sale of the house wasn't that fast. Second, after repeated consideration, she had thought of a good way to earn money and raise her strength. It was an inspiration she had obtained from World's actions. Rent out Lamino's travels. When a member needed a similar item to temporarily raise their combat strength to deal with certain situations, they could rent Lamino's travels from her. The rent was split into 2 parts. One part was cash, which wasn't too expensive. The other part was recorded beyond her powers. This also meant that the renter had to promise to return the spellbook with a few additional pages written on it. Of course, as the provider, Furs would record the apprentice's door opening and other useful abilities on it, so that the renter could receive the corresponding help. The most likely problem with this transaction was that the renter might not return it, but with Mr. Fool and the tarot as a witness, Furs believed that no one would be greedy and stupid. As for the death of the renter, the loss of Lamino's travels was an accident with a low probability. With everyone knowing that they could seek Mr. Fool's help in times of crisis, it was an even lower probability. How can there be no risk in doing business? I'll have to communicate with Mr. World later and confirm the time period he wants to use it to prevent any conflicts. Furs retracted her gaze and heard Hermit say, "Don't worry, Honorable Mr. Fool, there are 2 pages of Roselle's diary this time. Ever since I made contact with Queen Mystic, the amount of diary entries has been terrifyingly stable." Klein nodded slightly and chuckled. "Very good." After a brief silence, Catlia conjured 2 yellowish-brown pages as she watched them jump into Mr. Fool's palm as though they were traversing through the spirit world. Klein then slowly lowered his gaze and looked at the diary in his hand. December 29th. It's almost a new year. All the mausoleums have been built. There's no turning back now. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 808. The mausoleum has already been built. There's no turning back. Klein looked at the diary in his hand as his mind churned. All sorts of thoughts kept popping up and shattering. From his point of view, Roselle the Great's diary nearly proved his previous guesses. In his later years, he chose to forcefully switch to the Black Emperor pathway, attempting to become a sequenced zero true god at the cost of being half mad. What could have driven the Emperor to make such a decision? What was the agitation, impulse, and loss of composure in the diary because he discovered something? Furthermore, compared to back then, the Emperor's emotions in this diary may seem calm and restrained, but it gives off a more extreme feeling. It's hard to imagine what the Emperor encountered and experienced in his later years, to the point of having his personality undergo a mutation. Is it the madness inherent in an angel, or is it a problem with the faith of the living being that anchors his rationality? Yes, shouldn't he be a little more cowardly and stable, waiting for an opportunity to devour the hidden sage? Klein instantly thought of many things, but he was unable to find any evidence. And on this goatskin page, there were only 2 short lines of text. It seemed to indicate that this was the final diary entry of Roselle the Great's life. At the end of this year, or perhaps the beginning of a new year, he was suspected to have perished in the White Maple Palace. The final words of an emperor, a transmigrator? Klein sighed inwardly as he flipped to the goatskin page without any abnormalities on his face. There was no date on this diary page, but there was a line written in ancient Fasak. It's closely connected to the previous page. This line of words was written in beautiful handwriting, clearly different from Roselle the Great's handwriting. It was obvious that it was added by someone else. It's likely a note made by Queen Mystic to indicate that this is the end of the diary. It was written by the Emperor after there's no turning back. But why isn't there a date? With deep puzzlement, Klein continued reading the corresponding content, and his gaze froze. I believe that I'm not the only transmigrator in this world. If there's anyone else who can understand my diary, you must remember to carefully choose your beyonder pathway. Once this is confirmed, it means that your allies and enemies are also roughly confirmed. I'm unable to give a concrete suggestion because I can't see the 7 deities or the true faces of those evil gods. This might have something to do with the contents of the second blasphemy slate hidden by that ancient organization. Unfortunately, I can only roughly guess that there's a hidden portion and can't verify it. Similarly, I don't know what's written on the first blasphemy slate. A useful warning is to not choose a pathway whose sequence 0 is already occupied. Also, be careful of sequence 0s and sequence 1s of neighboring pathways. I've suffered greatly in this aspect. As for what sequence 0 represents, if you still don't know, remember to collect my other diaries. This page is equivalent to the epilogue of my life. If I succeed, then it will be the birth of a god, and it will be another story. If I fail, then there will be no more. You understand. Go, my friend who can understand my diary. Go and explore the secrets of our transmigration and the truth buried within. I will be watching you, if I'm still alive. One last reminder. You must remember, be careful of the moon. Klein wasn't surprised that there wasn't just one transmigrator. After all, he had long known of the existence of a senior like Roselle the Great. What he was puzzled about was how the Emperor had discovered that there wasn't just one transmigrator. This was very important. It had an incomparable meaning to Klein's path home. This was like an equation with a few unknowns. If there weren't enough examples or conditions, no matter how one solved it, one wouldn't be able to obtain a definite answer. Only by having enough formulas could one hope of finding the correct answer. The Emperor should have recorded this discovery in his previous diary. Unfortunately, I have no way of knowing which portion it is. From there, I can target it and search for it. Klein sighed silently as he thought about the other contents of the so-called epilogue. The second blasphemy slate, produced by the Twilight Hermit Order, had hidden portions of its contents. Did they deliberately hide it, or did they not obtain it in the first place? The second blasphemy slate was actually split into 2 parts, with the other half falling into the hands of other factions. My pathway has already been confirmed. This is a choice made according to the exclamation in Roselle the Great's diary. From the Emperor's epilogue, I can be at ease. The seer pathway doesn't have a sequence 0 because the crazy sequence 1, Zeridal, still exists. According to the law of beyonder characteristics conservation, this subdivision might also be called the law of incompatibility. With a sequence 1, there's no sequence 0. I need to be careful of Zeridal, Mr. Door, Blasphemer Amon, and Palazurost, as well as the other sequence ones of these 3 pathways that might exist. What does it mean to be careful of the moon? Be careful of the primordial moon? You can just say it directly. Wait, the Emperor seems to have the thought of exploring the Crimson Moon. Could it be that he finally put it into practice and discovered something on the moon? So he warned other transmigrators to be careful of the moon? The moon has something to do with transmigration? Yes. The Emperor's tone indicates that he still has some tricks up his sleeves. He might not completely perish, and he might be watching me. There should also be clues to this matter in some of the earlier diary entries. Various conclusions and questions flashed through Klein's mind before they finally settled down. He made the diary in his hand vanish and turned to look at Katlia. What do you have to ask? Catlia nudged the thick glasses on her nose bridge and bowed her head respectfully. Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like to know if Roselle the Great is still alive? The moment this question was asked, the members of the tarot, who were thinking about their own matters, snapped back to their senses at the same time. They looked towards the end of the long bronze table as though they had been stimulated. Although whether Roselle the Great was still alive or not had nothing to do with them, nor would it have any obvious effects. Such a topic was enough to stir up the craving for rumors in the hearts of humans. I thought that after I advanced to psychiatrist, I would be immune to such matters. Sigh, I'm really curious. Audrey looked at Mr. Fool with bright eyes, waiting for him to give his answer. Among all the members, only Sun wasn't interested in this matter. The reason why he looked at the end of the long bronze table was purely because everyone had done so. Indeed, Queen Mystic's questions are basically directed at the diary entries provided back then. Klein didn't find it difficult as he chuckled in a well-practiced manner. Perhaps. He used perhaps to answer, indicating that Roselle the Great had a chance of saving himself back then. As for whether he succeeded in the end, or if there were any accidents, it wasn't within the scope of the previous question, and there might not be an answer. Perhaps. Mr. Fool means that Roselle the Great might still be alive. The hermit Catlia and company felt as though they had heard the greatest secret in the world. They were momentarily agitated and excited. However, they also sensed the hidden meaning in Mr. Fool's words. Due to the lack of content in the diary and the fact that he had just woken up, he was unable to determine if Roselle the Great had seized the opportunity. All of this could only be determined through more clues and evidence in the future. But no matter what, Emperor Roselle should have been mentally prepared for the assassination attempt on him. Without giving justice and the hanging man any time to consider this question, Klein leaned back in his chair and calmly said, "It's your turn. It's your turn." Furs hurriedly pulled her thoughts out of her fantasies of Roselle's later years and looked at the end of the long bronze table. She looked at the end of the long bronze table and said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I request to have a private conversation with Mr. World. It will be over very soon." What's there to discuss with German Sparrow? Isn't Mr. X's matter over? As Klein thought about it in puzzlement, he nodded slightly. Sure. Following that, he blocked the senses of the other members and controlled the world to chuckle hoarsely. Is there anything else? Furs deliberated for 2 seconds before saying, "It's like this. Mr. X's head has given me quite a sizable reward. I feel that the reward I paid on this matter isn't enough to match the difficulty of the mission, so I wish to compensate you with a sum of cash. How much do you wish to receive?" Not bad. You know how to take the initiative to compensate me. Although Miss Magicians is a little greedy at times, she's still a very honest person. Yes, it's very normal to earn some profit from a transaction. It can't be considered greedy. Klein, who had received a pleasant surprise, praised sincerely. It made the world chuckle and ask, "How much can you pay?" Furs hesitated for a moment before saying, "That's right, 5,000 pounds. She converted the reward given by her teacher into 10,000 pounds and planned on giving half of it to Mr. World. Furthermore, since she needed the formula, crystal ball, and beyonder ingredients, she planned on selling the 2 properties and giving them cash. And the reason why Furs was so generous was partly because she felt that the mission was harder than she had expected and the reward was too little. On the other hand, she was increasingly fearful of the world German Sparrow. She didn't dare to offend this crazy adventurer and terrifying bounty hunter. The rewards from the House of Abraham aren't small. Klein controlled the world to laugh. If you can replace it with a large amount of gold coins, you can pay less. It depends on how much you can collect. I'll try. Although Furs was puzzled as to why Mr. World placed so much importance on gold coins, having said the same thing when trading with Mom Hermit, she didn't dare ask. She paused for a moment, then asked, "Mr. World, when do you need to use Lamino's travels? I plan on renting it out before or after that to earn some money and beyonder powers." Rent it out? Rent out a mystical item? Klein was taken aback when he heard that. He never expected Miss Magicians to have such business acumen. P.S. seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 809. As a young man who came from the internet era on Earth, Klein quickly understood what Miss Magicians wanted to do, what she planned to do, and what she was relying on. Isn't this the sharing economy? With tarot and the fool around, the technical limitations aren't a problem. Miss Magicians is usually lazy and doesn't have a sense of existence. I never expected her to have such keen intuition in this aspect. Yes, it also stems from my request to rent the spell book. Regardless, it's pretty good to be able to quickly gain inspiration and establish a business model. Klein deliberately made the world's German sparrow deliberate for a few seconds. I might need it this weekend and next week. He had estimated it based on the time it would take for Mr. the Hanging Man to return to the edge of the Rorsted Sea from the Abyss Maelstrom. He had also given Mr. Hanging Man some time to stabilize his spirituality and replenish his items. When the time came, they would join forces to explore the primitive island with many Beyonder creatures. Magician's Furs hurriedly nodded when she heard that. All right, I'll make the arrangements. It won't affect your usage. As she secretly heaved a sigh of relief, she requested Mr. Fool to witness the rental agreement. After receiving an affirmative answer, she indicated that the private conversation was over. Following that, she conjured Lamino's travels and surveyed the area. Everyone, I have a mystical item here. It has a total of 38 pages. Every page can help the user record the Beyonder powers they have seen and release them when needed. However, it will be weaker than the original. Every page can be repeatedly recorded, and each record can only be used once. Among them, there are 3 pages that can be used for demigod-level Beyonder powers, but the success rate of recording is very low. It might not even succeed once in 10 times. First, simply explain the characteristics and negative effects of Lamino's travels, making the eyes of Audrey and company light up. It wasn't difficult for them to tell the value of the notebook in Miss Magician's hands, as they were no longer novices in the mysticism and Beyonder domains. There was no need for them to communicate with it. At the same time, they treated it as a demigod artifact. This is a little similar to Shepherd and Creeping Hunger. They can use different Beyonder powers from many pathways, but they don't have as many negative effects. Furthermore, there's a chance to record a demigod's powers. Drawing my own blood, as Audrey thought about it, she suddenly shrank her hand in fear. As the daughter of a great noble, she had almost never been injured since she was young, so she had a strong fear of pain due to the unknown. When Furs stopped, she raised her hand slightly and said, Miss Magicians, how much do you want to exchange it for? Audrey believed that her father, Earl Hall, would also recognize the value of Lamino's travels. It was impossible for him not to reimburse her. Therefore, she planned on fully satisfying Furs's request. She must be short on money recently. Otherwise, she wouldn't be selling such an important and practical mystical item. Audrey thought with some pity as she considered if she should offer a premium. Damn it, why can't she wait until I return from that primitive island before selling it? The Hanging Man Alger also had a strong interest in Lamino's travels, but he didn't have the money or ingredients to purchase the mystical item. 1,300 pounds was wealth that an ordinary person might not be able to accumulate in 10 or 20 years, but it was still extremely far from an item at the level of Lamino's travels. It's worth at least 10,000 pounds. If I were to encounter a Beyonder with the backing of a major faction, it wouldn't be a problem to sell it for more than 30,000 pounds. Alger swept his gaze across Miss Justice, who was inquiring about the price, and Catlia, who had nudged her glasses and was about to join the bidding. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He didn't believe that the trade would fail as he wished. It wouldn't be sold by the time he returned from the primitive island. Miss Justice is rich, and the Hermit has Queen Mystic and the Moses Ascetic Order. They aren't lacking in money or resources. Sigh. The Hanging Man Alger changed his sitting posture slightly as he stared across him with a heavy gaze. Emlyn and Son were similarly interested in Lamino's travels, but that was all. They knew very well that they didn't have the ability to make the corresponding exchange. Upon hearing Miss Justice's question, Furs realized that she seemed to have forgotten to mention the most important point. She hurriedly added, "No, it's not for sale, but for rental. When you need it, you can rent it for a short period of time. Mr. Fool will bear witness to it." Rent? That's possible? At that moment, apart from the Fool Klein and son, Catlia and company were clearly taken aback. Without a doubt, they knew what a rental transaction was, but they never imagined that it could be applied to a mystical item, much less that it would appear on the tarot. This seemed to be very feasible. This was rather useful to every member of the tarot. Furthermore, the cost was very low, making it affordable. As for Miss Magicians, she could accumulate an objective sum of wealth. No, what was most useful was the Beyonder powers recorded. She could use this to gather different types of Beyonder powers from different pathways. It was many times more efficient than finding an opportunity to record them by herself. Alger quickly figured out the crux of the rental deal. Delighted, he asked, "What's the point of the rental deal?" Delighted, he asked, "How do I rent it?" Laymanos Travels corresponds to a sequence 6. Normally, it's worth about £5,000, but with its uniqueness, it's worth at least £10,000. Magician's Furs had accumulated quite a bit of experience in the tarot. After some consideration, she said, "The basic fee for each rental is £300, with an additional £50 for every additional day. And when returning, you have to ensure that the Beyonder powers in the notebook have 2 more pages than when it was rented out. If there's only 1 blank page or no blank page, you just have to fill in the entire notebook." 2 more pages didn't mean 2 more powers. This also meant that she could freely use the Beyonder powers in Laymanos Travels. It just needed to be filled in at the end. It didn't need to be of the same type, just the number of pages. £50 a day, £1,500 a month. If it's possible, I can keep renting it. Audrey did a simple calculation of the cost. The hanging man Alger felt agitated and excited when he heard that, but he said without a change in expression, "I plan on renting it for 2 days. However, the exact price still needs to be discussed. It will be adjusted according to the existing Beyonder powers in the notebook." He felt a lot more confident in his exploration of the primitive island. "When do you plan on renting it?" Furs asked in delight when she saw that business had immediately appeared. "I'll rent it for 2 days between this weekend and the end of next week. The exact time has yet to be confirmed," Alger replied without any hesitation. Furs immediately frowned and said in a slightly cowardly manner, "Don't worry about it. I've already rented it to Mr. World during this period of time." "Rented it to World? When did that happen?" The hanging man Alger looked at the end of the long bronze table in surprise. He immediately came to a realization, believing that it was an agreement that the World and the magicians had reached during their private conversation. Why would they reach such an agreement? "There's no need for Miss Magicians to inform me of the rental of the mystical item. They've contacted each other in private and had other transactions." What kind of contact or transactions could they have? Previously, Miss Magicians had entrusted the assassination of an Aurora Order Oracle, and the World had accepted the mission. And that Oracle's specialty is to record the Beyonder powers of others and use them once. This is identical to Laymanos Travels. Does this mean that the World has already succeeded? As a result, Miss Magicians owes him a debt and hasn't been able to resolve it completely. Now, she's finally thought of a way to repay it? Alger eliminated one possibility after another before finally feeling that he had found the truth. Before anyone heard anything, the World German Sparrow had easily hunted an Aurora Order Oracle, a suspected Sequence 5 Oracle. This left the hanging man Alger secretly alarmed. This was because he was about to cooperate with the World. Thankfully, there's Mr. Fool as a witness. As a blessed, German Sparrow wouldn't go back on an agreement made in front of a deity. Alger consoled himself as he retracted his gaze from the World. Meanwhile, Audrey and Catlia had also thought of the Aurora Order's Oracle from the various transactions between Mr. World and Miss Magicians. Thinking of how his Beyonder powers were similar to Laymanos Travels, they couldn't help but guess that the World might have already completed the mission, and the rental of the spellbook was part of the transaction. Emlyn didn't think about these matters as he focused on not being able to borrow it this weekend and next week. In other words, I can borrow it for the first few days of the week? If I have the help of this notebook, those two primordial moon believers won't pose any threat to me. Emlyn looked around, feeling anxious as he said slowly, "Can I rent it for today and tomorrow? Can I rent it for today and tomorrow?" £400 plus 2 pages of Beyonder Powers, Magician's Furs directly offered. Emlyn nodded gently and said, "First, introduce the Beyonder Powers that have been recorded. If they aren't of much use to me, I wish to lower the price. This is because I still need to spend time recording them." Magician's Furs flipped through Lamino's Travels and gave a vague introduction. Door opening, black screen, tumble, teleportation, lightning strike, float, flight, windblade. Why are there so many Beyonder Powers from the Storm domain? Did the world use them? He recorded the corresponding Beyonder Powers of Sea God from Mr. Fool. When I return to the cathedral, I'll have to investigate what has happened in Bakeland recently. That oracle shouldn't have died without any news. As Alger listened, he had thoughts of investigating. P.S. Requesting for double the monthly votes for the last day. Also, I have good news to announce. The publisher has agreed to publish a remade version of the physical book's first volume. The cover and design will be better, and only the sensitive and erroneous parts will be changed. When the remade version is published, those who have already bought the first volume and aren't satisfied with it can apply for a swap. Chapter 810. The Hermit also made the connection from the Beyonder Powers of Lamino's Travels to the world's German Sparrow, as well as the scepter in Mr. Fool's hand that originated from Sea God Cavituous. I wonder if I can pay a certain price to get the Fool to display the demigod-level powers of Storm and his own domain. This is better than seeking help from the Moses Ascetic Order. That will let them know that I have Lamino's Travels. I'll first write to Her Majesty. Perhaps she'll come to the future to display her powers. The more Catlia thought about it, the more she felt that the spellbook had value that exceeded its level. Unfortunately, Miss Magicians only rented it and not sold it. After hearing the introduction, Emlyn secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was because lightning-related Beyonder powers were very lethal against artificial vampires. Of course, it was the same for the vampires. Very good. I was worried that I would have no choice but to seek help from Sun and pass Lamino's Travels to him, requesting him to demonstrate his purification powers and record it. Emlyn instantly felt relaxed as he shot a glance at Sun and said to Magician's Furs, "That's right. Deal. £400 and some records of Beyonder powers were nothing compared to the mission he wanted to complete. It's really fast to earn money this way. Furthermore, I can obtain Beyonder powers." Furs suddenly felt that the future was bright. "All right, I'll get Mr. Fool to pass it to you after the gathering." Right on the heels of that, she turned to look at Catlia. The direct descendant of the house of Abraham, has replied. "Do you want to speak privately, or do you want me to say it directly?" The hermit Catlia thought for a moment. "Talk to me alone." Soon, everyone's senses were blocked. Magician's Furs relayed her teacher's words. They don't know much about Mr. Door either. They only know three things. Firstly, their family's ancestor had an existence who called himself Mr. Door. Second, this ancestor went missing during the War of the Four Emperors. They've been working hard to find his whereabouts. Thirdly, they will hear murmurs that can cause them to lose control during the full moon and blood moon. Also, they don't want to contact you directly for now. The third point was added by Furs herself. She hoped that Mayim Hermit and Queen Mystic, who backed her, could use this opportunity to figure out the matter regarding Mr. Door. This would help the house of Abraham escape its cursed fate. Mr. Door is the ancestor of the house of Abraham. He disappeared during the War of the Four Emperors and will produce ravings every full moon. Yes, the latter point was confirmed by Mr. Fool. There's no doubt about it. In other words, although Mr. Door has disappeared, he still relies on the ravings of the full moon and blood moon to influence Beyonders of the same bloodline, as well as creatures who use specific items. This means that he hasn't completely lost contact with the real world. Is this how the Emperor intersects with him? Queen Mystic once said that a member of the House of Abraham was working for the Emperor. Catlia had some guesses as she nodded slightly. If there are any other questions, I'll continue asking you to pass them on. I'll pay the remaining £650 today. £650. Together with Mr. Moon's £400, I've earned £1,050 today. Together with the remaining £730 from before, as well as the £1,000 I might have left after selling the 2 properties and paying Mr. World, my savings will exceed £3,000. This way, I'll have enough money for the other main ingredient of scribe. I might even have some left over. At that moment, Furs suddenly realized that she had become a little rich. This made her wonder if she should help Zio purchase an interrogator beyond her characteristic to make up for the risk this good friend of hers had to bear during the assassination of Mr. X. After the sensory blockage ended, before Furs could say a word, she heard the world's German sparrow say in a hoarse voice, "I need a mystical item from the Marauder Pathway. I need a mystical item from the Marauder Pathway. Anything that corresponds to sequence 9 or 8 will do." The hermit Catlia thought for a moment and said, "I can help you ask around. I can help you ask, but there aren't many items from the Marauder Pathway appearing. There might be a premium." "No problem," Klein replied as he controlled the world. He then made the puppet look at Miss Magicians, who had just become rich. "I want to sell an interrogator beyond her characteristic for £1,000. Typically speaking, such a sequence 7 beyond her characteristic that could be used as a main ingredient would cost about £1,200. However, Klein now had 2 of them. Furthermore, thinking that he had used Miss Zio to participate in the gathering, it might bring her a certain amount of risk, so he gave a slight discount. "Only £1,000. This is a special price in a department store. But why does Mr. Whirl know what I want? Right? He's blessed a Mr. Fool. The interrogator beyond her characteristic from before is in his hands, and he knows that I can afford it now." Magician's Furs was taken aback for 2 seconds, nearly forgetting to respond. During this process, Audrey resisted the urge to shop because she knew that Zio needed such items. £1,000? An interrogator beyond her characteristic? The hermit Catlia seriously wondered if the world had any hidden intentions. Then, she heard Miss Magician say, "Deal? I haven't even named a price." Catlia mumbled inwardly, but she maintained her silence on the surface. She could vaguely tell that the world and the magicians had a strange tacit understanding on this matter, so she didn't rashly interrupt. Similarly, she could sense that something good had happened to the hanging man over the past week. He was more spirited than before, appearing more confident. He previously bought the Ocean Songster Potion formula and main ingredient. He also asked me where there are Obninsk sea monsters that don't belong to the Church of the Storm. This should have something to do with the ritual. He has already advanced. Catlia suddenly felt a sense of danger. As the famous Admiral of Stars of the 5 Seas, she had always felt a sense of superiority on the tarot. But in recent times, the world German Sparrow had shown the strength to hunt pirate admirals. Following that, the Hanging Man had become a sequence 5, and one that was very good at naval combat. This made her feel that she no longer had the right to look down on others. She suddenly felt a sense of urgency that she hadn't felt in a long time. However, what lies before me is sequence 4, the boundary between spirituality and godhood. How can it be that easy to advance? I've prepared for years, but I still haven't seen any hope. Catlia sighed inwardly and looked at the world German Sparrow. She took the initiative to ask, "Are you confident about that drop of mythical creature blood?" "I was just waiting for you to mention it." As the fool Klein watched the transaction with a smile, he controlled the world to laugh hoarsely. "That angel wanted me to ask you, what price can you pay to get him to give him a drop of blood?" He emphasized that it has to be to his satisfaction. Angel? Mr. World can directly contact an angel. Furthermore, he can convince the other party to give him a drop of blood. Audrey was first alarmed before her thoughts raced as she turned her head to look at the end of the long bronze table. She suspected that Mr. Fool's blessed, the world, was contacting the angel who served Mr. Fool. She was the same as the magicians and company. She previously believed that the world knew where the angel or the remains of an angel were. She never expected him to directly speak to an angel. After all, an angel that walked the earth was equivalent to the religious leaders of the 7 churches. Indeed, the hanging man Alger sighed silently, feeling that his previous guess had been confirmed. As expected of Mr. Fool's blessed, Catlia held back her surprise and joy as she pondered for a moment. I wonder which pathway's angel he is from? The world surveyed the area and said, that's right, monster. Monster. In other words, an angel of the fate pathway? It's no wonder Mr. Fool's honorific name has the words King of Yellow and Black, who wields good luck. Audrey, Sun, and company were enlightened. They felt that their deductions were in line with the actual situation and internal logic. Their gazes and guesses of their train of thought stirred Klein. Only then did he notice the corresponding problem. In his made-up honorific name, there was a description of wielding good luck, and it successfully pointed above the gray fog. Could it be related to the fact that people of the fate pathway can directly see my uniqueness? Snake of Mercury, while Septon took the initiative to express goodwill and establish a relationship with me. Could this be a factor? In my 3-paragraph honorific name, the first paragraph is a description of my essence. The second paragraph is a description of the divine realm. Only the third paragraph involves authority and wields good luck. Of course, the word fool itself might also contain a certain level of authority. Klein suddenly felt the need to find another opportunity to communicate with a particular unborn fetus. However, he suspected that the paper crane would tear at any moment. This was because just the process of wiping the original contents was rather dangerous. At this moment, the hermit Catlius said, "Thank you for your help. I'll consider it seriously and try to give you an answer as soon as possible." She planned on taking the opportunity to consult Queen Mystic to see what conditions could move an angel of the fate pathway. With the hermit and the world conversation coming to an end, the transaction was officially over. The tarot members entered the free exchange segment. Magicians first thought for a moment and looked at Emlyn. Let me remind you of 2 things. First, memorize every page's corresponding power. If you flip the wrong page in battle and use the wrong power, it will be very dangerous. Emlyn immediately scoffed. I'm very confident in my intelligence. Furs didn't say anything else and instead mentioned, that's right. Instead, she said, a serious incident involving Beyonders happened in Eastborough. The surrounding area is in a state of high alert. If you wish to carry out operations there, it's best you pay more attention. Emlyn placed great importance on this piece of information. He immediately asked, do you know what serious incident it is? P.S. Requesting for double monthly votes on the last day, PS2. Let's talk about the reset of the physical book. This time it's a swap. After the reset version is released, those who bought the first volume can apply for a swap unconditionally. Also, there will definitely be some typos and incorrect sentences in the content, as well as some sensitive content. After all, it has to be in line with the policy. This is something I can accept. As for the paper, cover design, and the accessories that come with it, they will be selected and reviewed by me. I'll get a lucky audience to decide. That's about it. Once the reset version is released, everyone can apply for a swap. Chapter 811. Upon hearing Mr. Moon's question, Magician's Furs nearly blurted out, yes. It's very clear. I just don't know the details of the process. However, she managed to control her mouth in time as she looked at Mr. World, who was seated at the end of the long bronze table in fear. Almost at the same time, the hanging man Alger, Audrey, and Catlia combined their previous guesses and vaguely guessed that the serious matter that had happened in Eastborough of Bakeland was the assassination of the Aurora Order's oracle, assassinated by the world. And, as she wasn't a spectator, there was no way to read the answer from the look in his eyes. All Furs could do was force a smile at Emlyn. As for the exact details, I'm unable to answer you. I only know that a demigod level beyond her power in the Storm domain appeared. This made the Church of the Storm place great importance on it. She didn't dare explain the entire story on Mr. World's behalf. All she did was simply describe what she had seen. From her point of view, if Mr. World was willing to divulge the matter, she would definitely add to it. A demigod level beyond her power in the Storm domain? Audrey and company were taken aback as they instinctively suspected if their guesses were correct. They had previously believed that Lamino's Travels was an item formed after the Aurora Order's oracle died. Therefore, it was impossible for the world to use Mr. Fool's help to record a demigod-level power before he assassinated him. The serious matter that involved a Beyonder in East Borough had nothing to do with Mr. World? No. Furz's glance was enough to prove that it was Mr. World's doing. However, why would a demigod-level Beyonder power in the Storm Domain appear? One possibility is that Lamino's Travels isn't the reward of the assassination, and that it originally belonged to Furz. The other possibility is that a cardinal of the Church of the Storm or a Beyonder with a corresponding sealed artifact had attacked it. If it's the former, to be able to make Mr. World use a demigod-level Beyonder power, it means that the Oracle is rather powerful. Furthermore, there's a saint backing him. If it's the latter, Mr. World being able to leave safely under such an attack is enough to show how terrifying he is, of course. I can't rule out the possibility that he deliberately led the people of the Church of the Storm to meet the Aurora Order's oracle. And while the battle between demigods broke out, the scene was abnormally chaotic, and he efficiently completed the assassination. From the various details that she had observed, Audrey had a few guesses, and every guess pointed to the same thing. World has strength, intelligence, support, and the ability to take action. He's one of the top sequence 5 Beyonders below demigods. How terrifying. As expected of Mr. Fool's blessed. When I reach a cathedral, I should be able to figure out the details of this matter. The hanging man Alger also had a preliminary judgment as he sighed inwardly. All he could do was console himself that with such a helper, the exploration of the primitive island would be much easier. As for Catlia, she had similar thoughts as Audrey. She planned on asking Queen Mystic about the situation. This owner of the Dawn had previously revealed in her letter that she was currently in Bakeland. Storm Domain, demigod-level Beyonder power. Emlyn repeated Miss Magician's words with a slight headache. Although he liked to stay at home and didn't like going out, he was in a huge city. From time to time, he would head to the hospital to get some blood to drink, so he still had some common sense. In addition to the warnings and teachings of his elders, he had a deep understanding of the official organizations like the Mandated Punishers, Nighthawks, and Machinery Hivemind. He knew how such a serious matter would affect the surrounding area. If I infiltrate East Borough without a good disguise, I might be pinned down and captured by the Mandated Punishers before I even approach the target. Although I have the identity of a member of the Church of Mother Goddess, preventing me from being imprisoned underground or becoming a sealed artifact researcher, this also means that the operation will fail. I might even have Lamino's Travels taken away. At this stage, it's even more dangerous to walk through the sewers. I wonder how many official Beyonders are lurking there. Emlyn suddenly realized that the seemingly easy mission had become very difficult. He quickly made a decision. He would take action after evening and before midnight. During this period of time, the lower-class citizens of East Borough would be returning from their work. Although it was dark, the streets were bustling. Even if the Mandated Punishers had 10 times the number of people, they wouldn't be able to carry out strict surveillance under such circumstances and identify every suspicious person. What's next is to plan the operation and try to finish off the 2 artificial vampires without causing a stir. Yes, I have to consider the situation where the battle is intense, and I can't hide it. Wait, Miss Magicians just mentioned that Lamino's Travels has the Beyonder power of teleportation. Problem solved. Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. I'll take note. He said this very calmly, appearing very confident as though everything was under his control. This fellow, Emlyn, was put in a difficult position before relaxing. It's 90% because he thought of the Traveler's Door in Lamino's Travels. If I hadn't drawn traveling, I would have definitely added a condition. That is, before the World German Sparrow uses it, no one is to touch that spellbook page. Klein scoffed inwardly without saying a word. To him, since Lamino's Travels only had one Traveler's Door, he would definitely need to use Creeping Hunger to return to the primitive island. In that case, he might as well squeeze the glove dry. Regardless, he had to feed a death row criminal, so he couldn't waste it. In short, I've warned you. Magician's furs didn't speak further. All she wished was for Mr. Moon to do well. At this moment, the hanging man Alger turned his head to look at little Sunday. "You're still in the City of Silver?" "Yes. My recent mission is to familiarize myself with my powers and patrol the surrounding area," Sun answered without hiding anything. Alger pondered for a moment and said, "Yes. That elder shepherd hasn't come looking for you recently?" "No." Derek paused and said, "The six-member council seems to be busy with the former chief's mausoleum. As for the details, I don't have the authority to know." Klein had heard Sun mention the former chief of the City of Silver. He said that he had built a mausoleum deep underground and moved in, never to come out again. It was suspected that he had failed to switch to sequence 3 of the death pathway. "I wonder what happened inside the mausoleum. My spiritual intuition tells me that there's hidden danger." Before Klein could say a word, he heard the hanging man Alger say, "Take note of this matter. At this critical stage, studying the former chief's mausoleum won't be simple. It might bring you danger." "Okay." Sun nodded vigorously. "I'll try my best to figure out the exact situation." The exchange continued. As they hadn't encountered much this week, this segment quickly came to an end. The members of the Tarot began to teach Sun about the mysticism language of the outside world and learned some ancient myths from him. During this process, Audrey felt a little disappointed and depressed. This was because she didn't buy anything at the gathering, nor did she share anything. Her participation wasn't enough. Sigh. "My life is too peaceful and stable. There's nothing to share." However, that's normal. As the Earl of Eastchester, the daughter of one of the top 3 bankers in the kingdom, if I were to frequently encounter Beyonder events and lead a thrilling life every week, it would only mean that the existing social stratification and political structure isn't enough to support the order of a Beyonder world. There's bound to be a fundamental subversive change. Yes, when I return to Bakeland and increase my connections with psychological alchemy, I'll be able to improve this situation. Audrey quickly became optimistic as she stood up and bade farewell to Mr. Fool. Over the past 6 months, due to the stimulation from Susie, she had read quite a number of useful books. The depth and maturity of her thinking had greatly improved compared to before. North Borough of Bakeland, 16 Buckland Street. After ending the tarot, Klein walked to the balcony attached to his bedroom and looked at the surrounding greenery. With Miss Magician's attempt at renting out Lamino's travels, there will definitely be one more item that will be frequently traded on the tarot. Perhaps they don't have the awareness of this and never thought that their Beyonder powers can be sold. When there are more rentals, there will definitely be someone who can help record a particular power during the transaction phase. When the time comes, with me having quite a number of mystical items, I can stably provide Beyonder powers in many domains. This won't be sold for too much, but it's good for a long time. There will often be people who need it. I wonder who will be the first to muster the courage to ask the Fool for help, hoping to record the powers of a demigod. This requires an equivalent exchange, and a sufficient price has to be paid. If no one dares to take this step, afraid of blaspheming a deity, I can get the world to make an example. After all, Mr. Fool has been very amiable and casual from the beginning. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes, he might agree to such a deal. With the previous example of punishing Mom Hermit, I believe no one will belittle the Fool because of this. They will only feel honored, delighted, and horrified. Klein's thoughts ran wild as he thought about tarot. He was filled with anticipation for the subsequent Beyonder Powers transactions. Just then, he heard knocking on the door. "Please come in," Don Dantes, with graying sideburns, turned around and said. The doorknob was turned, and the door opened. Butler Walter, who was wearing white gloves, walked in. "Mrs. Mary of the Atmospheric Pollution Board is here to see you, sir." "Do you want to see her?" "Mary Short?" "The major shareholder of the Coin Company, the wife who once asked me to investigate her ex-husband's affair? Why is she here?" "Don't tell me she has taken a liking to Don Dantes." Klein nodded with a smile, feeling somewhat puzzled. "It's almost tea time. Let's bring it forward." "All right. I'll invite Mrs. Mary to the activity room on the 2nd floor." Walter easily understood his employer's intentions. Klein nodded slightly and didn't speak further. With the help of his valet, Richardson, he put on his coat and went down to the second floor. Soon he saw Mrs. Mary with high cheekbones in the activity room. This lady was wearing a dark blue dress. Her accessories were elegant, and she looked flashy and reserved. Compared to last year, she appeared more tasteful and elegant. "Good afternoon, ma'am. I've always been wondering when I can visit you and listen to you talk about what happened during the Bakelin Atmospheric Pollution Survey." Klein took the initiative to say politely. Mary replied with a smile. "Unfortunately, I haven't had that opportunity." After exchanging a few pleasantries about the recent weather, Klein, who was sitting on the single-seater sofa, raised his porcelain teacup. You seem to be troubled by something?" He could tell that Mary was hesitating and deliberating. Mary let out a half-smile and half-sigh. "I've heard of your knowledge and wisdom. I believe you are a gentleman with outstanding foresight. It's this. Are you interested in buying some shares of the coin company?" "Why, have you encountered any difficulties?" Klein asked in a staid manner. Mary shook her head. "It's someone else who wants to sell it. P.S. Yesterday, Uncle Chong told me that I'm short of more than 3,000 words to 60,000 words. This will allow everyone to have a 6% return. He hopes that I can add a chapter today and return the first one from last month. However, as I'm heading out today, 3 chapters means that there won't be any backlog. If I can't do 2 chapters tomorrow on time, it will make everyone wait in agony. Therefore, I could only apologetically reject him at first. However, I later thought of something. We're fickle. No, it's not the first time we've done an early update. I can do it today as well. This way, I can gather 60,000 words and allow everyone to return. I also don't have to worry about not having a backlog. Yes, this is the chapter that I'll be writing at noon tomorrow. There's only 1 chapter left tomorrow, and it'll still be at 7 p.m. There won't be any changes. I have to write the backlog tomorrow morning. I'll also ask for monthly votes. There's still an hour and a half left for the double." Chapter 8:12. Someone else wants to sell it? Klein pondered over this sentence and didn't immediately respond with a question. He waited until the maid came in to place the 3-tiered silver tray before leaving before smiling. "Ma'am, why don't you buy it yourself? Even a blind person can tell that the future of Rouen will only pay more attention to the treatment of environmental pollution. Therefore, the coin company, whose main business is anthracite and high-quality charcoal, will definitely have very good prospects. It's no longer a fantasy to be worth 500,000 pounds or even £1 million. Of course, the premise is that the company's management can keep up with the corresponding expansion. Under such circumstances, buying coin shares is definitely a profitable business. If I were you, I would buy it myself, even if I have to shoulder heavy debts." Mary used 2 fingers to pick up a cucumber sandwich from the silver tray at the bottom. She took a bite, chewed it slowly, and swallowed it. With this buffer, she finally organized her words. Ever since the Air Pollution Control Act was passed, the coin company has rapidly developed. The faces of the shareholders have begun to change. As you know, those who chase after money always have a keen sense of smell in this aspect, and there are often important figures hiding behind them. If I wasn't a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council and didn't use this opportunity to get to know many nobles and high-ranking government employees, I believe I would also be under pressure. I would have no choice but to sell my shares at a relatively good price and obtain a decent income before retiring from this stage. But even so, a large number of shares are rapidly being concentrated. I'm about to lose my position as the largest shareholder and no longer have the ability to lead the company. This is the property that my father left me. I don't wish for it to become someone else's toy. I hope that it can slowly develop into the largest supplier of anthracite and high-quality charcoal in Bakeland, or even the entire Rouen kingdom. It's not that I haven't tried other methods. I pledged my shares, sold my estate, and invested most of my liquid funds to secretly obtain 15% of the shares. I also got the help of trustworthy friends around me to obtain a total of 10% of the shares. Together with the 20% I originally had, I have 45% of the shares. This time, a minor shareholder suddenly decided to sell off his 3% shares, and my friends and I don't have enough money to buy for the time being. This is a battle in the business world. Klein, who was used to fighting beyonders, was encountering such a matter for the first time. It felt fresh and unfamiliar. He also reached out and took a high-quality ham sandwich from the bottom of the three-tiered silver tray. As he ate, he pondered for more than 10 seconds. You should be able to use the subsequent shares as collateral, right? We don't have enough time. The other side has already made an offer. We can trade at any time, Mary said as she ate the remaining food in her hand. Klein leaned against the sofa's back in a relaxed manner. Why me? Mary heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the question. First, you definitely brought a lot of cash to Bakeland, so there's no need for you to raise it through other means. Second, you just came to Bakeland, so you don't have any deep ties with them. This is an advantage that others I can find don't have. To be frank, this also means that I'm not afraid that you will violate the agreement you signed. Even if you take the initiative to side with them, they will have to consider if it's worth it to go against the law. Third, although we've only met once, I think you're a knowledgeable, intelligent, and gentlemanly person. This praise makes me feel a little embarrassed. However, this also means that Don Dantes' acting has achieved its desired effect. At least everyone knows that he's a middle-aged gentleman with experience and ability. Furthermore, he has large amounts of cash in his hands, unsure of what to invest in. The original £16,943 plus the £6,000 for Miss Magicians, as well as the £48 provided by Mr. X, I have a total of £22,991 in cash and 5 gold coins. Even if I deduct the £5,987 I owe Miss Messenger, I'll be considered a true tycoon. Many people with assets of £100,000 don't even have that much cash flow. Klein couldn't help but count his assets as he asked with a smile, Mom, what do you wish for me to do? Mary drank a mouthful of black tea and smoothly said, Buy the 3% shares. Absorb the 3% shares, but before that, I'll sign 2 agreements with you. The first is an agreement to forcefully buy out the shares in your hands after 3 months, and I'll pay the corresponding tax based on the highest price of the shares during this period. The second is an agreement to act in concert. In addition, I'll make you a member of the Coin Company's board of directors. You'll enjoy the corresponding benefits and supervise the company's development, as well as help you better enter high society. It sounds like I'm providing a loan, and Mary will return a certain amount of interest and social resources. And compared to a debt agreement, I'll at least have the shares of a high-quality company. It's more secure. After all, she and I are considered strangers. Of course, the premise is that there aren't any problems with the coin company itself. Yes, this is also the reason why she made me a director. Klein analyzed the conditions and Mary offered and gradually felt tempted. From his point of view, Don Dantes' identity definitely required him to make investments. Otherwise, it would be easy to be suspected. Then, the choice of investment was a rather important problem, especially considering that Don Dantes could give up everything he had and leave Bakeland due to the success or failure of his operation. When the time comes, I'll have a chance to take the money away, but forget about the shares. This kind of investment that can quickly earn back funds suits my needs. I might even earn quite a bit. Klein thought for a moment and smiled warmly. It's my duty to help a lady solve her problems. Madame Marie immediately relaxed. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Don Dantes continue in a magnetic voice. However, I'm quite cautious about any investment. I'll hire a team of lawyers and accountants to investigate Coin Company's situation and come to a conclusion as soon as possible. If there are no problems, then I look forward to working with you. Other than that, I also know how to do divination. Klein silently added in his heart. Of course, Madame Marie said with a smile. I will bear the expenses in this regard. Klein didn't reject it as he nodded. What is the current value of the 3% shares? The normal valuation is £9,600, but that shareholder believes that with the Coin Company's development prospects, it can't be lower than £12,000. Madame Marie gave the specific information. Phew! Klein smiled calmly and leisurely. It's all right. Don Dantes is indeed very rich. Madame Marie thought for a moment and took the initiative to speak. Don Dantes, can I invite you to visit the coin company tomorrow? That's exactly what I wish for, Klein replied with a smile. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of something. His former landlord, Stellan Sammer's husband, was likely still a manager at the coin company. Another acquaintance, but it's not Don Dantes's. Klein sighed inwardly for some baffling reason. At 8 at night, there were still many pedestrians on the roads leading into East Borough. Their fatigue was obvious, and this situation would continue until nearly 10. Emlyn White had changed into a grayish-blue worker's uniform and wore a cap. He hid in the streets of the Bakelin Bridge area, observing the poor who came and went. Although he didn't have any experience in disguising himself, he at least had eyes and brains. After observing for a while, he discovered that there were many problems with himself. Most importantly, compared to the dirty and tattered clothes of the poor, the worker's uniform he had just bought from the store in the afternoon appeared too new and clean. It easily attracted the attention of others. Emlyn thought for a moment and returned to the dark alley. He stretched out his fingers and, based on the phenomena he had previously observed, tore apart the parts of his clothes that were easily damaged. Then, he surveyed the area as his facial muscles gradually contorted. With a look of disdain and resistance, Emlyn came to the wall, closed his eyes, and rubbed the dirty things onto his clothes and pants. The smell of coal ash, the smell of rotting mud, the smell of urine. Emlyn subconsciously reached out his palm and covered his mouth, nearly vomiting. At this moment, he realized that having a beyonder sense of smell wasn't necessarily a good thing. After a few minutes of torment, Emlyn finally completed his disguise. Even his handsome face was covered in soot. With this disguise, he bent his back slightly and followed the crowd into East Borough without attracting anyone's attention. As he walked, Emlyn discovered a problem. He didn't know the way. He had no idea where Limestone Street and Beijing Street were in East Borough, and most of the road signs here had been damaged. Assassination, sure, is a troublesome matter. Emlyn mumbled and began asking for directions. After nearly an hour of hard work, he finally arrived at Limestone Street. The road here was narrow, and the buildings on both sides were very close to each other. Even during the day, it appeared very gloomy. At night, it was even more terrifying and gloomy. However, to a sanguine, such an environment wasn't bad. The only problem was that it was too dirty and messy. After spraying himself with an antidote to eliminate the smell, Emlyn entered apartment 6 and went up to the 3rd floor. He pinched his nose and approached the public washroom, standing outside the room of the primordial moon believer, Argos. Emlyn listened attentively and released the fingers that were pinching his nose in puzzlement. At that moment, he nearly fainted from the stench coming from the public washroom. It wasn't easy for him to focus his attention on the room. His sense of smell told him that there was no one inside, nor were there any corpses. Moved away? They haven't returned yet? Emlyn muttered to himself in a daze. He never expected that the hunt wouldn't go so smoothly. Forcefully reining in his thoughts, Emlyn left the apartment and rushed to 19 Beijing Street. This time, he was delighted to discover that there was someone in the room. Gallus Kevin was home. At that moment, Emlyn caught a whiff of another person's scent. It was very similar to the scent in Argos's room on Limestone Street. 2 people. There are 2 people in the room. Argos isn't home because he's here for Gallus Kevin. 2 people. Emlyn's expression suddenly froze. He wasn't worried at all if it was a one-on-one, but if it was a one-on-two, even with Lamino's travels, he felt a little afraid. After all, they were 2 artificial vampires, and they weren't weak. Chapter 8:13. As a sanguine who liked to stay at home, the number of battles Emlyn had participated in over the years could be counted on one hand. Furthermore, he had never fought one against many, be it against the primordial moon believer from before or against the Harvest Church's Bishop Utravsky. He basically had the advantage in numbers. At worst, it was a one-on-one battle. Thinking of how his family of 3 had failed to defeat the half-giant bishop, Emlyn's face gradually turned green as though he had recalled the torture he had suffered in the Harvest Church. As there were many tenants coming and going, and an artificial vampire like Gallus Kevin similarly had sharp senses, he didn't dare to stay outside for too long. He quickly passed the area and walked to the end of the corridor, hiding in the darkness. What should I do next? Emlyn leaned against the junk that blocked the crimson moonlight as his mind raced, attempting to find a solution with his pathetic amount of experience. Gradually, the words that the hanging man had taught Sun surfaced in his mind. Patience is an important prerequisite for dealing with many situations. Only by knowing how to restrain one's impulses and impatience can one avoid risks to the greatest extent. At times, it's very important to endure. Endure. Emlyn nodded indiscernibly, knowing what he had to do. He planned on hiding here and waiting for Argos to leave. This wasn't the artificial vampire's residence. He would definitely leave, and when that happened, Emlyn would be able to deal with the problem one-on-one. Patience, endure, wait. Emlyn repeated similar words inwardly to resist the damage his surroundings inflicted on him. The air on the first floor of the apartment was filled with the stench of urine, damp water, feces that hadn't been washed properly, the pungent smell of low-quality coal burning, the stench of sweat that hadn't been washed for days, the strong smell of certain tenants, and all kinds of sour, unpleasant, and disgusting smells mixed together, corroding Emlyn's senses like poison. For the first time in his life, Emlyn wished to cut off his nose. He had the feeling that he was in the abyss, suffering the torture in hell. Patience, forbearance, waiting. He mechanically recited the rules. Every second felt like an eternity. Finally, he saw Gallus Kevin's door open. A thin figure with dark brown skin walked out. His cheekbones protruded, and his nose bridge was high with a slight hook. He was none other than the primordial moon believer, Argos. At this moment, his face was swollen and festering in several places, looking a little disgusting. Indeed, it's just as that little old man Ian said. This fellow's clothes are clean and tidy. He doesn't look like a resident of East Borough at all. Emlyn's mind stirred as he mumbled as he watched Argos walk out of the apartment. After waiting patiently for nearly 5 minutes, he stood up and decided to take action. As his target, Gallus Kevin, was an artificial vampire, Emlyn knew what he was good at and what traits he had. This allowed him to make targeted preparations. Gallus Kevin's sense of smell isn't much worse than mine when I first came of age. I can't be sure about that. For him to be able to live in such an environment, perhaps he has already lost his nose and his brain. Besides, his spirituality isn't weak. He has an instinctive sense of danger. His vision and hearing aren't bad either. As Emlyn despised him, he consumed the potion and sprayed the liquid, concealing his scent once again. Right on the heels of that, just like before, he used the potion he consumed and sprayed to conceal his body and coat, vanishing from his spot as though he had been erased by an eraser. In a dark corner with no one around, a palm-sized bronze-green notebook suddenly appeared out of thin air, as though it had passed through a transparent barrier. It flipped on its own without a sound, finally stopping on a piece of white paper formed from many astrological symbols. These symbols vanished as the surroundings turned slightly brighter. This was the interference ability of an astrologer. Then, the bronze-green Lamino's travels shrank back, vanishing inch by inch before being concealed by the invisible barrier once again. Having finished his preparations, Emlyn recalled his plan of action. With light footsteps, he silently arrived outside Gallus Kevin's room. But he didn't approach the main door. The bronze-green notebook appeared out of thin air once again as it flipped to the door-opening page. The illusory voice immediately resounded in Emlyn's mind, pushing him to extend a hand and press it against the wall. At the same time, Emlyn cautiously put Lamino's travels back into his clothes, concealing it with the help of the invisibility coat. When Emlyn's palm finally pressed against the wall, a ghostly blue, incorporeal, blurry door suddenly appeared in front of him. It was embedded into the wall, but it also revealed traces of the bricks beneath it. After listening to the commotion in the room and taking a whiff of the air, Emlyn took a step forward and passed through the ghostly blue door as though he was passing through a water curtain. The scene in front of him instantly changed. There was a wall covered in stains, as well as a wooden bed, dilapidated cupboard, and all sorts of junk placed on the other 3 sides. This was the interior of Gallus Kevin's room. As for the ghostly blue door behind Emlyn, it had long vanished, as though it had never existed. After carefully surveying his surroundings, Emlyn caught sight of his target, Gallus Kevin. This primordial moon believer was a mixed blood with rather good looks. His hair was rather long, reaching his shoulders. His brown eyes had a tinge of dark red, as though he hadn't completely obtained the eye color of a sanguine. At this moment, he was sitting by the bed, staring at the door. It was a mystery what he was thinking. Emlyn silently circled to the side and took out Lamino's travels from his blind spot. He flipped to a page that left his fingers slightly numb. The page was yellowish-brown in color, seemingly made of goat skin. It was filled with all sorts of ancient and distorted symbols and patterns. Together, they formed a picture that resembled a thin tree extending its branches. After adjusting his angle, Emlyn slid his finger across the paper. Suddenly, the silver-white lightning lit up the room as if it was daytime. Before a sizzling sound could be heard, the lightning had already struck Gallus Kevin's head, instantly charring the primordial moon believer's body. His body convulsed violently as his eyes momentarily lost focus. While the silver lightning snakes were still flailing about, Emlyn White's figure suddenly appeared behind his stiff target. He reached out his right palm and grabbed his neck. "Gotcha!" He calmly snapped Gallus Kevin's cervical vertebrae before pulling out his head and throwing his body out. He didn't give Gallus Kevin a chance to recover with his powerful, self-healing abilities. "Pah!" Gallus Kevin's headless corpse fell to the ground as blood splattered everywhere. An artificial vampire had lost his life just like that. Emlyn's calm expression was quickly replaced by shock. He looked down at the head in his hand in disbelief and realized that Gallus Kevin didn't know what had happened even at the moment of his death. His eyes were frozen with pain and confusion. That simple? That easy? Although Emlyn was very proud, he didn't believe that he could kill an artificial vampire so easily. But the facts told him that it was that simple and easy. A lightning strike that can cause paralysis, coupled with my high-speed mobility, actually achieved the effect of instantly killing a target. The premise is that the other party is extremely afraid of lightning, making it easy for him to be paralyzed. Also, the act of disrupting my spiritual intuition and avoiding a frontal assault to pass through the wall were key to success. After falling into a daze for a few seconds, Emlyn finally recalled the details and summarized quite a bit of experience. This made him realize the power of Beyonder powers and the value of Lamino's travels. It's no wonder Mr. the Hanging Man was the first to want to rent it. Emlyn reined in his thoughts as he looked at Gallus Kevin's gurgling blood. His throat couldn't help but move. He hadn't drunk such fresh blood in a long time. However, he didn't dare drink it. This was because the other party's Beyonder characteristic had yet to appear. There was a portion in the blood, and drinking it would easily cause the problem of excessive Beyonder characteristics. There was a hidden risk of losing control, which wasn't beneficial for his subsequent actions. Emlyn retracted his gaze and surveyed the area. He found a stack of old newspapers and a tiny wooden chest, planning on using it to store Gallus Kevin's head. And before that, he sat down and waited for the other party's Beyonder characteristic to appear. 2 minutes later, Emlyn suddenly looked up at the door. He heard the sound of footsteps approaching him. Right on the heels of that, he smelled Argos. This artificial vampire is back? He turned back midway. Emlyn White instantly turned nervous, unsure of how to deal with such a situation. Dong! Argos, who was outside, knocked on the door. Then, he did not make any sound and became abnormally silent. Emlyn was first taken aback before he realized that Argos had smelled the blood and had sensed that something had happened in the room. What should I do? Just rush out and finish him off? No. I'll be seen by others, and I'll be apprehended by the official Beyonders. Emlyn instinctively took out a potion and prepared to hide himself again. Following that, he had an inspiration. Silently exhaling, Emlyn placed Gallus Kevin's head on the bed and drank the invisibility potion. He sprayed the corresponding liquid and very slowly moved to a corner to hide. This way, the room looked like the assassination had been completed and the murderer had long fled. Time ticked by. There was silence outside and inside the room. There was only the occasional passing of other tenants. Suddenly, the window to Gallus Kevin's room creaked open as two gazes shot in. After a careful inspection, Argos, whose face was festering, leaped into the room and slowly walked towards the corpse that had its beyonder characteristics seeping out. In the corner, Emlyn White took the opportunity when Argos wasn't looking over to secretly take out Lamino's travels and flip to another page. Lightning strike. At that moment, Argos's gaze landed on the bed and his companion's head. It landed on the stack of old newspapers and the tiny wooden chest. His pupils suddenly constricted. Chapter 814. Not good. Emlyn White traced Argos's gaze and noticed the old newspapers and tiny wooden chest he had forgotten to deal with. Although they originally belonged to this room, they had been placed in different spots. Now that they were placed together, it appeared rather odd. It was as though someone had wanted to use them for something, but had given up at the last moment. Then, why did he give up at the last moment? Was he disturbed by the knocking on the door? And does this mean that the murderer hasn't left and is hiding in a corner of the room? Similar questions flashed in Argos's and Emlyn White's minds. However, one was suddenly puzzled, while the other was guessing what the murderer was thinking. No good. The two vampires reacted at the same time. Argos suddenly pounced to the side as a thick black gas emanated from his back, resembling a bat's wings. As for Emlyn White, his finger quickly slid across the open Lamino's travels. Suddenly, a silver light appeared, illuminating the entire room once again. The bolts of lightning from the branches failed to strike Argos as they struck the ground beside the bed, dissipating into countless tiny bolts that leaped towards the surrounding objects with better conductivity. Among them, Argos's wings, which were made of thick black gas, seemed to be especially favored by the lightning. Many bolts of lightning chased after them as they shattered and spread to the surface of his body. Argos was suddenly paralyzed for a second as he failed to bounce up from the ground. He fell to the ground with a plop. Emlyn hurriedly flipped through Lamino's travels and slid his finger across a page of Lightning Strike. Although he didn't know why there were so many pages of Lightning Strike, which took up half the yellowish-brown goat skin, he was extremely glad that he could continue using it. A silver bolt of lightning descended out of thin air and struck Argos. It made his body, which had just escaped his paralyzed state, emit black smoke as his body trembled uncontrollably. Seizing this opportunity, Emlyn White straightened his knees, kicked off with his feet, and approached Argos at high speeds, leaving after-images in his wake. Then he used his right arm to grab Argos's head, and with a nimble turn, he flashed behind him. Kacha! Argos could see his own back. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot as the festering spots on his face completely burst open. A deep and illusory darkness surged out. Emlyn didn't understand what had happened. His feet slipped as he instinctively retreated and changed his position. Argos didn't give chase. His eyes seemed to have lost all rationality. All that was left was pure malice, madness, and obvious blankness. He raised his hands and pressed them against his head from both sides. With a sudden jerk, his head returned to the correct direction with a crisp crack. Darkness surged around this artificial vampire, as if it wanted to devour everything. Then Argos moved his dangling neck left and right. The surface of his body was completely swollen and rotten, oozing out disgusting pus. He had come to Gallus Kevin tonight because he was showing signs of losing control and needed to discuss a solution. He had turned back midway because he suddenly thought of the possibility that the harsh environment had a strong negative effect on his extraordinary sense of smell and sensitive senses, resulting in the signs of losing control. At this moment, under the shadow of death, he completely collapsed and truly lost control. Emlyn White, who was swept by Argos's gaze, felt his heart palpitate. He felt that he had encountered trouble again. He couldn't help but curse the primordial moon believers for always making themselves look like monsters. He didn't immediately pray to Mr. Fool. Firstly, there was no time. His opponent was about to launch an attack. Secondly, in a one-on-one situation, Emlyn believed that it wasn't too dangerous for him to deal with a Sequence 7 who had lost control. He made good use of his time and quickly flipped through Lamino's travels, fixing it on lightning strike once again. Pa! Thick, twisted, and baring its fangs and claws, the silver lightning struck down heavily, striking the mutated Argo's body. At that instant, the lightning seemed to shatter the surging darkness, but it also seemed to be devoured by the darkness. Both vanished at the same time, leaving behind Argos, who had finally locked his gaze onto Emlyn. This artificial vampire who had lost control left behind afterimages as he pounced at his target. Emlyn crouched and rolled on the ground, dodging the lethal strike. At the same time, he reached into his pocket with his right hand that wasn't holding Lamino's travels and took out a metal bottle. Tap! Argos rapidly turned around and instantly closed in on his enemy. Pa! Emlyn, who didn't have the time to open the bottle cap, exerted strength with his fingers as he squeezed a crack out of the metal bottle. Then, he threw the bottle forward, letting the pure and resplendent liquid splatter at the lunging Argos. This was the water of sun he had concocted using spiritual ingredients. It was extremely effective against vampires. This was a preparation that the potions professor had made ahead of time. Argos, who had been splashed, let out a tragic cry as wisps of black smoke rose from his body. He lost all his strength in midair. Bang! Although he had struck Emlyn, all he did was make him lose his balance and tumble twice. He didn't suffer any actual damage, and while tumbling, Emlyn didn't have the time to tend to his injuries. He shook his right hand that had been stained with a few drops of water of sun and quickly flipped the pages of Lamino's travels. Pa! Another bolt of silver lightning struck down, silencing Argos's tragic cries. This artificial vampire who had lost control seemed to be enduring the close proximity of the sun as he fell into a state of intense numbness. Emlyn took the opportunity to take out another bottle of water of sun, unscrewed the cap, and splashed it forward. This time, Argos didn't even have the chance to let out a tragic cry as his body appeared to melt like a candle. Only then did Emlyn heave a sigh of relief. Thick black fog emanated from his back as he transformed them into palm-sized illusory bats that swarmed towards the target. The black bats landed on Argos's body and enveloped him completely. Following that, they split apart and flew back to Emlyn's side before vanishing. Argos's body had clearly shrunk. Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer as he slowly collapsed with signs of fusing. Only then did Emlyn raise his right hand and check the remnant pane. He saw that his palm and a few fingers had withered and rotting wounds. However, the flesh and blood inside were rapidly squirming as they healed themselves. It's over. I actually killed him. Emlyn retracted his gaze and looked at Argos's corpse, still in disbelief. Although there were many twists and turns in this hunt, he hadn't encountered any real danger during the entire process. This made him realize once again that Taro's existence had made him much stronger than he had imagined. If Argos had first checked Gallus Kevin's corpse and not observed the newspapers and wooden crate by the bed, he would have definitely determined that I have a beyonder power like lightning strike. He wouldn't have used Wings of Darkness while dodging and ended up being affected by the lightning, but this way he wouldn't have noticed anything amiss, making it difficult for him to dodge ahead of time. My lightning strike can directly hit him, making things much simpler from this angle. No matter what, as long as I don't make any mistakes, I'll definitely be able to kill him. They're really weak, so I'm already this powerful. It's no wonder the ancestor got me to join Taro. This is a gathering prepared to welcome the apocalypse and save the various races. It's many times more high-end than other secret organizations. Emlyn raised his chin as he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Following that, he heard footsteps outside the door, but no one approached. Argos's scream alarmed the surrounding residents, but they didn't dare enter, afraid of encountering trouble. However, someone must have gone to the police. I have to quickly clean up the scene and leave this place. Emlyn retracted his gaze from the door and walked to Gallus Kevin's corpse. He picked up an item the size of a fist from the pool of blood that had splattered all over the ground. It was bright red in color, like a heart. It was gently expanding and contracting and its surface was translucent. There seemed to be liquid flowing within. It was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by a sequence 7 vampire of the apothecary pathway. This is my spoils of war. Emlyn was momentarily taken aback. After composing himself, he wrapped the Beyonder characteristic in Gallus Kevin's head with old newspapers and stuffed them into the wooden crate. After putting away the wooden crate, he pulled off Argos's festering head that was almost unrecognizable. Following that, he took out another bottle of medicine and scattered it in every corner of the room. During this process, Emlyn didn't panic at all, as though he wasn't worried that the official Beyonders of Eastborough would rush over. A few minutes later, he picked up Argos's mutated Beyonder characteristic and glanced at the surface that was closer to black and the faint human face pattern. A black gas suffused behind him. The black gas transformed into countless tiny bats once again as they flew around the room. Together with the potion liquid that had been sprayed, they created black flames that silently spread. The black flames burned away the blood, the corpse, and the traces of the lightning strike, leaving behind a layer of viscous asphalt-like liquid that covered the different items. Then, the liquid turned into heavy black bats that circled around Emlyn. Emlyn didn't have extravagant hopes that his actions would completely interfere with the investigations of others. He only had one goal, and that was to make the situation appear fine. He wanted the police to make the official Beyonders who might take over the case think that the matter wasn't important or valuable. They would throw it into a cabinet after a simple investigation and ignore it. After doing all of this, Emlyn, who was wearing a cap and had a face covered in soot, lifted the wooden crate and surveyed the area. Then he bowed slightly to the crimson moon outside and saluted. At the same time, Laymanos Travels flipped through the pages in his hand and paused on the teleportation page. Emlyn's figure, along with the heavy bats, immediately turned transparent and invisible as they vanished from the spot. After at least 15 minutes, a few policemen from Eastborough arrived at the apartment. They barged in, but they didn't find any residents or corpses. They lazily yawned, forcing the surrounding residents to admit that they had been hallucinating before ending the investigation. This was the efficiency and style of the Eastborough police. After leaving Eastborough, Emlyn first returned home and hid Laymanos Travels. Then, he brought his spoils and headed straight for Odora's house in Westborough. He was going to announce his victory and receive his reward. Chapter 8:15. Inside the Odora family's villa, Emlyn met Cosme, who was also a baron. This sanguine in his prime was Nibs, Odora's spokesperson. I'm also a baron, and it hasn't been long since I came of age. Emlyn mumbled inwardly as he stood up from the sofa in the activity room and bowed. Good evening, Your Excellency. Cosme was just about to say something when his nose suddenly twitched. His gaze turned to the wooden crate beside Emlyn's feet. The smell of fresh blood. As he voiced his doubts, he seemed to have thought of something. After pondering for a second, he added, after a second of silence, he added, You killed another target? Emlyn's lips curled up as he shook his head. No. Then, before Cosme could ask, his smile deepened. It's not one, but two. Two. Cosme, who looked like a middle-aged gentleman, was taken aback as he watched Emlyn bend down to pick up the wooden crate and open the lid. During this process, Emlyn's facial muscles twitched and contorted a little. This was because, in this series of actions, he had touched the wound on his right hand. Resisting the change in his expression, Emlyn lowered his arm slightly, tilting the wooden crate forward, completely exposing the items inside to the sanguine baron's line of sight. 2 blood-stained and charred heads were stuffed into a pile of old newspapers. Beside them were 2 translucent objects that resembled hearts. One was bright red, and the other was dark red that was nearly black. This scene, with a strong visual impact, was reflected in Cosme's eyes, making him raise his head in surprise. He looked at Emlyn in surprise and blurted out, What's going on? He looked at Emlyn in surprise and blurted out, You did it. Although he had only recognized one of the heads as Gallus Kevin's, the 2 vampire Beyonder characteristics couldn't be faked. Emlyn put down the wooden crate and naturally lowered his right hand. He flicked it slightly at the edge of his trousers before replying with a smile, Of course. This is what happened. Here's the thing. After receiving the 7,000 pounds reward, I bought the inheritance of a certain baron at a Beyonder gathering and used it to advance my level. I don't wish to use money to satisfy the murderers who hunt us blood breeds, but I don't want to see this inheritance fall into someone else's hands. Besides, the seller might not be the hunter. Taking this opportunity, Emlyn told them about how he had become a baron, and every word he said was the truth. This was a technique he had learned on the tarot. I already knew that you were a baron. Do you think that you can hide from our eyes by frequently buying all kinds of spiritual materials and borrowing books on potions? If it wasn't for certain reasons, I would have gotten you here to question you. What I'm surprised about is that with your combat standards and the fact that you don't have a single mystical item and only want to buy dolls, even if you're already a baron, it's impossible for you to easily hunt 2 artificial vampires without causing a huge stir. Even I have to make sufficient preparations and grasp detailed information before I can do it. Emlyn has actually become so powerful without anyone noticing. Cosmiodora couldn't help but curse inwardly before revealing a fake smile. I see. Emlyn, why did you hide it previously? Don't you want the other vampires to address you as Lord Baron? Emlyn glanced at the Sanguine's expression and raised his chin slightly. I was about to tell everyone, but I ran into this hunting competition, so I wanted to give you a surprise. Cosmi, I've already successfully hunted 3 primordial moon believers, and you only gave me 5 targets. Does this mean that I've won? He couldn't wait to change the way he addressed him from Baron to Cosmi. Cosmi's eyelids twitched as he chuckled. Yes, that's right. You don't have to worry about the remaining 2 targets. Leave them to Russ Bathory and the others. This way, they can still get some consolation rewards. At this point, Cosmi felt that he was being too cold, so he hurriedly asked in concern, "Are you hurt?" "Just a small injury." Emlyn raised his right arm and stretched his fingers. Frankly speaking, the most serious injury he had suffered during tonight's hunting operation was actually caused when he was teleported out of Eastborough. He had scratched open his skin and blood vessels to smear the cover of Lamino's travels with his blood. Cosmi wasn't able to continue on this topic. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "Congratulations on obtaining victory in this hunting competition. Congratulations on winning this hunting competition. You will receive 2 prizes. First, if there's a chance of becoming a Viscount in the future, you can directly enter the final list and receive the help of a free ritual. Second, you will obtain a mystical item. It's a ring personally made by the ancestor in ancient times. Although it doesn't contain any godhood, it has very powerful and magical powers. As the ancestor didn't name it, we call it Lilith's ring. Also, according to convention, these 2 Beyonder characteristics will belong to the entire Sanguine. This way, there might be 2 more newborns, and you will receive 3,000 pounds in exchange. A ring personally made by the ancestor. Although Emlyn was a little regretful that the reward wasn't a Viscount Beyonder characteristic, with it only being a candidate and a free ritual, the ring personally made by the Sanguine ancestor Lilith was enough to make up for everything. To a Sanguine with a strong sense of racial pride, this was the highest symbol of honor. After calming down from his joy, Emlyn, who had experienced many tarot gatherings and completed 2 hunts, vaguely felt that things weren't that simple. I was sent by the ancestor to Mr. Fool's place, and now I've obtained a ring from the ancestor. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? Emlyn thought for a moment, but he couldn't come up with an answer. All he could do was pray to Mr. Fool later and explain the entire matter to see what this existence would say. Seeing Emlyn's joy settle and him remaining silent for more than 10 seconds, Cosmi cleared his throat and said, "That ring and the cash will be yours tomorrow night. When the time comes, I'll gather Russ Bathory and the others and publicly announce that you've won the hunting competition. Then, I'll give you the ring." No problem. Although Emlyn didn't have much experience in such matters, he knew that the prize couldn't be given in private. It had to be given in front of all the participants. He didn't stay any longer as he bade farewell and left Odora's villa, getting into a rental carriage. As the carriage slowly drove, Emlyn looked at the crimson moon that hung silently in midair. His heart gradually calmed down as he couldn't help but recall the various details of the day. From them, he summarized many experiences and lessons. Finally, he calculated how many Beyonder powers he needed to record into Lamino's travels. I've used 5 lightning strikes, and they've all been used. There's still 1 teleportation, 1 door opening, and 1 astrology. A total of 8. I still have to pay for 2 more, making it 10. This is a little difficult. Some Beyonder powers probably can't be recorded, just like my self-healing powers. I can only repeat them. When I obtain the Ancestor's Ring, I can attempt to record the Beyonder powers it possesses. Lilith's Ring. Above the gray fog, in the palace that looked like a giant's residence, Klein sat on the high-back chair, corresponding to the Fool as he pondered over the contents of Emlyn White's prayer. He originally imagined that he would be woken up in the middle of the night, forcing him to provide help to a vampire with little combat experience. But he never expected Emlyn to settle everything before 11. He had even submitted the mission. Back then, Emlyn prayed to the Fool because of the revelation given by the ancient goddess, Lilith. Now I've obtained her ring. Regardless of who this Lilith is, I have to be wary of her. Then, I'll watch the changes from the sidelines. Klein thought seriously for a few seconds before replying to Emlyn's prayer in a deep but calm voice. In the future, when you pray to me or participate in the gathering, you have to remove that ring. After settling this matter, Klein returned to the real world. Without worrying about being woken up in the middle of the night, he slept all the way until dawn. After having breakfast and resting for a while, he waited for his etiquette teacher, Wayana, to conduct special training for the ball that was to be held at home on the weekend. Wahana's black hair was gently tied up as the corners of her skirt fluttered. She led Dawn Dantes from the opening dance to familiarize herself with the entire process. Amidst the gentle and soothing music, the etiquette teacher suddenly said, "I heard that Mary visited you yesterday afternoon." "Yes." Klein nodded calmly, while sighing that there were no secrets in the area of interpersonal communication. Wayana nodded slightly and fell silent for 2 seconds. "I heard that Madame Mary pledged all her shares to the bank and loaned a large sum of money. This is a warning to me to be careful and not fall for a possible scam. The help I previously provided not only allowed me to quickly enter Baclun Street's social circles, but there's also an endless stream of subsequent returns. However, Ma and Mary pledged her shares to secretly gather more shares." Klein listened in silence and revealed a warm smile. "Thank you." He paused, then added, "I believe in the integrity of every friend, but in the business field, caution and carefulness are always the first rules. I've already asked Walter to hire an independent lawyer and accounting team. They will do a detailed and responsible investigation and come up with a plan that can protect my interests and avoid taxes. Before that, I won't make any decisions." Wayana looked up at Dwayne Dante's deep blue eyes and suddenly sighed with a smile. She suddenly sighed and said with a chuckle, "You really are an intelligent person." Klein originally wanted to say that she was being mature, but he suddenly recalled that Wahana's husband had been cheated of his cloth and had relied on his help to recover most of his losses. Such a response would easily make the other party connect the dots and make a comparison. It would be akin to mockery, so he changed his words in time and chuckled. "It's hard to imagine you being cheated." Wayana lowered her head and said with a smile, "It's also because you've experienced so much that you can appreciate the different charms of different types of ladies. I can't let this rumor pass, right?" Klein smiled in exasperation. "Every flower is beautiful in its own way." After familiarizing himself with the entire process and the corresponding dance, Klein sent Wayana off and brought his valet, Richardson, to Sherwood Burroughs Coin Company with Ma and Mary's invitation. Chapter 816. Sherwood Burrough, outside the coin company. Klein alighted from the carriage and looked around, as though he had never been here before. It was a fresh experience for him, but in fact, he was no stranger to the neighborhood. He knew that across the street was the Gardelli department store, which was rather popular with the middle class. He also knew that there was a famous Exines Desi pie shop not far away. He He had once waited here for Darago Gale to track him down for clues of his affair. Retracting his gaze, Klein led his valet, Richardson, to the coin company's entrance. Ma and Mary and her personal maid were already waiting there. In the relatively conservative kingdom of Rouen, a lady's personal servants had to be of the same sex. Otherwise, they would have a bad reputation, affecting their social interactions and marriage. Therefore, even though Ma and Mary's personal servants were equivalent to her secretaries to a certain extent, requiring them to grasp social etiquette, business knowledge, and have a certain level of negotiation skills, they could only be found from women who had received good education or corresponding work experience. Similarly, gentlemen's personal servants and business secretaries had to be of the same sex. Of course, even so, people who couldn't control themselves would still engage in immoral behavior. In Bakeland, there were cases of servants having sex with their employers every year. Most of the victims were maids. They were either deceived, forced, or seduced into becoming the lovers of their male employers. When they were discovered, they would be mercilessly fired and lose their jobs. Then, due to their reputation being tarnished, they could no longer be servants. Most of them had no choice but to become street girls. "Good afternoon, Dawn." "Ma." And Mary came forward with a smile. Klein bowed and said, "Good afternoon, ma'am." "Good afternoon, madam. This place is quite bustling." Such words were equivalent to a discussion about the weather. Mary replied and led Dwayne Dantes into the coin company's main entrance. She smiled. She smiled and said, "In a while, a professional will explain and bring you around. In about half an hour, go upstairs. I've prepared a buffet and invited friends from different fields." Friends from different fields. This is helping me expand my social circle. How sincere. Klein nodded slightly. As a foreigner who has just arrived in Bakeland, I always look forward to meeting more friends. "No, you don't look like a foreigner at all. To me, you look like a well-educated Bakeland gentleman," Madame Marie replied politely. As they spoke, they passed through the door and entered the well-lit reception area. A burly man in formal attire with a beautiful mustache was waiting there. "This is Luke Sammer. He's Coim's first manager," Mary introduced to Don Dantes. "Actually, I know him." Klein looked at Luke and nodded with a smile. In his heart, Luke Sammer was a rather level-headed and professional gentleman. He loved machinery and would act like a host at dinner parties. He wouldn't look down on a poor detective who wasn't famous yet, nor would he deliberately curry favor with a few mid-level employees of Bakeland's municipal departments who lived on Minsk Street. "This is my friend, Don Dantes. He's very interested in anthracite and high-quality charcoal. Help me give a detailed explanation," Mary said to Luke. Luke, who had already been instructed, took a step forward and looked at the tycoon from Desi Bay. He revealed a gentle smile and said respectfully, "Mr. Dantes, this is the headquarters of the Coin Company. We have signed long-term agreements with many anthracite mines. The anthracite and high-quality charcoal we supply to Sherwood, Hillston, Northborough, and Westborough account for 30% of their total demand. We also have hopes of obtaining a large order from the Navy." I've never seen Luke with such an expression before. Klein followed him around the Coin Company without batting an eyelid, listening to him introduce various aspects of the situation. From time to time, he would ask a question, but he didn't express his stance. Half an hour later, they went up to the second floor and entered the large conference room. This place had already been set up in advance. Tables were placed against the wall, and plates of food were placed on them. They were mainly cold foods such as ham, bacon, sausages, bread, salad, cake, and pudding. However, there were also a few hot dishes. The moment they entered, Mary introduced the two men who were conversing nearby to Don Dantes. "This is Mike Joseph, a reporter from the Daily Observer. This is the excellent surgeon, Alan Series. In Bakeland, you'll always need them." As Klein listened to Mary's words, he smiled at the two men as the corners of his mouth nearly twitched. "These are all friends I'm very familiar with. I'm even more familiar with the fetus in Alan's wife's womb." That sounds a little weird. As Klein lampooned, he patiently waited for Mary to introduce Don Dantes to the two men before politely greeting Mike and Alan. Mike Joseph hadn't changed much compared to last year. His eyebrows were sparse, His skin was rough, and his blue eyes were still charming. As for Alan Series, although he was a cold and introverted person, he no longer showed it. Everything seemed to be going smoothly for him for the past half a year. Be it his mood or confidence, they were at the peak. Upon hearing that Dantes was a tycoon from Desi, Mike took out his business card and handed it over with a smile. You don't mind me promoting it, right? If you want to advertise, you can come to me. Be it the Daily Observer or the Tussock Times, I can get discounted prices. As he spoke, Mike winked to indicate that he was joking. You reporter who always carries fake documents. Why didn't you tell Sherlock Moriarty that he could get discounted advertising slots? Are you looking down on the great detective? Klein lampooned inwardly and exchanged name card with him. I've always had a need for this. Following that, he turned to Alan and handed him another business card. I was sick some time ago and just recovered. I know the importance of a doctor. I'm a surgeon. I don't think you'll want to see me. Although Alan said that, he still took the business card. No, I really want to see you. I even want to attend your child's birth banquet. Klein mumbled and deliberately led the topic to the medical field. He had a good chat with Alan and Mike. He had previously been worried about how to get close to Alan and re-establish contact with the fetus. After all, the paper crane could break at any moment, and it might not even be used once. Furthermore, it was very difficult for Sherlock Moriarty to appear openly in Bakeland and visit, much less attend the birth banquet. Now, there's no problem. With Ma and Mary's introduction, I can naturally become familiar with Alan. When the time comes, I'll definitely be invited. I might even be able to become the godfather of the Snake of Mercury. After all, we're all believers of the goddess. Will this make the fetus angry out of humiliation? I have to be careful. If Alan doesn't mention it, I definitely won't take the initiative to suggest it. Klein thought happily. He professionally restrained himself and didn't show too much enthusiasm the first time. After a simple chat, he followed Mary to get to know the other guests. During this process, Klein didn't forget to bring food and drinks. He seemed to be very used to such an environment. At the end of the round, Mary stopped and said in a measured tone, "These are all my friends. Does that mean that I didn't invite anyone from that side? At the same time, it also means that I'm your friend?" Klein nodded gently. As a gentleman, I might not ask, but as a businessman, I have to know who or what people are vying with you for control of the coin company. Mary fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, Baron Sindras and his friends. Baron Sindras and his friends want to push the coin company to the stock exchange and earn sky-high profits from it. They don't care about the company's future development. Baron Sindras, one of the richest people in Rouen. He became a noble through donations to the Conservative Party, a banker, a factory owner, and a big businessman. His stance is a little vague. Although he obtained his title through the Conservative Party, he sympathizes with businessmen and is close to the new party. Klein thought and asked with a smile, "Why didn't you seek help from that, Mr. Hall? His father is a powerful aristocrat and banker. He should be able to provide the most effective help." Ma and Mary smiled bitterly. Mr. Hall doesn't wish to be involved in this matter. He said that he's the chief secretary of the kingdom's National Atmosphere Pollution Council. He can't be involved in any business activities related to anthracite and charcoal. A gentleman who is truly interested in politics. However, it's likely that he doesn't wish to become enemies with Baron Sindras. Haha, if I had chosen another butler previously, I would have established a relationship with Baron Sindras. He's so rich. If he really wanted to raise the price, I wouldn't be able to beat him. Would there be a scenario where he kills me with money? Klein didn't ask further. I'll wait for the investigation report. Seeing that Don Dantes didn't shrink back immediately, Mary said gratefully, "In this day and age, there are very few people with chivalry, and you are one of them." Seeing that Don Dantes didn't shrink back immediately, Mary said gratefully, "In this day and age, there are very few people with chivalry, and you are one of them." Klein smiled and didn't make any promises. After the buffet was over, he sat in his high-end four-wheeled carriage and returned to Northborough. After staring out the window in a daze for a while, Klein suddenly turned his head to his valet, Richardson. "Turn to St. Samuel Cathedral." He still hadn't found a definite answer regarding the anomaly that happened in the cathedral and how it was quickly pacified. This forced him to consider if he should find a chance to make contact with the keepers. And he remembered that every afternoon, at least one keeper would head to the prayer hall to pray to the goddess. How should I make contact? In such an environment, even chatting would appear noisy, and doing it too deliberately will easily arouse suspicion. Klein frowned slightly and decided to observe before coming up with a solution. The carriage didn't change directions as it continued driving towards Buckland Street. However, it didn't stop there and directly pass through it. Inside the carriage, Klein closed his eyes and calmed his sudden nervousness. Chapter 8:17. Northborough, St. Samuel Cathedral. The moment Klein entered the prayer hall, he naturally surveyed the area with the help of the specks of light that shone in from the wall behind the altar, taking in all the believers praying inside. With just a glance, Klein quickly locked onto his target. He walked down the aisle without any abnormalities. In the first row sat a black-robed clergyman with a cold aura. He had a pale face and withered yellow hair. His eyes were closed tightly as he prayed in concentration. He was one of the keepers that Klein had previously sensed. He's usually on duty on Fridays. Klein didn't really approach him. He left 2 rows of seats and found a spot to sit down. He handed his hat and cane to his valet, Richardson. Then, while he sat down, he quickly pinched his index finger twice with his left thumb, silently activating his spirit-body thread's vision. Suddenly, illusory black threads appeared in front of Klein. They drilled out from the bodies of different living beings as they spread out into the infinite distance. Just as he sat down, Klein moved his gaze and cast his attention towards the keeper. This glance nearly made him exclaim. However, thanks to his self-control as a clown and his ability to anticipate abnormal situations, he easily maintained his calm state. In his vision, although the withered elder had spirit-body threads extending out, the interior of his body was pitch black. He had devoured the illusory thread's origins, making him completely different from ordinary beyonders. Indeed, they have been corroded by the power of the seal's core, causing an anomaly at the soul level. From the looks of it, the problem is closer to the second guess I made previously. To a certain extent, they have already become a part of the seal's core. Once they show signs of losing control, it will immediately trigger the item's instinctive reaction, forcefully calming them down. It's no wonder the keepers have to volunteer. Furthermore, they're already in their later years. They should be fully aware of the outcome. Klein sighed inexplicably as he prepared to deactivate his perception of the spirit-body threads and retract his gaze. At this moment, he saw a pair of eyes. The color of the eyes was like black ink, a pair of eyes that didn't contain any emotions. Beside the eyes, dense and deep wrinkles extended out bit by bit, as though they were distorted, mysterious symbols. They were the keeper's eyes. At some point, he had straightened his body, turned his head, and looked indifferently at Don Dante's. Klein's scalp instantly went numb. He forced a smile and nodded at the other party, as if this was just normal eye contact. The keeper slowly moved his head and actually responded. Then, Klein felt his surroundings suddenly disappear. First, it became blurry, then it became clear. At this moment, he knew that he had entered a dream. Hence, as he maintained his image as Don Dante's, he instinctively sized up his surroundings and realized that he was still inside St. Samuel Cathedral. However, all the seats were either damaged or toppled. They were scattered everywhere, as though he had been attacked. The holy altar in front of him was covered in cracks. Weeds were crawling over it, and dust had accumulated on it. It seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. The yellow-haired keeper stood beside the collapsed donation box, coldly staring at Dwayne Dantes, who was dressed in a black suit. Upon seeing Klein look back, he opened his mouth bit by bit, revealing sharp, pale, and uneven teeth. And on these teeth, there were blurry, indistinct, and tiny figures embedded in them. They had complete facial features and limbs. Their expressions were different, but they carried similar pain. It was as though they were imprisoned there, unable to extricate themselves. Gasp! The keeper let out a beast-like growl as he bent his back forward. His ribs and waist bulged out of his clothes, and 4 skinless arms that were covered in blood vessels grew out of his body. Right on the heels of that, they grew dense black hair as sharp fingernails shot out from the tips of their fingers. In just 2 to 3 seconds, the relatively normal keeper had become a monster with 8 legs that was sprawled on the ground. He was like a spider silently weaving a web in the dark night in wait for its prey, or a deformed black wolf. It struck fear into one's heart. At the same time, 2 gigantic palms covered in black hair extended out of the damaged holy altar without any warning. They pressed down on the edges as black gas condensed into slippery tentacles that spread out in every direction, instantly filling the entire prayer hall. The shuddering aura, the extreme sense of horror, and the illusory, gigantic blurry figure penetrated the invisible barrier as it appeared bit by bit. He lost control. Did the keeper lose control? Klein stood there, subconsciously wanting to react. He wanted to use his uniqueness to struggle out of the dream, but in an instant, he recalled what had happened. His expression changed as he put on a horrified expression. He trembled as he ran to the door, as though he was struggling in a nightmare. In just a few seconds, a tidal wave of darkness silently surged in from the outside world, drowning the dream and calming everything. Klein opened his eyes abruptly and realized that he had fallen asleep at some point in time. As for the yellow-haired keeper, he had already turned his head away and continued praying with his eyes closed. His eyes darted around slightly as Don Dantes looked around in horror, as though he was still immersed in the dream and had yet to completely extricate himself from his horror. After nearly a minute, he took 2 deep breaths and looked at the sacred emblem again. He drew a crimson moon on his chest. Only then did Klein have the time to recall what had just happened and guess what had happened. Because I spied on his spirit body threads, it caused him to show signs of losing control. Furthermore, he reacted excessively, forcefully pulling me into a dream in an attempt to deal with me accordingly. Later, the core seal behind Cheney's gate must have sensed the abnormality and calmed the problem. Now, the crux of the matter is if this keeper still remembers the source of his near anomaly. If he's already used to it, with his present state, he should be very blurry about what happened. Of course, it might not be my fault. Perhaps he was close to losing control to begin with. Klein looked at the yellow-haired elder in front of him again and observed what he would do next to determine how he should respond. If that doesn't work, I'll just use creeping hunger and activate traveling to escape. Klein quickly made a decision as he patiently waited for any possible changes. A few minutes later, he saw Bishop Electra enter from the side door and walk to him. Klein's heart tightened as he spread his left fingers, prepared to activate creeping hunger. At this moment, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and gave up on his plan. If the keepers have already informed the bishops of my problematic situation through a dream, then what awaits me will be the combined attacks of many beyonders of the church. After all, pulling me into a dream can prevent me from harming other believers. Therefore, there's no need for them to get a bishop I'm familiar with. This should be a form of consolation and consolation. Klein retracted his gaze and continued, assuming a praying posture. In less than a minute, he finally sensed someone approaching. He hurriedly looked to the side and saw Bishop Electra speak gently. "You don't look too good. I don't know how I fell asleep just now, but I had a nightmare. I'm still scared now." Klein laughed at himself. Bishop Electra took the opportunity to sit beside him and calmly said, "Dreams are sometimes the manifestation of one's inner fears. As long as one piously prays to the goddess and drinks holy water, one will be able to calm down. Of course, the most important thing is not to suppress yourself. You need to know how to repent to the goddess. At times, a silent cry can relieve a lot of your stress." Klein secretly observed the other party's attitude and read his tone before secretly heaving a sigh of relief. "I understand." He cast his gaze forward again, lowered his head, clasped his hands, and began praying in silence. During this process, he saw the keeper in front of him get up and walk to the side door where a bishop was waiting. "Phew!" Klein silently exhaled as he truly blended into the serene environment. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his heart, a voice that belonged to him but wasn't under his control. Do you think you're being secretive? No, not at all. Have you forgotten that you've come into contact with the Evernight Goddess's holy artifact? P.S. Participated in a meeting. I didn't prepare a manuscript, so I secretly used my cell phone to code it. The number of words is a little short, so I'll update it before making any changes. Chapter 8:18. Who? Who's speaking? Klein's muscles stiffened as his eyelids nearly opened. At that moment, cold sweat seeped out of his back, drenching his shirt. What he was most alarmed about wasn't the voice's words, but why it could directly resound in his heart. Furthermore, it was identical to his unaltered voice. Although I managed to maintain my lucidity in that dream, my spirit body was still corrupted by the other party's uncontrollable psyche. Or could it be that someone is using the keeper from before to pass a message to me? Countless guesses quickly flashed through Klein's mind. Combined with the contents of a voice and his own situation, he made a preliminary judgment. There are very few people who know of my identity as Klein Moretti. It's the same for those who know that Klein Moretti had made an oath by touching a holy artifact. Furthermore, there's almost no interaction between the two parties. Mr. Aztec has heard me mention the latter matter, but if he wants to warn me, he can just get the messenger to pass the message. There's no need to use such a terrifying method. Well, a Septon might know. After all, he is the snake of Mercury that represents fate. But by the same logic, he can directly contact me. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility of he suddenly wanting to scare me. I just thought about it in the afternoon. Perhaps I have a chance of being his godfather. The Antigonus family's notebook corrupts a keeper, just like how it used the misfortune cloth puppet to transmit the symbol previously. But if it's the case, why didn't it directly give me the potion formula? Or perhaps we can discuss a plan to help each other break out of the notebook. St. Samuel Cathedral is the headquarters of the Bakelin Diocese. It's on a higher level than St. Selena Cathedral, so the notebook shouldn't have the ability to do anything else. It must be tightly sealed apart from them. There's only one person who knows about both matters at the same time, the Evernight Goddess. However, with a deity's pride, she has no need to pretend to be a passerby and use a polite and distant tone to address me. I'm in St. Samuel Cathedral. All she needs to do is issue a revelation, and dozens of Beyonders will come out to take me down. And as the diocese's headquarters, with sufficient preparations, there's a high chance of interfering with traveling. Therefore, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Yes, there's another person who knows about those two matters. This is who I am. Before planning the operation, I had actually considered the corresponding problems. Back then, the conclusion I came up with was that I didn't need to worry too much. This is because after advancing to faceless, the gray fog has some of its powers enter the real world, allowing me to be sensed by specific demigods. Before this, only Beyonders of the monster pathway could sense some of the peculiarities. And when I made contact with the Holy Sword and made the oath, I had just become a clown. Even though the secret connection established by the oath made the goddess slowly realize that there was something wrong with me, I haven't seen her take any action despite all this time. That female angel of the church, yes, it should be an angel. After wiping out Mr. A, she even smiled at me. Therefore, the goddess might be happy to see me take away the Antigonus family's notebook. Although I don't know the goal, at my present level, all I can do is accept it and think of a way to deal with it later. It's definitely safer than climbing the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range. Of course, the premise is that the lady who wiped out Mr. A is really an angel of the church. Although I've already recognized my true self through all sorts of acting at the faceless stage, I haven't completely digested the many potions I've consumed. As for a marionette's request to give every marionette a persona that matches their characteristics, this can similarly easily lead to a split personality. Also, in order to steal the Antigonus family's notebook and act as Don Dante's, I'm under immense pressure. My subconscious has a strong tendency to waver and have doubts. Under such a state, the mental corruption of the keeper who lost control stimulated my spirit body, causing me to split a personality? Just as Klein thought of this, the familiar yet unfamiliar voice resounded in his mind once again. Your thoughts are too idealistic. All your actions are based on luck. If the high-ranking deacon, Crestet Sesamir, who wields the holy sword, were to come to Bakelin to handle other Beyonder cases, can you guarantee that the holy sword wouldn't sense you when you are in the same cathedral? You are connected by contract. When Deacon Sesamir comes, I'll give up on this plan. Besides, it's not like I can't avoid it ahead of time. I can find a reason or an excuse to head out for a period of time to investigate. Klein instinctively mumbled inwardly. Then, he heard the voice that belonged to him say in his mind, "There are too many unexpected and unpredictable situations. Before coming to the cathedral today, didn't you never expect that just observing the spirit-body threads would result in an anomaly? Back then, I was nervous because I was worried that there would be unexpected changes. However, as it's only observation and not direct contact with the other party, I didn't think there would be too many problems. I just need to be more careful in the future. Besides, there are accidents and changes in everything." "Who are you?" Klein closed his eyes as though he was focused on praying. The voice hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'm Klein. I'm Klein, and you're Zhoming Rue." "No, I'm Zhoming Rue." "You're Klein, indeed." Klein felt his hair stand on end once again. He decided to immediately leave St. Samuel Cathedral and return home to resolve the problem of his split personality. When the symptoms first appeared, things were relatively easy to deal with. Once his personality stabilized and became stronger, and he began to seize control of his body, he might need external help. He opened his eyes and said to Bishop Electra with a calm expression, "I feel like I've calmed down. I feel much better after suffering from mental illness." As he spoke, Klein gave a self-deprecating comment. He liked to lampoon inwardly. On the one hand, it was because of his personality, and, on the other hand, it was to emphasize himself. He wanted to remember himself and not immerse himself in acting. He liked to complain in his heart. On one hand, it was because of his own personality, and, on the other hand, it was to emphasize himself, to always remember himself, and not to immerse himself in acting. Bishop Electra smiled. "The goddess is protecting you." As he spoke, he took a glass of water from a priest and passed it to Don Dantes. Needless to explain, Klein knew that this was holy water. He had drunk it before, so he hid his worry, took the cup, and drank it in one gulp. The cool feeling flowed down his throat, making Klein feel refreshed. He seemed to have sobered up a lot, and even the voice in his head weakened. This has the effect of pacifying a spirit body. The church still places quite a lot of importance on Don Dantes. Of course, this is due to their Beyonders. As Klein nodded at Bishop Electra and drew the crimson moon on his chest, he calmly walked to the altar and donated 50 pounds to the donation box. After doing all of this, he left the cathedral with his valet, Richardson, and took a carriage back to Buckland Street. During this process, he didn't feed the pigeons again. This was because an ordinary person wouldn't be in the mood to do such a thing after what he had just encountered. After returning home, the silent Klein used his afternoon break as an excuse to send the others away. He then took 4 steps counterclockwise in the master bedroom's bathroom and went above the gray fog. Penetrating the roars and ravings, he didn't sense any signs of his body being purified. He was increasingly certain that the voice in his head came from him, a secondary persona that had been stimulated by corruption. Sitting in the fool's high-backed chair, Klein immediately examined his spirit-body state and discovered that there were indeed signs of chaos. It wasn't pure, and the corresponding aura's colors were slightly mottled. After careful consideration for 2 minutes, ignoring the reverberating noise in his head, Klein conjured the world, German Sparrow, and made him pray piously. "Honorable Mr. Fool, please tell the moon that I wish to rent the mental terror candle for half a day. I know he has the means to obtain it. In the very beginning, the identity of the world was prepared for Sherlock Moriarty. Therefore, Klein wasn't worried." South of the bridge, inside the Harvest Church, Emlyn White, who was looking forward to his Lilith's ring at night, suddenly saw the endless gray fog and heard the world's words. He muttered in abnormally astonishment. How does he know that I can obtain the mental terror candle? Chapter 819. After a brief moment of shock, Emlyn couldn't help but look around. He suspected that the world was lurking around him, one of the few believers. After all, he had never mentioned the mental terror candle in the tarot. Bishop Utravsky seldom had conflicts with others, and he had almost never used any mystical items. If it wasn't for the fact that Emlyn had been planted with a psychological cue to come to the Harvest Church frequently, and that he had received Sherlock Moriarty's reminder and subsequently asked the bishop, he wouldn't have known of the existence of the mental terror candle. At that instant, Emlyn saw everyone as the world, be it the fat middle-aged man, the granny with a gray headscarf, or the beautiful and fashionable lady. They all had something in common with the world. No, I have to get to the bottom of this. He actually knows so much about my surroundings. Even in front of Mr. Fool, there are some things I haven't mentioned. Emlyn was truly frightened. He stood up and walked into the clergyman's break room at the back and replied in a quiet and empty environment. That's right. In the quiet environment, he replied, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to speak directly to the world." In less than 10 seconds, a dark red light surged towards Emlyn like a tidal wave, drowning him. Then he realized that he had returned above the gray fog, back to the majestic palace, back to the spot that belonged to him. And at the end of the long, mottled table, the blurry figure of the world was already waiting. Compared to the past, Emlyn had improved greatly. He wasn't in a rush to speak to the world. He first bowed at Mr. Fool, who was watching leisurely from his seat of honor, before looking at his target and saying, "That's right. How did you know that I could obtain the mental terror candle?" Under Klein's control, the world chuckled hoarsely. We might have met before. He didn't say much and only pointed out the crux of the matter. As for whether the other party could guess the actual situation, that was his own problem. Of course, Klein believed that Emlyn was temporarily unable to connect it to Sherlock Moriarty. After all, he lacked the necessary clues. Emlyn frowned bit by bit. He had one suspect after another, but he was unable to determine who the world was. Believe me, I have no ill intentions towards the tarot members. Seeing Emlyn remain silent for a long time, the world added, one day I will find you." Emlyn silently muttered to himself before asking, "What's wrong? What are you doing with the mental terror candle? I have to have a good reason to lend this mystical item." Klein stopped himself from raising his right hand to rub his son acupoint and made the world fall silent. "To treat my mental problems." Treatment. Mental problems. Emlyn couldn't help but shrink back before straightening his back. Looking at the world again, the look in his eyes clearly said that he was indeed a dangerous lunatic. The mental terror candle does have such an effect. Emlyn thought for a moment. "I can only lend it to you for half a day. It shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Sure." Klein endured the threats and pleas of the voice in his mind and controlled the world to reply, "Sure." If the mental terror candle was effective, Klein would be able to solve the problem in a quarter of an hour. If it was ineffective, he could hold it in his hand for a few days or months. Therefore, the rental period wasn't crucial. He didn't care about such requirements at all. Emlyn did a mental calculation for 2 seconds. The rent is £300, as well as 5 pages of Beyond Her Powers recorded in Lamino's travels. He gave away half of his burdens. 5 pages. How many pages did this fellow use? As Klein lampooned, he made the world say, "That's right. No problem." After completing the transaction, Emlyn immediately returned to the real world and walked out of the Harvest Church's clergyman lounge. Looking at the half-giant Bishop Utravsky, who was standing beside the altar and waiting to communicate with the believers, Emlyn suddenly felt a little uneasy. Although he sounded very confident in front of the world, in reality, he had never borrowed such an item from the priest before. He had no idea what kind of attitude the priest would have. Emlyn's gaze subconsciously wandered as he subconsciously surveyed the prayer hall. "I've helped the priest and the church save many civilians who were infected by the plague. I've also been teaching those who are willing to learn about herbs, allowing the faith of Mother Earth to spread relatively well in this area. What's wrong with borrowing the mental terror candle for half a day? Emlyn raised his chin and walked towards Bishop Utravsky, who he had to look up to. I have a friend who has a mental problem. I would like to borrow the mental terror candle. He did not directly mention his contribution, because his pride did not allow him to do so. Father Utravsky looked down at Emlyn, who was dressed in a priest robe, and smiled warmly. All right, that's it. Emlyn was taken aback, unable to believe that the priest had agreed just like that. He didn't accept it. He couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid that I'll drop that candle?" Bishop Utravsky replied with a smile. Every person and every item has their own end. Every person and every item has their own end. They will return to the earth and be buried deep in the soil. They will germinate, grow, and bloom again generation after generation. This is the fate of all things. If the mental terror candle is lost, it means that my connection with it has come to an end. I have to listen to fate and Mother's arrangements. Whether the mental terror candle is lost is its fate, but will I be beaten to death by you because of this is also my fate? Emlyn lampooned silently and didn't ask any further. He took the strange candle from the half-giant priest. Following that, he used the excuse of treating a friend and left the Harvest Church. He found a random inn and set up the sacrificial ritual. Above the gray fog, Klein once again received the mental terror candle. This mystical item seemed to have burned more than half of it. It was wrapped in a layer of something that resembled human skin, with several lumps protruding. Its wick was very short and pitch black in color. There were dense, scale-like patterns on it. Klein didn't delay. He didn't give his alternate personality a chance to mature. He wanted to completely resolve the problem while he was still weak. Otherwise, what awaited him was an unchangeable fate of losing control. And the environment of the mysterious space above the gray fog could completely block out the negative effects of the battle between the two personalities. Phew! Klein slowly exhaled and extended his hand to summon the sea god scepter. At that moment, he didn't do any divination because he wasn't sure who I was referring to. The outcome was naturally meaningless. Pah! Klein snapped his fingers and lit the mental terror candle. Above the pitch-black wick, the pale blue spirituality flames emitted light silently, illuminating the palace that resembled a giant's residence. Unknowingly, the environment changed. The cupboard, desk, coal stove, bunk bed, and gas meter were reflected in Klein's eyes. The crimson moonlight silently shone in from the window, draping everything in a veil. This was the apartment that the Moretti family used to live in. This was where Klein Moretti had shot himself. At that moment, a figure was sitting under the bunk bed, looking at the sea god scepter wielding Klein with a warped expression. He had black hair, brown eyes, a thin build, and ordinary facial features. His facial features were rather deep, and he had an obvious scholarly aura. He was just like another Klein. This Klein revealed an angry expression. "You have occupied my body, but do you want to completely obliterate my soul? I'm the one who's Klein Moretti. You despicable, shameless transmigrator, parasite." He seemed to have just matured and was unable to make use of the outside world. Klein didn't respond as he walked over with a heavy expression. Klein's expression slowly changed as fear gradually filled his eyes. His body curled up as he pleaded with a trembling voice, "Let me go. Let me go, let me go. You stole my brother, stole my sister, and stole my life. Isn't that enough? I'll stay quietly in your body and help you analyze problems and give you suggestions. I definitely won't vie with you for control. Let me go. Let me go." Klein remained silent as he raised the sea god scepter in his right hand. Klein's face was already covered in tears as he shouted angrily and fearfully, "I only wanted to remind you. If it wasn't to remind you, why would I expose myself? Let me go. Let me go. I don't have any ill intentions. Let me go. Let me go. I don't have any ill intentions." Klein looked at him in silence as he made the blue gems on the sea god scepter light up one after another. Bolts of lightning instantly appeared, twisting and entangling as they enveloped Klein like a storm. Amidst the shrill cries, The figure rapidly dissipated as all traces of it were wiped away by the bolts of lightning. As expected of myself, I know where the soft spots in my heart are. I know how to plead the most effectively. However, I've already recognized myself. I'm Zhoming Rue, who has fused with Klein's memory fragments and a portion of his emotions. If I let you go, it's equivalent to separating the two and admitting that I'm opposing them. Then, the moment I return to the real world, I'll immediately lose control. Klein lowered the scepter and closed his eyes as he sighed softly. Then he, who had maintained his lucidity the entire time, left the world of his mind. P.S. Update first before making changes. It will be back to normal tomorrow. Chapter 820. When he opened his eyes again, the threats and pleas in Klein's mind had completely vanished. The light blue flame in front of him was still burning silently on the pitch-black candle's wick. He seriously observed the state of his spirit body and confirmed that all the signs of chaos had vanished. The aura's color had also turned pure and no longer mottled. It's finally resolved. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and lowered the sea god scepter. With a snap of his fingers, he instantly extinguished the mental terror candle. He didn't immediately return to the real world. Instead, he sat silently above the gray fog for a while, calming and dispelling the remnant negative emotions in his heart in this silent place. After this incident, Klein had a deeper understanding of the path of the Beyonder than before. It was a path that constantly resisted madness and danger. All Beyonders could be on the verge of losing control due to internal factors or external stimuli if they weren't careful, resulting in mental problems. And once the symptoms were revealed and they weren't resolved in time, it would be abnormally difficult to save them. There are both internal and external factors in the development of this alternate personality. The source is that I'm a transmigrator, but I've fused with Klein Moretti's memory fragments and a portion of his emotions. I naturally have the potential to have a split personality. Furthermore, in order to steal the Antigonus family's notebook and act as Don Dante's, it can be said that I'm walking along the edge of the abyss. The pressure is immense. After being mentally corrupted and stimulated by the Keeper losing control, the problem immediately flared up. As Klein rubbed his sun acupoint, he vanished above the gray fog. Just as he returned to his body, Klein suddenly felt his mind relax and become a lot clearer. It was as though a dusty glass had been carefully wiped, and the faceless potion he had consumed had been completely digested. The appearance of the alternate personality indeed had all sorts of psychological problems from before as a trigger. Using the mental terror candle to resolve the problem was equivalent to receiving a comprehensive and effective psychoanalysis. In a short term, there wouldn't be any latent problems in this aspect. However, I still have to constantly pay attention and adjust myself. I can't be careless. Klein walked out of the bathroom and came to the balcony. He looked at the distant mountain peak and the nearby greenery. He was in a rather good state. He could clearly feel that his self-awareness and self-identity had deepened, and the feeling of detachment that he often felt had weakened a lot. I didn't expect that winning the battle against my alternate persona would have such benefits. If it weren't for the fact that my alternate persona would be stronger and more difficult to deal with, I would have wanted to split my personality a few more times and kill myself a few more times. Klein shook his head and laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Frankly speaking, if it were anyone else, just this split personality would be rather dangerous and difficult to resolve. It was only because he knew where to find the mental terror candle, knew how to obtain it, knew the crux of the problem, and had the experience to deal with it. Only then could he eliminate the latent dangers in time and prevent the secondary personality from maturing. Otherwise, the best outcome would be Bishop Utravsky's initial state. At worst, he would gradually lose control and be irreversible. Besides, I still have a backup psychiatrist. Klein chuckled softly, walked back to the room, and sat on the reclining chair. He once again reflected on what he had encountered that day and extracted the things that he needed to pay attention to in the future. If a mid-sequence Beyonder of the sleepless pathway loses control, they can directly corrupt a person's mind by pulling them into a dream. I have to be careful in the future, without reaching a high-sequence Beyonder, Most rampagers of the pathway wouldn't be able to do so. They would often mutate into monsters and use the corresponding Beyonder powers to control or attack their targets. It was very difficult for them to transmit the corruption they had suffered. Apart from mid-sequence Beyonders of the Sleepless Pathway being able to do so, those of the Spectator Pathway should be able to do so as well. If I encounter such enemies, I really wouldn't know how to defend against them if I don't eliminate them first. Also, although I've figured out the state of the Keepers and their relationship with the Seal's core, the corresponding problem has arisen. If I were to infiltrate in disguise, how should I create the appearance of being corrupted by the Seal's core and not be seen through by it? Klein carefully considered for a moment, but he had no idea. All he could do was stand up, walk to the desk, pick up a fountain pen, and draw a compound symbol of concealment and prying on a piece of paper. He was summoning erodes. The full-body mirror in the master bedroom suddenly produced an invisible ripple as silver light leaped out, forming Ruan words. Great Master, your loyal, humble, and obedient servant, Erodes, is always at your service. My previous behavior has caused a certain amount of damage to your current image. I'm very scared and very guilty. Can you accept my apology? He actually knows to admit his mistake this time. Klein scoffed. Don't make the same mistake again. All right. New words appeared on the full-body mirror surface. Is there anything I can do for you? Yes. Klein deliberated for a moment and said, the Keepers of the Church of Evernight have been corrupted by the power of the Seal's core behind Cheney's Gate. Their states are different from ordinary Beyonders. Is there any way to perfectly disguise them? The silver words squirmed and changed, outlining a brand new content. Great Master, there's only one solution. That is to sacrifice your marionette and let it be corrupted by the Seal's core powers. Gradually, it will change into a state similar to those Keepers. Then you can store it in your body and fool the Seal's core. That can be done. It's indeed an idea. However, a marionette made from a Sequence 5 Wraith might not be something that can be bought with money. To obtain the formula and ingredients for a high-sequence Beyonder potion, one really needs to pay a huge price. Klein thought for a moment. Then, how do I get the marionette to be corrupted by the Seal's core? Typically speaking, the moment a Wraith marionette approached Cheney's Gate or appeared in the prayer hall, it would be discovered by the Seal's powers and forcefully purified or dispelled. The full-body mirror's surface rippled once again, reflecting a figure. The figure wore an old-fashioned veil. She was tall and had chestnut-colored long hair. She was none other than Queen Mystic Bernadette. Great Master, you have to seek her help, Erodes explained as he pieced together the silver words. Her, Queen Mystic, isn't from the Evernight pathway. How could she provide help? Or does she have a sealed artifact that corresponds to a high-sequence Beyonder of the Evernight pathway, similar to the Seal's core behind Cheney's Gate? It just so happens that Admiral of Stars needs a drop of blood from a mythical creature. When the time comes, apart from giving Will acceptance something that satisfies him, he will also have to pay my intermediary fee. This is the intermediary fee. Klein nodded in thought. Very good. You may return. Yes, great and supreme master. Your loyal and lowly servant, Erodes, awaits your next summoning. As the silver words appeared, Erodes outlined a hand that was constantly shaking a handkerchief. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched when he saw this. He was momentarily at a loss for a reaction. Westboro, inside the Odora family's villa. With a faint smile, Emlyn White casually found a single cedar sofa in the living room and sat down. Diagonally across him, another sanguine baron, Russ Bathory, was holding a glass of blood as he stared at him with narrowed eyes. He didn't hide his disgust and hatred at all. Russ Bathory had not only been injured when he hunted the first primordial moon believer, but his spoils of war had also been snatched by Emlyn. Your performance will only make me happy. Emlyn chuckled inwardly as he turned his head to look at Cosme Odora, who had pushed open the door and entered. He waited for the Baron to announce the results and award the prizes. Cosme forced himself to ignore Emlyn's gaze as he walked to the fireplace and said to all the sanguine present, I've gathered all of you here because the final winner of the hunting competition has been decided. Who? The vampires glanced left and right at each other, guessing who had won. Their gazes were mostly focused on Russ Bathory. Almost no one believed that it was Emlyn White. Only Russ Bathory vaguely guessed something as he cast his gaze at the darn fellow in shock. Cosme sighed and said, Emlyn White has killed 3 targets. Emlyn White has killed 3 targets and automatically obtained victory. What? A young sanguine blurted out in disbelief. The sanguine were a race with far fewer members than humans. Only a portion of them lived in Bakeland. Therefore, they weren't strangers to each other. Everyone knew very well what kind of sanguine Emlyn was. P.S. Update before making changes. Chapter 821. In the hearts of all the sanguine present, even if Emlyn wasn't the weirdest of their kind, he was definitely ranked in the top 10. As a member of a race that had a long lifespan from birth, it was rather common for them to have one or more hobbies to pass their time. Emlyn wasn't the only one who liked dolls, but the problem was that apart from buying dolls to match with new clothes and going to the hospital to get blood to drink, he rarely went out. He didn't like interacting with his own kind either. Unless he had a thirst for relatively fresh blood or needed to learn about history or exchange for the corresponding materials, he basically wouldn't participate in the corresponding gatherings. Such a lifestyle was almost the same as the few high-ranking figures who were extremely old and had to lie in special coffins to barely survive. It was impossible to tell that he was a fellow who had just come of age. Emlyn naturally became a topic of conversation at other sanguine gatherings. All these years ago, everyone had only casually mentioned him and teased him in private, just like how they discussed the various oddities in Bakeland. When it was said that Emlyn had walked into the Harvest Church on his own because he was lost, he was captured by a bishop of Earth Mother and locked in an underground chamber. His image began to slide towards the shame of the sanguine and the main character of all kinds of jokes. It was irreversible, but it was this fellow who had embarrassed his race that had hunted 3 primordial moon believers in a row. They were all artificial vampires. Could it be that he had hired the help of a clergyman from the Church of Earth Mother? Or did he hire an especially powerful bounty hunter? Thoughts flashed through the minds of different sanguine as they guessed what method Emlyn had used to win the competition. At this moment, Cosme coughed lightly. Emlyn has found the corresponding characteristic heritage and has become a baron. Baron. When the sanguine looked at Emlyn again, they were no longer as confused or doubtful. Instead, their eyes were filled with shock, surprise, and astonishment. This was the first time in Emlyn's life that he was being stared at by his fellow clansmen. He suddenly felt his body turn light as his mind was filled with joy. This made him want to proudly raise his chin and say, "You should call me Lord Baron." This sense of satisfaction is the same as when I finally bought the doll I yearned for after saving up for a long time. Emlyn silently marveled as he held back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. With a faint smile, he slowly surveyed the area before buttoning his coat and getting up to walk to Cosme Odora's side. After the other sanguine snapped to their senses, they looked at the 2 barons with complicated gazes. The winner of this hunting competition will directly enter the Viscount's candidate list and receive free ritual help. In addition, he will also receive a ring made by the primogeniture. As he spoke, Cosme took out a silver jewelry box engraved with complicated patterns from his pocket. He opened it and showed it to all the sanguine present. It was a translucent ring that seemed to be made of light red amber. There was a blood-colored gem that was half the size of a fingernail inlaid at the top of the ring, emitting a faint light. It's called Lilith's Ring. It can make the wearer more charming, allowing them to always be in a good state under the full moon. Cosme roughly introduced. It can also make the surroundings appear like a full moon, greatly enhancing the corresponding beyonder powers. At the same time, it can project a door that leads deep into the spirit world. Cosme paused and added, "This door is the door of summoning. It can allow creatures deep in the spirit world to use it to come to the real world. However, there's only one chance for a certain period of time. When a spirit world creature passes through this door, it's equivalent to signing a corresponding agreement with the wearer. It can serve the wearer for a certain period of time, which is about 5 minutes. If it needs to be maintained for longer, the wearer has to personally communicate with the spirit world creature and sign a contract with a longer duration. Under normal circumstances, the strength of the summoned spirit world creature is equivalent to or slightly stronger than the wearer, but there's also the possibility of it being weaker or stronger. There was once a Viscount who relied on this ring to summon a demigod-level spirit world creature. The stronger the spirit world creature is, the more it can go against the door of summoning's agreement and harm the wearer. If you encounter such a situation, you must resolutely remove the projection and stop the summoning. Its negative effect is bloodthirst. It needs to drink at least 1 bottle of human blood every hour. Otherwise, its blood will boil and evaporate. In less than 15 minutes, it will kill a baron. I don't reject this. On the contrary, I often desire to drink blood, but the problem is that I don't have that much blood. Emlyn controlled his joy and excitement as he thought of a way to resolve the negative effects. At this moment, Cosme turned his head to glance at him. Additional blood requirements will be provided by the tribe. Then, the problem becomes how to modify the bottle and how to carry so much blood. Emlyn swept his gaze at the envious and jealous Sanguine and took the initiative to ask, "If I don't wear it, will I suffer from thirst?" "No." Cosme shook his head firmly. Emlyn stared at Lilith's ring and asked again, "If I wear it for 59 minutes and then take it off, will I get thirst?" Cosme's facial muscles twitched as he said, "When you wear the ring, you will suffer from thirst. When you put on the ring, you'll be suffering from the bloodthirst syndrome. You'll have to drink a bottle of human blood to calm it down for an hour. During this process, if you take the ring off and put it on again, the bloodthirst syndrome will be reactivated. No matter if it's been an hour or not, you'll have to drink blood again. Of course, this isn't a complicated problem." Emlyn sked. Cosme retracted his gaze and looked at the other Sanguine. "I'll be awarding this ring to the winner of this hunting competition, Emlyn White." "Congratulations, Emlyn." He turned and extended his right hand to Emlyn, gently shaking his hand. Then, he handed the blood-colored Lilith's ring to Emlyn. "Thank you," Emlyn said with a reserved smile. Cosme didn't look at him again as he said to the other Sanguine, "There are still 2 targets left. There are 2 more targets left. These are the prey that belongs to you. You will also be rewarded." 10 at night, above the gray fog, Klein received Lamino's travels, which Emlyn had sacrificed, and he learned of the so-called Lilith's ring. There aren't any other problems. What's most worth paying attention to is the door of summoning that leads deep into the spirit world. Perhaps one day, the ancient goddess, Lilith, will come out through that door. Of course, there are many prerequisites. As Klein made a bold guess, he flipped open Lamino's travels to see what Beyonder powers Emlyn had used and which ones he had supplemented. "I've used all of Lightning Strike, and there's no more traveling. This fellow really doesn't feel the pinch from using the powers of others. I've added a Wings of Darkness. This can increase the user speed and give them the ability to fly for a short period of time. It can also transform into a bunch of illusory vampire bats to attack enemies. The first is Full Moon. It can make an area within a certain range appear in a full moon state. Spirituality will flourish, and death will become stronger. This is recorded from Lilith's ring. The second is Claw of Corrosion. It can make one's fingernails grow an additional segment with mysterious symbols and patterns. It's sharp enough to slice through steel, and it comes with powerful corrosive powers. It's the nemesis of defensive methods, such as scales and skin. The first is Animal Senses. It can communicate with animals, drive animals, and share their senses. If this is used well, it'll have miraculous effects. I've never seen Emlyn use it before. What a waste. The second is Abyss Shackles. It's a spell-like power in the darkness domain. It can condense darkness or shadows into chains to restrict or control enemies. There's no door of summoning. That's right. This should be very difficult to record. With Emlyn's character, he probably gave up after a few unsuccessful attempts. As Klein flipped through Lamino's travels, he used divination and mysticism knowledge to interpret the effects of the new Beyonder power. Retracting his gaze, he beckoned for the sea god's scepter to fly over and added a few lightning strikes to the notebook. This was due to his phobia of lacking firepower. Then, with the help of the sun brooch, Klein recorded holy light, summoning and creation of divine water, allowing Lamino's travels beyond her powers to become more varied. After doing all of this, he closed the notebook and picked up the mental terror candle. After finishing off his alternate persona in the afternoon, he didn't immediately return the mystical item. Instead, he believed that since it belonged to the spectator domain, it might be able to help him explore the sea of collective subconscious in Roselle's travels. Therefore, he planned on giving it to Emlyn after the deadline of half a day. To his surprise, he discovered through his research that the mental terror candle didn't have the effects of calming one's mind or eliminating negative emotions. It could only allow one to enter deep into the target's mind and plant cues or resolve problems. Phew! Klein exhaled. Through the bestowment ritual, he returned the mental terror candle and Lamino's travels to Emlyn and Furs respectively. After returning to the real world, he took a comfortable bath and read the newspapers and magazines before going to bed. In a daze, Klein suddenly woke up, knowing that someone had entered his dream. He saw the scene in front of him change. The sky was dark and deep, dotted with resplendent diamonds. It made him feel reverence and peace from the bottom of his heart. From afar, he could hear the chanting of poems. It was ethereal and orderly, reaching straight into his heart. At the same time, the clouds moved as the crimson moon appeared, scattering its gentle light. All of this made Klein feel as though he had arrived in the divine kingdom of the Evernight goddess. He felt relaxed and extremely comfortable in his dream. Klein suddenly understood the situation. This was the Beyonder of the Church of Evernight who had come in the middle of the night. They were using a dream to placate the tycoon, Don Dantes, so as to treat the psychological trauma he had suffered in the afternoon. I can't sleep well if you do this. Klein sighed in exasperation. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes for Monday. Chapter 822. Amidst his sigh, Klein allowed himself to relax and enjoy the rare peace and comfort of a dream like an ordinary person. About 15 minutes later, he finally waited for the church's Beyonder to leave the dream. Finally, I can sleep peacefully. Klein had planned on opening his eyes out of habit and falling asleep again, but he realized that once he didn't need to be on high alert, he could directly fall asleep with the remaining sense of tranquility in his dream. That night, he slept very well. He slept all the way until dawn. The sun had just risen, and the crimson moon was still present. The sky was bright, and the wind was blowing gently. Klein lazily spaced out for nearly 10 minutes before picking up the golden pocket watch on the bedside table. He snapped it open to take a look. It's not even 6:30. Should I turn around and continue sleeping, or should I wake up now? Klein checked his condition. Seeing that he was awake and full of energy without any signs of fatigue, he got out of bed to wash up. He walked to the balcony and looked at the orange-red horizon. In this season of Bakeland, due to the influence of the wind, the smog wasn't too serious. Furthermore, there had been air pollution control in the past few months, so the blue sky was clear and the air was fresh. The gardener was already busy in the garden, while the kitchen maids and handyman were heading to the market together. Apart from them, the surroundings were serene. This made Klein suddenly feel cheerful as he temporarily forgot all his troubles. He felt that the world was his alone at that moment. With a smile that was not too obvious, he quietly admired the scene. In the next 15 minutes, 2 or 3 servants walked out of the surrounding houses one after another. They were either carrying baskets or leading horses. The whole street came to life bit by bit, and the sun gradually brightened. This is what life should be like. Klein sighed silently. He suddenly had the urge to go out for a stroll. He turned around and left the balcony. He walked to the door and turned the knob. Outside his master bedroom, Richardson was already waiting. It was impossible to guess what time he had woken up. This was the hardest part of being a valet. He had to sleep later than his employer and wake up earlier than him. There's still an hour before breakfast. If you wish to bring it forward, the kitchen can prepare it in 15 minutes. Richardson didn't ask Don Dantes why he had suddenly woken up so early. Klein chuckled. You don't have to. I plan to go out for a walk first. Yes, sir. Richardson entered the bedroom, picked out a coat according to his employer's suggestion, and helped him put it on. Finally, Klein put on his silk top hat, picked up his inlaid scepter, and went down to the first floor. He walked out the door and walked along the intis sycamore tree and the black gas lamp pole as he slowly walked to the other end of the street. Along the way, there was a faint fragrance wafting from the gardens of every house. The green leaves of the trees created a quiet atmosphere. There were very few pedestrians coming and going in twos and threes. Occasionally, a carriage would pass by to break the silence, but it would quickly go far away. Klein enjoyed the early morning environment and the beauty of waking up early. He felt that the remnants of yesterday's negative emotions were evaporating bit by bit and disappearing bit by bit. Yes, Beyonders need to know how to take the initiative to create the conditions to adjust their emotions. By doing this, the bishops of St. Samuel Cathedral should know that Don Dantes has completely recovered. They won't disturb my sleep in the middle of the night. As Klein's thoughts wandered, his gaze casually swept past 39 Buckland Street. This was Member of Parliament Mock's home. Its outer walls were formed by sharp metal poles, allowing passers-by to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the garden inside through the gaps. As his gaze moved, Klein saw a familiar figure. It was Hazel with her long, black-green hair and dark brown eyes. This beautiful and arrogant girl was walking along the garden path with her maidservant, looking around from time to time. She's up so early as well? She hasn't been able to head to the sewers in the middle of the night, so her sleep quality is excellent? Klein lampooned as he retracted his gaze and continued walking forward. Glancing at Richardson, who was following behind him in a staid manner, Klein suddenly recalled the news reports, magazine columns, and stories he had recently read about the southern continent. He had been consciously reading up on content related to this field in order to enrich the persona of Don Dantes. After all, much of his understanding of the southern continent came from the pirates, adventurers, and the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea, Anderson, who knew if there were any exaggerations or fabrications. The information I've read in the past and recently is about so-and-so going to the southern continent, making a fortune, or simply migrating there. This makes all of Backlund's citizens believe that the southern continent is filled with gold and that it's filled with opportunities to get rich overnight. Even the common trees, there have many uses for their sap. They can be exchanged for large amounts of gold pounds. That's why the kingdom often goes to war with Fasak, Intis, and other countries to snatch colonies. If it wasn't for the fact that the commoners don't have enough money to pay for the ship and are afraid of smuggling, there would definitely be a large number of people heading there. What's your impression of the southern continent? He remembered that Richardson had been born in a manor there and had only been brought to Bakeland as an adult. Richardson was silent for a few seconds. Sir, I actually don't know much about the southern continent because I'm busy in the manor most of the time. I seldom have the chance to head out. Just tell me your impression, the most realistic impression. Don't mind it. I just want to get a general understanding. As you know, they all think of me as an expert in the southern continent, but in fact, my experience is limited to a few places and the merchant class, Klein said with a chuckle. Richardson lowered his head bit by bit as he looked at his feet that were moving forward. My impression of the southern continent is hunger, exhaustion, pain, as well as the yearning for the world after death. Hunger, exhaustion, pain. Klein repeated these three words inwardly as he walked down Buckland Street without asking any further questions. East Chester County, in a building at the periphery of Stone University. Audrey was visiting the collection obtained by the Rouen Relic Search and Preservation Foundation. She had originally planned on coming on Tuesday afternoon, but to her surprise, Associate Professor Michel Duth was attending an academic conference in Bakeland and would only be returning today. Therefore, she had no choice but to change her arrangements. This pair of boots was discovered by a farmer near Stone in a mountain ruin. Its shape and characteristics are very similar to the social trends of the Fourth Epoch. Michel introduced the items in the glass cabinet to the noble and beautiful girl. Audrey looked over with interest and discovered that the tips of the boots were clearly raised, as though they belonged to a clown. The height of the two ends wasn't uniform. One was 3 centimeters, while the other was 5 centimeters. It didn't look like a pair. The asymmetrical style of the fourth epoch. I wonder which class the 3 on the left and 5 on the right represent. Audrey retracted her gaze and followed Associate Professor Michel to the next collection. Towards the end of the tour, Michel pointed at the glass cabinet diagonally in front of her. This coat of arms was sent over a few days ago. It involves ancient dragon worship. Dragon. Audrey took a step forward in a reserved manner and approached it. She saw a grayish-white dragon with its wings spread out on the surface of the coat of arms. Where does it come from? Audrey asked in the same manner as before. Michel replied, a village named Heartlark. A village named Heartlark. This Loanese word doesn't have a prototype in ancient Fasak. It seems to be spelled out based on the pronunciation. Heartlark. This is the village with the tradition of dragon worship that I previously went to. The people there believe that there's a mind dragon living in the sea of collective subconscious. The 20-Year War notebook I obtained from Associate Professor Michel belonged to a knight named Lindalia who left this village. He's suspected to be related to that mind dragon. Audrey nodded in thought as she deliberated over her words, wanting to ask who had found the coat of arms. At this moment, Associate Professor Michel's expression turned abnormally heavy. The discovery of this coat of arms was accompanied by a tragedy. Tragedy? Audrey didn't hide her astonishment. Associate Professor Michel exhaled and said, an archaeological team entered the village to study the customs of dragon worship. In the end, one of the team members went crazy at night, and this mental illness seems to be contagious. The entire archaeological team later became lunatics. They killed each other or mutilated themselves. None of them survived. This coat of arms was found among their belongings. It was first taken away by the police, and after confirming that there were no problems, it was donated to us. An archaeological team entered the village, and one member after another went crazy. Audrey's eyes widened slightly as she repeated Associate Professor Michel's words inwardly. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. Psychological alchemy. This archaeological team was made up of members of the Psychological Alchemy Society. P.S. Update first, then change. Chapter 823. Inside the building where the Lone Relic Search and Preservation Foundation was located, Audrey, whose mind was racing, blinked her eyes and paid attention to her minute expressions and body movements. She drew a crimson moon on her chest in a half-serious manner and sighed. This is truly a tragedy. May their souls rest in peace. The reason why she had guessed that the archaeological team was a member of the Psychological Alchemy was because she had once accepted a mission to help the organization obtain a notebook from Associate Professor Michel during the 20-Year War. And this notebook belonged to Heartlark Village's former knight, Lindalia. Back then, Audrey had sought Mr. Fool's help and relied on magic mirror divination to confirm the origins of the notebook. She discovered that it was closely related to the village that worshipped dragons, as she knew that there was a mind dragon that could hide in the sea of collective subconscious. She ultimately chose to hand the notebook over to the Psychological Alchemy due to her lack of sequence and strength. This also meant that the secret organization of the Psychological Alchemy had a high chance of locking onto Heartlark Village through the notebook and heading there to search for their target. There was another reason that led Audrey to make this judgment. It was the strange mental illness that the members of the archaeological team had suffered from. It was contagious like a plague, causing the surrounding people to go crazy one after another. In the real world, mental illnesses had a chance of being hereditary, but it was almost impossible to infect others. But in the field of mysticism, in the world of spirit and consciousness, chaotic and crazy minds could indeed infect targets through mediumship, dreams, and subconscious influence. And in Heartlark Village, there was a mind dragon that had lived for an unknown number of years. The Psychological Alchemy found Heartlark Village through the notebook, and the threatened mind dragon used an ingenious method to corrupt their minds. He might have done this through the sea of collective subconscious. The Beyonder world is really dangerous. Such a small team, with a few Beyonders selected, ended their lives in such an absurd and simple manner. As Audrey thought about it, She was glad that she had made a sufficiently rational choice back then. She hadn't willfully taken the knight's notebook and explored Heartlark Village. Otherwise, there was a high chance that she would be added to the list of people who had gone mad. Thank you to Mr. Fool. Thank you to the members of the Tarot. Thank you to the Zillings who infiltrated in disguise. Although I don't have any actual experience in mysticism, I still know that there are too many dangers lurking in here. I have to be sufficiently cautious and careful. Audrey silently thanked them. At this moment, recalling her performance when she first joined the Tarot, she wished she could bury her face in the pillow and shout to herself in her heart, "Audrey, how could you be so naive and childish back then? It's only because you met Mr. Fool. If it were any other secret existence, you would have long become a lunatic or a monster. Mr. Fool is really a good person. No, he's a very good Orthodox god." Seeing Miss Audrey remain silent for a long time, Associate Professor Michel nodded solemnly. "Yes, this is a tragedy that scares people. I only hope that the government has dealt with this matter and not let the contagious mental illness turn into a plague. Don't worry, unless that mind dragon loses control and plans to challenge the three churches, there won't be any more people infected by the mental illness." Audrey silently replied. From her point of view, the official Beyonders had already taken over the matter. After all, contagious mental illnesses would naturally be handed over. Therefore, the dragon emblem in the glass display cabinet must have been donated to the Foundation after they had confirmed that there were no problems. The police department didn't have the authority to do so. On the one hand, Audrey felt a strong sense of sympathy for the archaeological team that was suspected to be members of psychological alchemy, as though she had personally experienced the tragedy. On the other hand, she was curious if the mind dragon was still in Heartlark or the nearby villages. Hiding in the sea of collective subconscious with a corporeal body should be difficult to discover and find. However, the three churches have a long history. In the fourth epoch, or even earlier, they must have interacted with a mind dragon. Perhaps there are corresponding records that have been passed down. Furthermore, psychological alchemy is in control of the spectator pathway and has high-sequence Beyonders. Their understanding of the sea of collective subconscious isn't much weaker than the mind dragon. After their initial exploration failed tragically due to a lack of information, the team they sent must be very powerful. Although that mind dragon is stronger than psychological alchemy's expectations, it wouldn't stay in place and wait for others to find it. It should have already left. Audrey speculated based on what she knew. She didn't have any intention of heading to Heartlark Village to investigate the truth, because she knew that her present strength wasn't enough to deal with the mind dragon. Her only plan at the moment was to mention this matter at the Tarot next week and see if the other members could provide sufficient valuable information. For example, was it because of the tradition of dragon worship that the mind dragon could directly enter the sea of collective subconscious to live, or was it because the mind dragon lived in the sea of collective subconscious, causing the surrounding people to dream of it and subconsciously be influenced, resulting in the tradition of dragon worship? On Friday afternoon, Klein held the guest list for tomorrow night's ball as he seriously memorized the topics he needed to talk about with the different guests. When meeting Member of Parliament mocked, "I have to praise the recent air in Bakeland. I have to exchange pleasantries with Professor Portland moment, and I can crack a few jokes related to the Royal Academy of Sciences." As Klein memorized them one by one, he suddenly heard a stacked, illusory prayer. "A man. Based on the time, it's most likely Mr. the Hanging Man." Klein put down the piece of paper in his hand in thought and gulped down a mouthful of black tea. He got up and left the half-open room with the balcony, returning to the master bedroom's bathroom. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He discovered that the prayer was none other than the Hanging Man. This gentleman had requested the Great Fool to inform the world that he had already arrived at the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the city of generosity, Byam. In another 2 days, he would have replenished his supplies before heading for the primitive island. He got the world to make preparations ahead of time to prevent him from making it in time. He also indicated that if the Hanging Man didn't have a good way to head to the primitive island, he could arrange for the world to secretly board the Blue Avenger. To board the Blue Avenger and bring a group of sailors from the Church of the Storm to the vicinity of the primitive island? How long can the sanguine anesthetic gas he bought from Emlyn last? Is there enough time to explore? Klein thought for a moment and conjured the world German sparrow, making him pray piously. There's no need to go through so much trouble. You should be able to move about freely in Byam. Tonight at midnight, at the cemetery outside the city. Before that, replenish your supplies. In a hotel in Byam. Alger frowned slightly as he listened to the world German sparrow's words. In the city of generosity, he could indeed move about freely. This was because the sailors were in a rush to head to the Red Theater and other places. They definitely wouldn't return tonight, and after they woke up in the day, they would definitely gamble a few rounds and indulge themselves to vent the depression and misery of being at sea for an extended period of time. This also meant that even if Alger disappeared for a day or night, he wouldn't be discovered. Does the world mean to make use of this gap? This is indeed better than using the sanguine anesthetic gas. This method has already been used twice. Perhaps someone has already suspected something and is waiting to verify it. But without a ship, how am I to head to the primitive island? Laymanos Travels? Miss Magicians mentioned that it records the beyonder power of teleportation. However, there's only one page. That's definitely not enough for a round trip. With his powerful imagination, Alger vaguely guessed what the world German sparrow was planning on doing, but he believed that it lacked the necessary conditions. With this question in mind, he found his contact with the Resistance and replenished a batch of storm charms made from white tin. At 11 at night, Alger silently left the hotel and followed the shadows of the streets as he headed out of the city. He wasn't worried that the sailors would discover that he wasn't around when they returned. This was because he also had physical needs. It was possible that he had slept in the bed of a lady in the Red Theater and couldn't bear to return. And there were many similar brothels in Byam. Furthermore, there were quite a number of street ladies. It wasn't as though confirming that there was no one in the Red Theater meant that something was wrong with him. After leaving Byam, Alger walked on a narrow path that couldn't be used by carriages as he headed for the mountainous region by the sea. Suddenly, his gaze froze as he discovered a problem. Under the illumination of the crimson moonlight, a mountain that should have been there had vanished. And correspondingly, beneath it, there were piles of rocks and no vegetation. The terrain had nearly completely changed. Alger had previously come from the Resistance's private harbor, so he didn't have the chance to pay attention to the mountain here. Therefore, he only noticed the anomaly now. The mountain collapsed? It actually collapsed? Right. There was indeed a newspaper report that Byam had suffered a shallow earthquake. The power was concentrated in the mountains outside the city. Also, the deacon of the church mentioned that German Sparrow had nearly destroyed Byam, and that matter involved a demigod. The timing of the two events is very close. Could it be caused by German Sparrow? He triggered a demigod-level battle, but he managed to escape and kill Admiral of Blood in passing. Alger's pupils dilated as his footsteps slowed down and came to a halt. He suddenly understood why the Church of the Storm placed so much importance on German Sparrow and why they had issued a bounty of 50,000 pounds. In the undamaged cemetery up ahead, a cold wind blew out. It surged towards Alger in the silent night, making him tremble involuntarily. At this moment, Alger's heart stirred as he turned his head and looked behind him. In the dark environment under a giant tree, a silhouette quickly outlined itself. The figure pressed down on his top hat and slowly raised his head, revealing a thin face with deep contours and dark brown eyes that didn't contain any emotion. It was none other than German Sparrow. Chapter 824. Indeed, he teleported over. How extravagant. Alger tensed up before he relaxed. However, his wariness didn't lessen at all. Upon seeing German Sparrow again, he discovered that although his traits hadn't changed much from before, his every action exuded an indescribable aura of a powerhouse. It made his heart palpitate even more. As expected of a crazy adventurer who can instigate a demigod-level battle and successfully escape. Alger's smugness from becoming a Sequence 5 melted away at that moment. With a lantern in hand, he slowly walked over and looked at German Sparrow. He deliberately said, "The traces you left here might not disappear for centuries or millennia." He was confirming if the collapse of the mountain had anything to do with him. Klein looked at the changed terrain and released his right hand that was pressing down on his top hat. He smiled politely and said, "The one who contributed the most is Sea King. Man, he really caused a demigod battle that could destroy Biome, making Sea King directly attack this place. And under such circumstances, he's still alive. He even took Admiral of Blood away. It's unimaginable and unbelievable." Alger began to suspect that German Sparrow had a Grade 1 sealed artifact on him. This was equivalent to a demigod-level item. He didn't reveal his shock and astonishment, nor did he dare to probe further. Instead, he changed his subject and asked, "Do you plan on heading to that primitive island now?" "Of course," Klein replied calmly. It was late at night, the time when Don Dantes was sleeping. No one would disturb him, but when it was day, he had no choice but to appear. Of course, to prevent any unexpected situations like a fire, Klein also summoned a Rhodes, getting it to constantly pay attention to the mirrored mirage and respond when necessary. It's also because the Church of Evernight's dream treatment on Mr. Tycoon has ended. Otherwise, I would definitely have to postpone this operation. Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Alger observed himself and realized that he couldn't obtain any mystical items in a short period of time. Hence, he took out a black iron-colored ring with a protruding spike and wore it on his left thumb. Enduring the throbbing headache, he nodded gently. "It's a pleasure working with you." Then he saw German Sparrow walk over expressionlessly and reach out to grab his shoulder. In that instant, Alger's first reaction was that the other party was going to attack him. He instinctively wanted to dodge to the side, but he immediately recalled his previous guess. As thoughts flashed through his mind, he forcefully controlled his subconscious actions and allowed the crazy adventurer's palm to land on his left shoulder. Right on the heels of that, he noticed that German Sparrow's left hand had turned transparent, as though it was carrying the reflection of the spirit world. Then, the darkness in front of his eyes deepened, and the crimson moon became brighter. The various colors overlapped with each other. Countless nearly invisible figures retreated backward. With German Sparrow's help, Alger quickly shuttled through the spirit world. Creeping hunger, teleportation. So that's how it is. Just as such thoughts surfaced in his mind, he saw his body plummet straight down. The thick colors around him receded, and everything returned to normal. Beach, reefs, trees. This is a deserted island. Alger surveyed his surroundings and was just about to say something when the colors around him thickened once again. The phenomenon of stacking up became distinct. This time, when they left the spirit world, they were in midair. Beneath them was a deep blue sea with undulating waves. Although Alger had never cooperated with German Sparrow in actual combat, he had plenty of experience. He immediately created a whirling gale, allowing the duo to float without falling. Hence, traveling was successfully activated once again. Alger and German Sparrow's figures rapidly faded, turning transparent and invisible. When the surroundings were restored again, the duo had already arrived at the edge of a gigantic island. Fog had accumulated in midair, and the crimson moonlight could only penetrate a little. Not only did it not disperse the darkness of the forest and mountain, but it also gave them a sinister and bloody aura. "This is the place," Alger said as he surveyed the area. Klein appeared nonchalant, but in fact, he was observing his surroundings with extreme caution. He discovered that it was extremely quiet. There weren't even any insects chirping, much less the cries of birds or wolves. It gave him a sense of dead silence. As though he had guessed what he was feeling, Alger raised his lantern, illuminating a natural path that was overgrown with weeds and many beast footprints. If you come during the day, this place will be rather lively. You can even see birds that only exist in myths and legends flying above the forest. And at night, the power that rules over this place seems to change. Many Beyonder species hide and wait for daybreak. Mr. the Hanging Man has been here more than once, and he has at least one day and one night experience. Klein nodded in silence and didn't say anything else. Alger thought for 2 seconds and pointed ahead. We will follow this path into the Black Forest and keep moving forward until we arrive at an ancient ruin of unknown age. Along the way, we will encounter beyonder creatures that have the ability to deal with them. If we kill them alone, the corresponding materials will belong to the killer. If we kill them in cooperation, you will keep the spoils. When we leave this place, we will take turns to choose and distribute the spoils. We will also adjust the priority and frequency of the selection based on the contributions made. He wasn't in a hurry to take action. Instead, he first explained the route and distribution plan to prevent any conflict from arising if both parties had different opinions during the exploration. I'll hold onto the spoils of a cooperative kill. Mr. Hangman sure is sincere. Klein raised his right hand, pressed down on his half-top hat, and chuckled. He chuckled and said, "No problem." Alger secretly heaved a sigh of relief and continued. Our goal this time is to explore the ancient ruin. The spoils we obtain along the way are just incidental. Once we're done with the exploration, it's best we leave immediately. We don't go to other areas or take other routes. As for when you want to come and where you want to go after this, it's all up to you. It's up to you. Alger emphasized this matter because he was afraid that German Sparrow would be greedy. After all, Beyonders weren't perpetual motion machines. They would definitely be exhausted, and after such a round of exploration, they would definitely be close to their limits. If they were to force themselves to hunt Beyonder creatures in other areas, perhaps the roles of hunter and prey would be swapped. Even if a crazy adventurer was very powerful and wasn't afraid of such danger, his spirituality would be in a state of exhaustion for an extended period of time. Don't you think I'm thinking the same thing? I was worried that you would be too greedy and blindly venture deeper to obtain more. Klein laughed and said, I'm a polite person. I'm a polite person. Polite. Alger didn't quite understand what German Sparrow was trying to say. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up slightly as his expression turned a little sinister in the darkness. It's impolite to stay too long when visiting someone's home for the first time. This fellow's way of thinking and logic is completely different from a normal person's. As expected of a crazy adventurer, Alger was first taken aback before he held the lantern and walked forward in the dim, crimson environment. Let's set off. Klein's hands hung down naturally as he walked beside Alger, as though he was on an outing. The two quickly entered the Black Forest where almost no moonlight shone in. They saw that the trees here were thick and tall, with dense foliage. Even the smallest ones were so thick that a person couldn't even wrap their arms around them. And their common characteristic was that their bark was clearly scaly. They were densely packed together, as though they would come alive at any moment and squirm on the surface. It's like a variant of the dragon pattern tree, the snake scale tree. Klein retracted his gaze and paid attention to the weeds by his feet that didn't seem to have any problems. He and Alger didn't say a word as they maintained an abnormally silent state. They didn't want to say anything to eliminate the awkwardness just because the surroundings were too quiet and there were people beside them. As they walked, the two used the lantern's light to see that the trees in front of them had become sparse. Thump, thump, thump. A dull thud sounded from the area. As Alger and German approached, it became clearer and more obvious. When the two of them entered the sparse area, the lantern's light finally shone over, allowing them to see hunched or prostrate figures. These figures included humans, baboons, goats, and tigers. They were either holding stones or using their claws as they constantly polished the accumulated trees and rocks, as though they were building a palace. Without the dense foliage concealing them, the crimson moonlight that penetrated the accumulated fog scattered down, enveloping the figures and dyeing them with a faint blood-red color. They're humans? Klein's eyes focused as he immediately spread out his left fingers. Alger slowed down his pace, allowing his vocal cords to vibrate at any moment. Suddenly, those figures seemed to have sensed something and stopped what they were doing. They turned around in unison and looked at the two outsiders. They were either pale, their fur withered, or their bodies festered. None of them looked alive. Corpses. A beyonder creature is controlling the corpses to build a palace for itself? Klein looked past them and cast his gaze into the distance. He saw a dark cave that went diagonally deep into the ground. The weeds around it had fallen, and there were a few white feathers that were stained with butter. Feathers. Corpses. Klein instantly thought of the byproduct of the Charismatic Order's artificial death project, as well as the aura infection that made him grow feathers. The feudal lord of this area can't be weak. He calmly made a judgment. At this moment, Alger, who had been observing carefully, hesitated for 2 seconds before suggesting, "I've never seen such a situation before. I'm not sure of the level of this beyonder creature. Why don't we circle around it and choose a target that we're more confident in?" His intuition told him that the dark cave hid something extremely dangerous. "I was waiting for you to say that." Klein, who was maintaining his German sparrow persona, heaved a silent sigh of relief. He chuckled and said, "Isn't that impolite?" Just as he said that, the ground suddenly trembled as though a creature had flipped over. Chapter 825. Sensing the tremors of the ground, Alger's heart tightened. He glanced at the German sparrow and used his actions to replace his words. The wind howled beside him, helping him run to the side with greater ease and speed. The reason why Alger did this was because he was worried that the German sparrow would suddenly go crazy and decide to hunt the terrifying creature hidden in the dark cave. In that case, even if he ultimately won, it would be extremely disadvantageous to his subsequent explorations. And as an experienced sailor, he knew that decisive action was enticing and contagious. It could make his undecided companions subconsciously follow or imitate him. Upon seeing this, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He gave up on discussing the issue of politeness and took a step forward, running to the back of the hanging man. Following that, he felt a strong wind blow from his back to his feet, pushing him forward. This significantly reduced the gravitational pull he needed to overcome, and he obtained additional momentum. His speed instantly increased by more than twofold. Amidst the howling sounds, Klein and Alger ran out of the sparse area and circled to the dark side. At that moment, their heartbeats suddenly slowed down. It didn't seem like they were doing strenuous exercise. Instead, it was as if they were about to fall asleep under the sun in the afternoon. Klein immediately felt his body turn cold as an indescribable gloom surfaced, seeping into his body bit by bit. At the same time, he saw the light from Alger's lantern being obscured by a gigantic black shadow that rose up behind him. A corresponding scene naturally surfaced in his mind. A gigantic snake that was too big for a person to wrap their arms around crawled out of the dark cave. This gigantic snake had huge scales that were dark green and black, and exaggerated eyes that seemed to burn with flames. In between the gaps of its scales, white feathers covered in yellow oil grew out. It even had a pair of thick wings that could be spread out. The gigantic snake raised its body in a half-crawling, half-flying manner. It coiled around a tall and thick tree and flicked its pitch-black tongue as it stared at the 2 figures that had barged into the nearby area. Around it, the trees were rapidly withering, and the weeds were all withered. Countless corpses crawled out of the soil as invisible shadows clustered around them. Feathered serpent. It was a feathered serpent. In the southern continent, it was the symbol of holiness, the emblem of the Eggers family, the descendants of the Grim Reaper. Klein and Alger did not stop. Resisting the coldness of their bodies and the slowing of their heartbeats, they rushed into the depths of the black forest with the help of the even more intense wind, away from the area with sparse trees. Thump! 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 Their heartbeats gradually returned to normal, and the coldness on the surface of their bodies was gradually dispelled by the heat emitted by the intense exercise. Klein's spiritual intuition told him that the danger from before had passed. Hence, he slowed down, turned his head back, and took a glance. He calmly said to the towering trees in the dark, deep distance, "Don't worry." A demigod feathered serpent. Demigod level. Alger slowed down as well. The vein on his forehead twitched slightly. He paused for 2 seconds and exhaled softly. "Don't worry about it too much. The transcendent creatures here are very territorial. Unless they want to hunt, they won't enter other areas, especially near the mountain. That feathered serpent probably won't chase after us. Klein nodded slightly and said, "That's right. The transcendent creatures here are very strong." Alger retracted his gaze and shook his head in response. "No, there are also many weak ones. I've been here at night before, but I've only found traces of demigod-level transcendent creatures. I've never really encountered one. This is the first time I've encountered one head-on. This kind of thing mainly depends on luck. The probability of it happening again is not too high. As a seafarer, calculation was an essential ability. Are you looking down on me, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck?" Klein mocked himself in his heart and said expressionlessly, "Absolute judgment often leads to the opposite result." The meaning of this sentence, when translated into Earth language, would be, "Don't raise flags." In fact, if it wasn't a demigod-level feathered serpent, but a Sequence 5 Beyonder, Klein would have been more than happy to bully it. After all, with Aztec's copper whistle in hand, Beyonder creatures in the death domain would lose at least half their combat strength. As for encountering a demigod-level Beyonder creature, he wasn't too alarmed. This was because the Hanging Man had previously mentioned this problem, and he had made the corresponding preparations. Although the Fate Siphon Charm, the 3 pages of demigod-level Beyonder powers in Lamino's Travels and Roselle's Travels, and the traveling powers didn't necessarily allow him to fight a demigod, it was enough to create an opportunity for him to escape. As long as I don't encounter an angel that's also in the demigod domain, Klein silently added. Upon hearing German Sparrow's words, Alger was somewhat surprised. This was because the crazy adventurer clearly wanted him to be more cautious and careful. A calm and crazy fellow? That's right. If he was purely crazy, he definitely wouldn't have lived to this day. Alger looked up into the sky, trying his best to discern the blurry stars through the accumulated fog. After 2 minutes, he retracted his gaze and pointed in a direction. "Head this way." Klein had long drawn his iron-black death knell. At that moment, he let the muzzle hang down naturally as he silently followed beside Alger. His expression was cold and calm, without any signs of panic. After traversing the extremely dim black forest for a while, Alger suddenly stopped and looked to his left. He said in a deep voice, "If we head forward a little further, there will be an illusory chime tree. I wish to first deal with it myself. The second Beyonder creature we encounter will be dealt with by you. I won't participate, unless you can't deal with it alone." Alger swallowed the second half of his sentence. He wasn't one of those hunters that one often encountered at sea. He wouldn't always be unable to control his mouth and habitually say things that would infuriate others. The main body of the Beyonder ingredient that Miss Justice needs. Mr. the Hanging Man has quite a lot of experience in adventuring. He knows that being honest is sometimes more useful than hiding things, and having a discussion is more effective than scheming. Klein maintained his German Sparrow persona as he nodded with a hint of gentleness amidst his coldness. "All right, if you can't deal with it, it's best you seek help. Otherwise, I'll treat it as if you're still persisting." A crazy adventurer's style might seem different from a hunter's, but in certain aspects, it's surprisingly similar. Alger took a deep breath and continued forward with a lantern in hand. As they walked, they heard the faint tinkling of a wind chime. Immediately, they felt relaxed as though they had returned home. Klein acutely sensed that his wariness and wariness were irreversibly melting away. No matter how much he emphasized or repeated it in his mind, he couldn't remain tense any longer. At that moment, he even wanted to lean towards the source of the wind chime, believing that there was something extremely precious and close to him there. As they were still quite a distance away, the wind chime sounded intermittently. Klein barely managed to control himself and turned his head to look at Mr. the Hanging Man. Alger no longer had the composure he should have. On his rugged face, his eyes were slightly red. It was unknown what he had recalled or what sort of emotional state he had entered. "I wonder what Mr. the Hanging Man will look like when he really cries. It must be terrifying," Klein couldn't help but think. At this moment, Alger spoke in a deep and hoarse voice. Leave the rest to me. Just as he said that, he put down the lantern and slightly rotated the sinister ring on his left thumb, making the blood-stained spikes even more distinct. This was his mystical item, Whip of Mind. Its side effect was that he would constantly have a headache when wearing it, wishing that he could slam his head against the wall. However, at that moment, this intense headache allowed Alger to maintain a basic level of lucidity amidst the chime, preventing him from being truly hypnotized. At times, the side effects might not necessarily be of no help to the wielder. As Alger sighed, he took out a wooden box from a secret pocket in his clothes and opened it with a snap. There was a gray rat inside. Mr. the Hanging Man wants to use a rat as bait to attract the attention of the illusory chime tree before taking the opportunity to attack it? Not bad. Well prepared. There's a detailed plan in advance. As an experienced adventurer, Klein instantly grasped the train of thought of the Hanging Man Alger, lifted the rat, and shook it, his expression suddenly turning odd. The gray rat was no longer moving. It had already lost its breathing and body temperature. It could no longer bear the responsibility of being bait. During his encounter with the demigod-level feathered serpent, although Alger had been at the periphery of its vision and had quickly escaped, allowing him to recover relatively easily without being affected too much, the gray rat he carried with him was only an ordinary species. It didn't have a strong vitality or physique, so it was unable to survive just a tiny bit of damage. It couldn't take it any longer and turned into a corpse. Dead. Dead. Mr. the Hanging Man should now understand a principle. Plans often don't keep up with changes. His luck really isn't that good. Upon seeing this scene, the corners of Klein's mouth twitched indiscernibly. He wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud, afraid that he would ruin his persona. Such a situation was rare for the experienced and meticulous the Hanging Man Alger quickly restrained his expression and walked forward with the dead gray rat in hand. Klein bent down and reached out his hand to pick up the lantern, following behind him at an unhurried pace. The chime became clearer and clearer as it became quieter and quieter. It gave one the urge to run over. After taking a few more steps forward, Klein finally saw the strange tree. On its brownish-green torso, there were slender cracks one after another. Each crack was dark and deep, as if it had different eyes. On the branches that stretched out, there were iron-gray objects that looked like wind chimes. They would shake on their own and make a pleasant sound. And in the middle of the branch closest to the trunk, and at the top, there was a fist-sized, colorless, translucent fruit that had borne. Alger looked over and pressed down on his Adam's apple. He said to German Sparrow in a deep voice, to German Sparrow, "It's best you cover your ears and converge your spirituality." Chapter 826. Upon hearing the Hanging Man's words, Klein's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had an ominous feeling, but he didn't bother with his persona. He put down the lantern, took out 2 pieces of paper from his pocket, crumpled them into balls, and stuffed them into his ears. Seeing that German Sparrow didn't ask any questions and did as he was told, Alger couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He sighed inwardly at how easy it was to work with an experienced fellow. Even an adventurer with the title of crazy could listen to reasonable words and know what to do and what not to do. Just as he was about to throw the dead rat in his hand, which was still warm, at the illusory chime tree to attract it, he suddenly saw the bushes beside him shake as a yellow-skinned, black-striped tiger crawled out. Amidst the beautiful tinkling of the chimes, the tiger walked towards the strange tree in front of it. Its movements were normal, but its eyes were glazed over. It had an indescribable sinister feeling. Upon seeing this, Alger lowered his arm and temporarily gave up on the attempt to throw the dead rat. Enduring the excruciating headache, he calmly watched the yellow-skinned, black-striped tiger walk to the illusory chime tree amidst the increasingly urgent and loud melodious sounds. It squatted down, raised its right paw, and flicked out its sharp nails to slash its neck. Blood gushed out, but the tiger seemed to lose its sense of pain. It continued pulling at its claws, making the wound deeper and longer. Then it began to peel off its fur bit by bit, revealing its mangled, naked body. The chimes gradually subsided as the branches suddenly came to life. They spread downwards and stabbed into the unbearable body of the tiger that had lost the protection of its fur. Already prepared, Alger immediately drew the dagger by his waist, opened his mouth, and sang hoarsely, "Rush, rush, rush, O sea! Rush against the gray and cold rock. Rush, 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 O sea! Break at the foot of the rock." Note 1. His voice was rough and bold, but it was completely out of tune. It was completely contrary to the normal understanding of humans and creatures, and it carried a metallic, rumbling noise, filled with a power that made people feel irritated, disgusted, and headache-inducing. The branches of the illusory chime tree trembled at the same time and retracted, as if they were about to curl up together. Then, the beautiful chime that rang out softened the terrifying noise. Beside Alger, Klein had used paper balls to plug his ears and had actively converged his spirituality. At that moment, the veins on his forehead were throbbing. He instantly had the urge to kill the singer and destroy everything in front of him. Furthermore, he felt as if his brain was being torn apart. The muscles and blood vessels under his skin were squirming slightly on their own. Other people need money to sing, but Mr. the Hanging Man's singing is asking for your life. Klein fought against the irritation in his heart by complaining, "Charge! Rush! Charge!" Every word Alger uttered gradually approached the sound of waves crashing against the reefs. Bolts of silver lightning struck down one after another, as though they were cheering. Silver lights lit up one after another as they struck the surface of the illusory chime tree, causing the strange tree to tremble uncontrollably. The shaking of its branches turned stiff and chaotic, making it difficult for it to produce a neat, hypnotic melody. Alger took this opportunity to throw the dead rat aside and extend a short blade in his hand. The sound of wind whistling could be heard. Invisible sharp blades whizzed over and slashed at the branch closest to the trunk of the illusory chime tree. Kacha! The fist-sized, colorless, translucent fruit fell straight to the ground, swept up by a strong wind, and flew into Alger's palm. The tree, which was covered in cracks that resembled eyes, froze as the remaining branches drooped down, losing their vitality. Indeed, as long as I gather and grasp the correct information beforehand, Beyonder plants with relatively low intelligence are easier to deal with than animals of the same level. Alger took out the metal cylinder he had prepared and stored away the fruit of the illusory chime tree. Then, he turned his head and looked at German Sparrow. "Let's continue." His words suddenly came to a halt as the corresponding phrase "forward" vanished from his throat. At that moment, he saw German Sparrow's cold face warp slightly. The whites of his brown irises were slightly dyed red, as though he would explode and attack him at any moment. Alger tensed up as he slowly took a breath and completed his sentence. "Let's continue forward. Let's go." German Sparrow replied hoarsely as he circled around the withered, illusory chime tree and walked deep into the black forest. He didn't get the tree bark, branches, or other materials that were rich in spirituality. This was because he would definitely encounter quite a number of Beyonder creatures later on, and he didn't have any so-called storage artifacts. Of course, he had to reserve space for more valuable items. Besides, carrying too many heavy items on him clearly wasn't conducive to using the agility of a clown. Unfortunately, those are all lifeless materials. They don't have my blood, so there's no way to enter Roselle's travels. I can use a marionette to bring them in, but it's very troublesome. It's not beneficial for subsequent explorations. As Klein sighed silently, he calmed his emotions and extricated himself from the remnant influence of the Hanging Man's singing. This was the most unpleasant and exciting singing he had heard in his 2 lives. If the Hanging Man continued for another minute or two, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to control the urge to beat him up. Just using a paper ball to block one's ears and converge one's spirituality can only weaken the influence and not completely isolate it. Even a deaf person can still hear it. This includes communication at the spirituality level. This is likely the most difficult ability for an ocean songster to defend against. Furthermore, once it appears, there's no way to dodge it. I can only avoid the lightning strike ahead of time. This sequence 5 is also rather powerful. However, why does Mr. the Hanging Man's singing feel completely different from elvish songster Ciadas's? As Klein summarized and analyzed his experience, he felt somewhat puzzled. At this moment, Alger, who was walking beside him with a lantern in hand, couldn't help but consider a problem. Even German Sparrow can't tolerate my singing for long. How am I to act as an ocean songster in the silent atmosphere? The two of them quickly advanced through the thick trees that were covered in snake scales, approaching the ancient ruins. With the seafarer by his side, Klein saved himself the effort of using a dowsing rod to find the path. He focused on guarding against any sudden attacks that might appear around him. In the dark and silent environment that felt like a horror story, the two of them traveled for an unknown period of time before they discovered that the trees in the Black Forest were gradually thinning in a regular pattern. This was different from the situation when they encountered the demigod-level feathered serpent. Back then, the trees had suddenly thinned out, appearing abrupt. Here, it was a gradual process, giving them the illusion that they were about to leave the Black Forest. After passing through this area, we'll reach the periphery of the ancient ruins. Alger broke the silence and said. He paused and casually added, according to my experience, the closer we get, the more dangerous it is. Based on my experience, the closer you get to that place, the more dangerous it is. The traces of demigod-level, transcendent life forms that I discovered before were all found nearby. However, the strange thing is that there are no traces of transcendent life forms at the edge of the ancient ruins. As for the depths, I don't know. There's a high chance that there's an even more terrifying existence in the ancient ruins. That area is its territory, so other creatures don't dare approach. Klein mumbled. He had a hunch about the danger of this expedition. He had done the corresponding divination above the gray fog, and the revelation he received was that there would be setbacks and problems, but there was a high chance of leaving safely. After the hanging man finished speaking, Klein chuckled. You should know what my guess is. He didn't say anything else as he entered the area with sparse trees and weeds. Alger silently walked beside him, increasingly convinced that his judgment of German Sparrow was correct. Calm and crazy. After walking dozens of meters, they suddenly saw a pair of ghostly blue eyes appear at the end of the lantern's light. It was a black baboon squatting on a tree branch. Its fur was naturally curled, and black crystals grew out of its head. These crystals grew upwards, clustered into a strange crown without any pattern. Upon seeing the black baboon, Klein and Alger simultaneously had the urge to lower their heads, as though they didn't dare look at it directly. They felt that it was the ruler of this forest, its lord. Lord! Alger relied on the intense headache brought about by the whip of mind ring to extricate himself from the influence. He hurriedly took a step to the left, attempting to avoid the front and leave the unknown beyonder creature to German Sparrow. This was their previous agreement. However, despite clearly taking a step to the left, he ended up walking forward. Furthermore, his legs were limping, as though he suddenly needed a crutch. Subconsciously, Alger drew his dagger, sending sharp wind blades whizzing towards the black, curly-haired baboon. At this moment, the baboon grinned. The wind blades in midair suddenly changed directions, either slanting to the left, drifting to the right, floating up, or sinking, perfectly avoiding their target. When Klein saw this scene, he gave up on his plan to approach the baboon using normal methods. His left glove turned transparent, and his body turned invisible. Alger stopped his agitated actions and saw German Sparrow's figure in a half-top hat suddenly appear behind the black, curly-haired baboon. The distance between them was less than 5 meters. Right on the heels of that, the black, curly-haired baboon's body suddenly stiffened, as though it had lost most of its control. It even raised its palms with great difficulty, half digging at its eyes in an attempt to distort something. German Sparrow had already taken advantage of its delay to raise the iron-black revolver in his right hand and aim at its head with the dark muzzle. Then, the crazy adventurer pulled the trigger without any expression. Excerpt from Tennyson's Rush, Rush, rush. Chapter 8:27. Bang! A loud gunshot reverberated through the sparse forest as it spread in all directions. If it were a normal island or forest at night, there would definitely be many birds alarmed. They would flap their wings and fly around amidst the roars of wild beasts. However, this place remained silent, so silent that it was as though there weren't any living creatures. As for the black, curly-haired baboon, its head suddenly exploded. Blood, brains, and fragments splattered everywhere, making the area seem like it was raining. The black crystal on its head had also shattered. Not a single piece was intact. Klein bent his arm and slowly retracted Death Knell, which was still emitting gunpowder smoke. He watched the mutated, curly-haired baboon's body, which was more muscular than a human's, collapse to the ground. Traveling's approach, Wraith's forceful control, and Death Knell's lethal strike were equivalent to an instant kill. Klein wasn't doing this to flaunt his strength. Instead, from his observations, he believed that the mutated curly-haired baboon had special powers. If he didn't finish it off quickly while it didn't know anything about him, there was a high chance that it would turn the situation around, making things rather troublesome. And on a dangerous primitive island, this was a situation that needed to be avoided as much as possible. This was because no one knew what an intense battle would attract. Therefore, after the Wraith possessed the mutated curly-haired baboon, Klein gave up on using his spirit body threads to finish it off in a more stable and inconspicuous manner. Instead, he pulled the trigger and used Death Knell to grab at the enemy's stiffness and sluggishness due to the Wraith's influence. The effects were in line with his expectations, and the possible accidents midway were just as he imagined. The mutated curly-haired baboon did have the ability to use distortion or confusion to escape the disadvantageous situation of being possessed by the Wraith. It also made the bullet's trajectory become irregular, allowing it to avoid its body. Unfortunately, all its efforts came to an abrupt end before they were of any use. Klein took advantage of that brief moment of sluggishness and decisively delivered a lethal strike. If he had switched to using his spirit body threads, the outcome might very well have been different. It's worth it to suffer a weakness for this. Furthermore, the further I go, the higher the chance of using Death Knell. Compared to realizing what I'm afraid of in a dangerous environment, figuring out the problem ahead of time and adapting to and avoiding similar situations is a better choice. Klein let the iron-black pistol hang down naturally as he walked to the mutated curly-haired baboon's side. At this moment, under the Wraith's control, the Beyonder characteristic of this Beyonder creature was being rapidly produced. Alger held the lantern and watched this scene from afar. He didn't completely snap to his senses for nearly a minute. What remained frozen in his mind was the scene of sparks emitting from Gehrman Sparrow's iron-black revolver and the mutated curly-haired baboon's head exploding. The initial encounter with chaos made him understand that this Beyonder creature was at a level higher than the illusory chime tree. It was a rather difficult type to deal with. He needed to be sufficiently careful when fighting it, and he might not necessarily win. However, Gehrman Sparrow finished the battle in 2 to 3 seconds. He was so fast that it was as though he was practicing his shooting. They were both sequence 5, but such a difference was unbelievable. The short-distance teleportation and the strange ability to control an opponent for a certain period of time, coupled with that powerful revolver, the effects are unimaginably terrifying. If I were to encounter it for the first time, I'd definitely be instantly killed. And even if I'm prepared, it wouldn't be easy to resist it. The best way is to use singing to affect the surroundings indiscriminately, preventing Gehrman Sparrow from successfully completing the teleportation. As expected of a crazy adventurer with a bounty of 50,000 pounds. Even without Mr. Fool's help, he's in no way inferior to Admiral Hell just by relying on himself. He might even be stronger. Alger reined in his thoughts as he imagined himself in the position of the mutated curly-haired baboon. He considered how he should deal with it as he silently sighed. Compared to someone else's description or his own guesses, witnessing the situation with his own eyes was more convincing and shocking. Inside the curly-haired baboon's corpse, Bits of light rapidly seeped out from the shattered black crystals and condensed together, turning into a tightly clenched, translucent pitch-black fist. This fist gave off a sense of power and evil. The patterns, points of light, and nails on it seemed to follow normal rules, but they were filled with a sense of incongruity. It was as though there was a large amount of madness and chaos hidden within. Sequence 5, Mentor of Confusion of the Black Emperor Pathway. I wonder what weakness I obtained this time. I hope it's not too weird. I can use Death Knell as I please for the next 6 hours. As Klein mumbled, he bent down to pick up the Beyonder characteristic and stored it into the metal box he had prepared ahead of time. He could actually attempt to graze the mutated curly-haired baboon to see if he could obtain the corresponding Beyonder powers of Mentor of Confusion to replace the Baron of Corruption in his glove. However, he ultimately gave up on this idea because he didn't know what this Beyonder creature had done in the past. He didn't know if it deserved to be tortured. The encounter just now was a clash on a battlefield. It was normal for it to be a life-and-death struggle, but grazing was something that made his spirit yearn to be freed from pain. Klein had his own principles, so he wouldn't do it easily. He always chose his targets carefully. Of course, in his heart, creatures with low intelligence couldn't be equated with humans. Even if he attempted to graze, he wouldn't be unable to overcome the hurdle in his heart. However, many of his previous experiences told him that to adhere to his principles and not relax his demands on himself wasn't only a matter of morality, but also a dam to prevent a flood from spiraling out of control. He couldn't just brush the line just because he thought it was nothing. The accumulation of trivial matters would eventually lead to a huge mistake. In this crazy and chaotic, mysterious world, one didn't do things for others to see, but for oneself. A person could deceive others and deities, but they couldn't deceive themselves. I wonder if a high-sequence Beyonder of the Spectator Pathway can deceive himself. Klein's thoughts raced as he took out Roselle's travels from his chest and smeared the mutated curly-haired baboon's blood on its surface. At this moment, his heart tightened as the hair on the back of his neck stood up. This was a strong premonition of danger. And this premonition didn't appear in Klein's mind. Not good. Klein's heart was instantly shrouded in a thick shadow. Everything in front of him seemed to be separated by a layer of dark glass. Without the time to consider what was happening, the glove on his left palm that hung by his side turned transparent once again. His figure instantly turned invisible as he appeared beside the hanging man, Alger, and he reached out to grab his shoulder. At that moment, Alger also sensed an anomaly. His heart contracted and swelled like the source of a storm as blood surged through his arteries and veins like a tidal wave. At the same time, he saw German Sparrow's right hand, which was grabbing his shoulder, turn gray and lose its luster bit by bit, starting from his fingernails. It was like a stone that could be found anywhere in the Black Forest. As for his legs, his knees stiffened and his muscles froze, as though they no longer belonged to him. The duo's figures rapidly turned transparent as they vanished from the spot. They entered the brightly colored and superimposed spirit world as they rapidly traveled in the direction of the ancient ruin. Suddenly, the red, green, and black stack scenes in front of Klein strangely unified into a deep black. Then, they produced fine patterns that resembled distinct raven black hair. Long, raven black hair. A chill ran up from the soles of his feet as Klein didn't hesitate to bring the hanging man out of the spirit world and return to reality. They landed in an area filled with rubble and weeds. Not far from them was a half-collapsed building. From the corner of his eye, he saw that everything below the hanging man's waist had turned grayish-white like a stone statue. "Pah!" Klein snapped his fingers, igniting a patch of weeds dozens of meters away as he prepared to jump over. At that moment, his heart suddenly palpitated as his body involuntarily trembled. The rising flames were terrifying to the current him. The weakness of Death Knell this time was that he was afraid of fire. The dark glass in front of him grew thicker. Before Klein could extricate himself from his horror, he felt a howling wind sweep up beneath him, allowing him and Alger to fly up at the same time. They crossed the invisible boundary and entered the vicinity of the ancient ruin. Bang! The two of them landed on the ground at the same time, producing the sound of rocks hitting rocks. The dark shadows in their hearts vanished as the dangers lurking in the darkness receded like a receding tide. Phew! Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he saw the grayish-white that had spread to his elbows fade bit by bit. He felt that his body's condition was rapidly recovering after leaving the corresponding environment. His back was drenched in sweat, and his shirt had already been soaked. And what horrified him the most was that he didn't even know what monster had attacked him or what powers it had used. Was it Death Knell's gunshot that alarmed some monster in the surroundings? Or was it the one that ruled the forest at night? Fortunately, it didn't dare to enter the area where the ancient ruins were located. This wasn't good either. This meant that there really was something in the depths of the ancient ruins that even that person was afraid of. Be prepared to retreat at any time. Klein moved his hands and slowly stood up. At this moment, Alger had also shaken off the layer of grayish-white. That area is petrifying us. That area, petrification. Klein nodded in thought as he walked towards the half-collapsed building that was covered in weeds and vines. He then replied in a deep voice, "There's no need for that. The problem now lies ahead." Alger didn't say much. He quickened his pace and walked steadily to his side. As he approached, Klein looked at the buildings. His gaze swept over the spires, the stone pillars, and the walls that were still standing. He paused and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "What kind of buildings do you think these ruins were originally?" Alger was silent for a few seconds. "Church. A church. P.S. Update before making changes." Chapter 828. A cathedral. It's just as I thought. Klein looked at the ruins in front of him and silently muttered to himself. At that moment, the crimson moonlight that penetrated the accumulated fog scattered across the half-collapsed buildings. It was much thicker than before, and it was getting closer to the color of blood. Klein maintained his German sparrow's trademark coldness as he spoke without any emotional fluctuations. "Where were you exploring previously?" As he spoke, Klein glanced at the lantern in the hanging man's hand that hadn't shattered despite all the suffering. He subconsciously tightened his muscles and skin when he was illuminated by the flames. Although the flames were ultimately isolated by thick glass and metal fences, they still left him a little fearful. Alger didn't notice the minute changes in German Sparrow. He raised his dagger-wielding right hand and pointed at the most intact and grandest building in the ruins. There, only the main body of the building was left, making it impossible to know what its original layout looked like. They could only judge from the current remnants that it had characteristics such as thick walls, huge expanse, and narrow windows. Moreover, it once had a tower and a bell tower. Its appearance was simple and ancient. This is an architectural style from the early 4th epoch. It's recorded in the books of the Church of the Storm. It's said that during that period, the various churches widely used a similar style to build their cathedrals. Alger had a deep impression of the ruins. Over the years, he had flipped through many books and grasped a certain level of information. Its greatest characteristic is that it has a temple above and a tomb below. Life and death are united together. However, I can't confirm that the interior of this ancient cathedral is the same as what I described because I've never ventured deep into it. This might be an architectural style left behind by the 3rd epoch. Klein made a certain guess as he walked towards the ancient cathedral ruins with an abnormally tall doorway. He left the lantern behind him and only enjoyed the light without bearing the burden of the flames. The two quickly walked up the exaggerated grayish-white stone steps and arrived in front of the doorway. They saw the remnant classical stone pillars and concentric multi-layered arches inside. Klein wasn't in a hurry to enter. He reached his left hand into his pocket and took out a gold coin. He flipped it between his fingers as though he was chanting something. Suddenly, he flicked the gold coin with a clang. As he spread out his palm and waited for the coin to land, he turned his head to the hanging man. "How did you determine that there's an item in the cathedral that's worth no less than a card of blasphemy?" After saying that, he looked at the gold coin that had fallen into his palm and casually put it away. Alger pointed inside. "I've said it before. Back then, my strength was inferior to Zillings's, so I naturally couldn't go in as deep as him. I had no way of knowing what he saw, and I could only deduce from his words that there was something very precious and important inside. Furthermore, I had to be at least at the level of a true sequence 5 to obtain it. However, the mural near the entrance and the marks on the ground might explain something. Klein nodded and walked into the dark doorway that the crimson moonlight couldn't directly illuminate. The black trench coat he was wearing fluttered slightly behind him. Alger held the lantern and clenched his dagger tightly as he followed behind. After passing through the doorway, Klein used the crimson moonlight that shone through the hole in the dome to see a rather deep hall in front of him. The classical stone pillars that supported it had already collapsed in half. At the end of it wasn't the altar, nor was there a staircase that led upwards. It was pitch black, and it was difficult to see any details. It was as though it went deep underground. It's not a temple, but a tomb. The temple and tomb are both underground? I can't tell. I have to go down to know. Klein subconsciously looked to his left and right and discovered that there was a side door on each side. However, the area they led to had completely collapsed. There was no way out. The mural near the entrance and the marks on the ground. He recalled what the hanging man had just said. He took 2 steps diagonally and released the invisible wraith seigneur. With his night vision, he sized up the remaining mural on the wall. The background of the mural was a majestic mountain. At the top of it was a huge cross that was covered in layers of light. In front of the cross stood an exceptionally majestic figure, surrounded by 2 winged, 4 winged, and 6 winged angels. This, Klein only took a cursory glance and felt a strong sense of familiarity. He had seen similar murals before in Blasphemer, Amon's mausoleum. Focusing his attention, Klein quickly found something different. There weren't 2 infants that represented Amon and Adam, nor were there any 12-winged angels. In front of the cross, the majestic figure that was covered in holy light held its hands in front of its chest, holding a simple and unadorned stone slab. The stone slab was drawn in an extremely blurry manner, but it gave off an ancient and young, sacred and sinister feeling. It was extremely contradictory. Stone slab. Klein's pupils dilated slightly as a term flashed across his mind. Blasphemy slate. This should be the ancient god of the sun, the Lord that created everything that the city of silver worships. Indeed, the blasphemy slate is closely related to him. I wonder if this is the first blasphemy slate or the second. Klein roughly understood who this cathedral belonged to, and he began to believe that there was something very precious and important hidden deep in the ruins. He retracted Signor's gaze and made the marionette look at the ground. Apart from being covered in cracks, there were also some strange marks left on the stone slabs. They were dark red in color and the size of a human's forehead. They overlapped from time to time, extending all the way to the end of the hall. At this moment, a scene naturally appeared in Klein's mind. Devout believers prostrated themselves on the ground and crawled forward. Every time they walked a certain distance, they would slam their foreheads heavily on the ground, causing blood to spurt out. Seeing German Sparrow turn his gaze away and stop sizing him up, Alger probed. The ancient god of the sun. At the same time, he inexplicably felt a cold wind blow from German Sparrow's side. He suspected that there were shadows or wraiths lurking around him. Thinking back to the mutated curly-haired baboon being strangely controlled, Alger vaguely guessed something, but he didn't say it out loud. Upon hearing the hanging man's question, Klein originally wanted to chuckle and reply. You can also call him the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, but he immediately realized that his tone and words were closer to the fool's and not German Sparrow's. Hence, he restrained himself and nodded slightly. It's not hard to tell. Alger silently heaved a sigh of relief as he looked forward to the item buried deep in the cathedral. The 2 of them made a decision at the same time and walked to the end of the hall. When they approached, Klein finally saw that there were steps leading downwards. Underground? He asked simply. Alger shook his head and said, I can't be sure. I can't be sure. I've never been down there. Although Zillings tried to go deeper, he returned in less than 10 minutes. His aura has become quite weak. Klein nodded thoughtfully and casually said, "That's right. You seem to be very familiar with him." If it were anyone else, Alger would have pretended as though he hadn't heard it and didn't respond directly. However, in his heart, the world German sparrow was Mr. Fool's blessed. His question might represent the meaning of that existence, so he had to treat it carefully. After deliberating for a few seconds, Alger said in a low voice, "He and I were from the same town, and we worked as servants in the same chapel. The priest there was a short-tempered person who liked to punish his servants. Zillings couldn't stand it, so he secretly ran away and became a pirate. So there's such a past. Mr. the Hanging Man is also a person with a story." Klein didn't probe further as he walked down the stairs in the extremely quiet, ruined cathedral. Although his footsteps were already very light, they were still obvious in such an environment as they echoed far away. Soon, the two of them finished walking down the stairs and saw an arched doorway. On both sides of the doorway stood two black figures, standing there silently and eternally. Klein and Alger stopped at the same time and looked at the two black figures. They realized that they were two stone statues. They were both men, and their bodies were grayish-white in color. One of them wore a bucket-shaped full-body armor, while the other wore a more modern jacket. Their expressions were filled with pain, and their eyes were protruding out as though they were staring at something. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly jolted as he recalled his encounter in the outside world. He and Alger also showed signs of being petrified. Fortunately, they got rid of the influence in time and did not really turn into statues. Could it be a human who had the same experience? If we had been petrified just now, would we have been moved into the underground of this ancient church and guarded the same doorway for hundreds and thousands of years? Wasn't the power of petrification afraid of these ruins? Klein felt an inexplicable fear, his scalp tingling. He controlled the fluctuations of his expression and turned to look at the hanging man, only to discover that the boorish man's pupils had also widened, and his grip on the dagger had obviously tightened. Mr. the Hanging Man has the same guess as well. There's no need for me to elaborate further. Klein pointed at the doorway. There might be more stone statues inside. Alger nodded and said in a half-worried and half-joking manner, "I just hope he doesn't see us." If we were to firmly believe that we have escaped the effects of petrification, only to see our own statues underground, that would be a horror story. Klein thought for 2 seconds and said to the hanging man, "Do you have night vision?" What he really meant was that the lantern's light was very eye-catching in the pure darkness underground. It could easily cause unnecessary changes, so if he had night vision, it was best to extinguish the light. And he believed that Mr. the Hanging Man would be able to figure out the hidden meaning. Alger frankly replied, "Yes. Yes. A beyonder of the sailor pathway who could dive deep definitely had night vision." Klein glanced at him and didn't say a word, but his meaning was very obvious. "Then why are you using a lantern?" Alger replied solemnly, "Firstly, it's to mislead the enemy. When they see me using a lantern, they will instinctively think that I don't have night vision. When they destroy the lantern and try their best to create a dark environment, I'll give them a surprise." How sinister! Klein was momentarily at a loss for words. Alger continued, "Secondly, it's to guard against situations like the City of Silver. There might be extreme danger hidden in the pure darkness." Makes sense? Klein didn't signal for him to extinguish the lantern. He first walked past the two stone statues, and under their frozen, pained gazes, he walked into the doorway that led underground. As he didn't know what the petrified statues represented, nor did he know if the petrified person was completely dead, Klein didn't attempt to shatter them, to harvest the beyonder characteristics and mystical items that might exist. P.S. Another sacrifice, no, recommendation of a book, Marvel's I'm Saber-Toothed Tiger, written by a book friend. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 829. After passing through the door and entering the underground area, there was no longer any natural light in front of Klein and Alger. The ceiling here was rather intact and lacked a hole. The crimson moonlight that penetrated the fog was unable to shine in. Alger then raised the lantern in his hand a little, dyeing the spacious but endless tunnel in front of them with a clear yellow glow. At a glance, Klein discovered at least 6 stone statues. They were of both sexes, and their bodies were grayish-white. Even their clothes looked like they were carved. Among these stone statues were elves, giants, and ancient-styled humans. Apart from their frozen expressions of pain and despair, there was nothing similar about them. Being stared at by them without moving their eyes, coupled with the possibility that they were once living existences, Klein felt a chill run down his spine. He felt that deep in the tunnel, where darkness ruled, there seemed to be a terrifying monster opening its mouth, waiting for the two of them to walk into its stomach. Restraining their fluctuating emotions, Klein and Alger didn't say a word. They passed through the grayish-white stone statues with warped faces and moved forward step by step. After walking for more than 10 seconds, Klein didn't need to use Seigneur's night vision to see the damaged and dim murals on the walls on both sides due to the lantern's light. There were a few murals that were relatively intact, allowing them to tell what they depicted. Their main focus was undoubtedly the huge cross covered in layers of light and a majestic figure standing in front of the cross. This blurry and majestic figure was either facing the flood that had drowned the city and reached the mountainside, or stepping on a land that had split into pieces, or looking up at the starry sky above, staring at the extremely evil and crazy eyes in the deep darkness. When the apocalypse arrived, the scene of the ancient sun god saving the world, this is similar to the murals that Little Sun and the others found in the true Creator's temple. Or perhaps this is a case of everyone copying each other. No one has given up on their past efforts in this area. Anyway, they want to emphasize that they were once messiahs, deities that are most worthy of faith. Klein's gaze quickly moved across the wall as he slowly entered the depths of the tunnel. Alger was also observing the tattered murals. Suddenly, he suppressed his voice and said in a low voice, "I'm not sure. I suspect that the fallen creator's description of himself referred to these contents. Indeed, everyone has the same opinion." Klein lowered Death Knell diagonally and smiled. "I wouldn't be surprised if I saw something related to the true creator up ahead. He might have some sort of connection with the creator that the City of Silver believes in." Alger agreed with German Sparrow's judgment. The two of them continued forward, trying their best to lighten their footsteps. However, there were still some echoes in the surroundings, and in this extremely quiet atmosphere, the echoes spread far into the distance. At that moment, Klein's spiritual perception stirred. He immediately took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Alger, blocking most of the lantern's light. Less than 2 seconds later, he heard a dull thud coming from afar and approaching him. Dong! 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 The ground trembled slightly as it became more and more obvious. Then, Klein saw a figure that was nearly 4 meters tall walk out. It was also grayish-white in color. Its body was engraved with armor-like patterns, and it had a goat's horn on its head. Its mouth was like that of a hound, revealing its fangs when it half opened. And what attracted the most attention was its pair of burning red eyes and 6 pairs of grayish-white wings. Dong! 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 This monster held a stone halberd that was 7 to 8 meters long as it slowly entered the passageway. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble, sending a heavy feeling into its surroundings. Although Klein had never seen the real thing before, he could still recognize it at a glance. It was a 6-winged gargoyle. Its core crystal is one of the main ingredients for a marionettist. The beyonder powers it possesses are definitely extremely special and difficult to guard against. And from its appearance and the material it's constructed from, it's definitely very strong in head-on combat. Furthermore, it's not afraid of most damage. As long as it slides over and smashes out with its heavy stone halberd, it can cause terrifying damage. Klein's left hand relaxed, but he wasn't in a hurry to react. He and Alger stopped in their spots at the same time. One of them used his body, while the other used his clothes to block the lantern's light. Dong! 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 The 6-winged gargoyle didn't look in their direction as it crossed the passageway, its footsteps gradually fading away. Indeed, its senses aren't that strong. It's no wonder Zillings was able to successfully return after venturing deep underground. Klein waited until the footsteps could no longer be heard before he proceeded forward again and crossed the crossroads. In fact, with his present strength and equipment, as well as his understanding of his target, killing a six-winged gargoyle wasn't too dangerous. Furthermore, he had the help of the Hanging Man. The reason why he had given up on attacking was that he didn't know how many six-winged gargoyles there were underground. Once he started fighting, he might end up being surrounded if he caused a huge commotion. In that case, he could only rely on traveling to forcefully escape. Furthermore, if he were to alarm an existence that prevented nearby beyonder creatures from approaching the ruins, the trouble would increase exponentially. Controlling one's greed was one of the prerequisites for adventuring. Alger was rather pleased with the crazy adventurer's calm and rational performance. He began to suspect that he was under Mr. Fool's orders, which was why he restrained his urge to attack the six-winged gargoyle. The calmer he appears, the crazier he will be when he encounters his real target. A thought flashed through Alger's mind as he followed the German sparrow through the crossroads and proceeded straight ahead. The murals on both sides remained dilapidated as they occasionally described the greatness and holiness of the ancient sun god. Finally, Klein and Alger arrived at the end of the passageway. There was a stone door that was about 7 to 8 meters tall. On it were various symbols related to death, rest, end, new life, and beginning. A tomb. Klein turned his head to Alger. Alger nodded. It might also be a temple. Clearly, he also suspected that the temple and tomb here were the same. The grayish-white stone door in front of them wasn't completely shut. There was a gap that could allow a child to pass through. Alger glanced at his body and walked over. He put down the lantern in his hand, inserted the dagger, and pressed his hands to the side of the door. He slowly took a deep breath, bent his knees, and his arm muscles suddenly swelled. Without a sound, the gap became much wider. When Klein saw this scene, he pricked up his brows slightly, feeling a little surprised. This was because the Hanging Man didn't make any sound when he pushed open the door. He didn't doubt the strength of an ocean songster, but he didn't believe that the stone door didn't have any contact with the ground. Moving his gaze down, Klein saw a pool of viscous liquid in the gap at the bottom of the door. It's secretly producing a lubricating effect. Mr. the Hanging Man, sure, is meticulous. Is this a seafarer's power or an ocean songster's? You should also be using the wind-blessed powers to create an air cushion. That's why he opened the door without making a sound. Klein roughly understood the reason. He approached the stone door and wasn't in a hurry to enter. Through the wide gap, he sized up the scene inside. Reflected in the wraith's eyes was a region to the side. There was a row of grayish-white stone coffins. It's indeed an underground mausoleum. I still don't know if it's fused with a temple. As Klein thought, he used his left hand to pull out Lamino's travels. There were beyonder powers suitable for dealing with matters related to the death domain. At the same time, he used his silver dagger to quickly create a wall of spirituality, sealing the iron cigar case. He didn't want the Aztec copper whistle inside to make the slumbering corpses crawl out one after another. Alger also pulled out his dagger again, covered his left palm to the side, and slid it forward. With a light crackling sound, the dagger coiled around a silver electric snake that bared its fangs. The two quickly finished their preparations. Acting as the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, Klein passed through the gap and entered the mausoleum. Of course, before he entered, Wraith Seigneur had already circled the mausoleum as a sentinel. To a marionettist, having a marionette meant that he didn't need to take many risks. High up in the mausoleum, there was water seeping through, making it appear very humid. The interior was split into 2 sections. Each section had 12 grayish-white stone coffins. In the middle was an empty, circular region, and the corresponding ground seemed to have an exquisite and complicated picture. Klein didn't approach. Instead, he raised his hand to stop Alger. Then, he controlled Seigneur to reveal himself and quickly float to the circular region. Admiral of Blood, Alger's facial muscles twitched. Although he had long guessed it, he still couldn't control his subconscious reaction when he saw it with his own eyes. At this moment, Seigneur lowered his height and clearly saw what was depicted on the ground in the middle. The picture was dark in color, and in the background were blurry figures. The main body was a long table. Lying on the long table was a figure with a radiant cross on its back. Surrounding it were three people shrouded in shadows. One of them was handsome and spirited, the other was dignified and heroic, and the last had a white beard that made him appear very intelligent. However, the three pairs of eyes suffused an indescribable sense of evil. Their actions were the same. One of them had ripped off the figure's arm and stuffed it into his mouth, filling his mouth with blood. Another held up the head and sucked on the brain juice. The last dug out the still beating heart and gnawed at it hungrily. Opposite them, in the figure's chest and abdomen, there was a long and wide crack. Sitting cross-legged was a sinister and swarthy baby. The baby was chewing on a piece of intestine as blood dripped down. The four seemed to sense that someone was spying on them as they looked up at the same time, as though they were watching every living being that saw the picture. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M.